fart money. And that's clean money, baby. That's pure innocence in the form of a sound that comes out of your butt. No big deal. I'm not selling farts. You guys are just farting on me all day, and I'm into it. And please don't ever clip that. I shouldn't have said that out loud. God damn it. Okay, let me rephrase that another time. Let's pretend I never said that. Is that okay?
And I'm not judging you, but everybody.
Some people have lofty goals. We have waft.
No denial, the crowd be going wild for freestyles. I'm gonna be the hippo in the Nile. No silver, we doing it much quicker. You're jumping in my stream like a hippo to the river. That's amazing. I told you the awesomeness. He came in here with energy. We flipping him a lot of us.
Let's go.
All I'm saying is that you can't prove you. So we crazy hippos. We break out of the zoo. We in Africa romping around with all the gazelles. The drip pastel. You doing it well. My name's Thug Shells. I'm shouting out my homies. So of course you're on the list. For sure, I'm gonna give y'all that potential bliss. And the full torrential. I'm kissing you, we all the bliss. It is more than just potential. It's a big old
Let's
step. And I'm about to get y'all hype, never too tired, no sweaty pedals. Oh
shit!
This much hype, we be going with sweaty pedals.
Shorts. Shorts.
And I'm gonna make it jump like it was a sport. We putting it together like shorts and jeans. That's shorts.
All down a Vespa. You see this Vespa? What used to be a Vespa? It's a bit weird that somebody thought that it would be cool to come out here and spray graffiti. Fucking idiots. But, you know, dumbasses will be dumbasses.
Oh, you're so on it. You're like, no, sorry. I'm like, this.
I have to watch them, bro. They're like trying to get me right now.
You're subconsciously, you're like,
but thanks for the offer. I was gonna sub, but it's your choice. It's okay, I'd rather be poor than deal with weird people like you. Sorry. No hate. Feel free to hang out and get to know each other. You don't have to ever sub. I'll gift you a sub, bro. It's all good. It's triggered by like 100 bits, but if you have enough channel points, you can do it for free. It'll be funny. Hold on, let me zoom in on him. Alright, somebody do this. Live stream. I hope you're having as much fun as I am. Thank you so much for being a part of my life. Thank you for everything that you guys do. Normally, so it changes throughout the winter and the early spring. I usually sleep until like 7:30, 8 o'clock, and then I lay in bed telling myself I need to get up for like an hour. When it's summertime and I'm in the van, it gets really hot in the morning. Like literally, it's 6 o'clock. Police choppers flying over the beach. Day, dude. Not today. Of all days. I'm renting a Thunderdome next week. Wait, hold on. What? I'm renting a Thunderdome next week, and I'll be battling 80s Dance Guy. I'll have Casper and D in my corner, and we'll take what's rightfully ours. Hey, Raya. Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad we got on the Plus program. It's all thanks to you.
Trying to look up my skirt.
Oh, wait, no. I want to make sure there's no fucking girls around. Damn. Good reminder.
That was a long way for the drop.
Yeah, I fucked that up.
There we go. Let's give a little bit of zoom action.
Yeah, you get a coach can get your focus. Yeah, get you. Don't get rattled. Just coach comes in. Somebody's going home.
I promise. Your dream's gonna come true, Jesus. Has she ever used the tweaker line before? I like that one.
Get too far, legs are required. We're jumping, dancing, strolling along down the, what's that word again?
Sidewalk.
Sidewalk. Up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun, wandering free. Wish I could be.
Give me something.
Yeah.
Okay, that's too good. Give me something worse. Give me something not so talented. All right, he's good at this. Here we go. Thug shells in the place. You're looking at my face, yes. I'm taking a break in between my bars because if I don't, I might be seeing stars. You knew I was gonna go with the stars word, but now it's not what you think you heard. I didn't want to say something like hard because that might be a little sus for these bars. And we get into the triplets. We get into the triple feel. Yeah, we're feeling good tonight cause TwitchCon San Diego in the light. The lights of the Lamp Glow District. That might not be the name, but y'all know what I meant all the same.
Hello everybody, welcome. We are here streaming live on all platforms. It is June 29th, 2025. Oh, I guess I could just gotta make sure we're charging here. Welcome. Alright, let's flip it around. Yo. Hi everybody, welcome in. Hey everybody, my name is Danny, also known as Potential Bliss. So welcome to my live stream. We are multi-streaming partnered on Twitch, partnered on YouTube, partnered on Kick. Thank you to everybody who watches on those individual platforms. What up, Twitch? How you doing? Twitch community. friggin' love you guys. How's everybody feeling? I hope you're doing well. It is June 29th, 2025. We are here in sunny Los Angeles. And I'm just happy to be here. It's gonna be a beautiful day. And what up, Proteus? What up, Music Man? What up, Hockey Fan? What up, Rainbow? What's up, Bass God? Hi, V-Kite. Hey, J-Brett's 120 stream streak is epic. Thank you so much for the support. Horn Sour, what's up? Hey, Cat. Phil the Beast lurking. Thank you for the lurk. Whimsical. It's a house party. Can we please find out who won the skateboard competition? I actually looked it up this morning on all their platforms and I couldn't find out. So when we go to the competition today, there's a rookie competition for like young kids that are gonna be skateboarding. Some of these young kids are pro too. But we can find out when I get there. I can ask around and find out. I think it was Owen because they shared a clip of him on the Instagram just fucking shredding it. Like the sickest clip ever. Absolutely bonkers. No, trust me, I feel the same way. Just messing. I was thinking the same thing. The second I woke up, I was like, wait, who won the competition? So I looked it up and I couldn't find the answer, unfortunately, but I will. Queer by nature. I'm so sorry. What the hell? Queer by nature. Hi. How are you? Gotta have an answer. Trust me. Me too. I'm on the same boat. I would prefer an answer as well. But welcome everybody. We're gonna walk around the canals to get our feet a little broken in. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see. Look, it's looking beautiful. By the way, gorgeous day. Partly cloudy. Water. High tide means high canal. Water line, and we're gonna walk around. It's beautiful. It's not too hot. It's not too cool. It's perfect. I got my sunscreen on my face. I've got my 20 grams of protein right here. I've got this amazing little fruit bar that I got from V-Kite. Get the natural sugars from the fruit that's in these. From the dates and the apples and the raisins. This also has 4 grams of protein. 4 grams of fiber. That's not very much, but you know, whatever. This has 2 grams of fiber, even though it's liquid. But what is up? What is up, Fiend? How are you, dude? You guys, make sure you check out Fienocular. One of the most kind-hearted people I've met, and he streams, so which means he's one of the most kind-hearted streamers I've ever met. I like dropping in his streams. His vibes are always super chill. And if you don't remember, we hung out with him in Hollywood, and we went to the last house in Mulholland together, and we took pictures and got as close as I've ever been to the Hollywood sign before. But yeah, if you're a regular here and you're not following Fienocular, I highly encourage you to. How many followers are you at? Can I incentivize this at all? Let me check. Like maybe he's close to like a number. Oh my God, you just hit 300 exactly. Wait, did anybody just follow Fienocular? You're 2 from 300. You're at 300 now. Let's go. Yay. Okay, so sick. You guys just fucking came through. Unless it wasn't you guys. I don't know. I don't want to give credit where credit's not due, but I just checked and you're at 300. So hopefully you just got 2 followers. But yeah, I mean it. He's a sweetheart. He's a great guy. He's very inclusive. He's an ally to all of the best communities out there. He's a deep thinker. He's very technologically in the know. He's a reliable resource when it comes to asking questions about streaming. Like as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I've had conversations with him about it, and every time we talk about anything, he just seems like such an open book and very good at communicating with people and stuff. So definitely take the chance and drop him a follow. Happy Sun Sleigh. Let's go. Roller bagel. Never heard that one before, actually. So I went to this dispensary on stream, but I left my camera and stuff in the van. But I accidentally left my mic on. And when I went up to the window to go through security to get into the dispensary, the guy was like, he's wearing a wire. And he wasn't even kidding, because I was wearing the microphone and the little blue light was on it. And he was like, he's wearing a wire. And I was like, oh shit, wait. Because I didn't know what he was talking about at first. And then I was like, I was like, yeah. So about that, I was like, well, I'm streaming and this is my mic for it. I left everything in the van because I assume that bringing that in here is not okay. And I was like, here, look, I'll shut it off. And it was funny because, like, the stream heard it. Like, when I got back, they were like, he's wearing a wire in chat and stuff. But the girl that was working at the front, there was a sign that said, have a sleigh day. And then when I was leaving, I was like, have a sleigh day. And then I looked at the girl and I was like, you wrote that, didn't you? And she's like, yes. And I was like, hell yeah. And then, like, it became sort of a common quote in my streams now. If Lemon was here, she would remember it for sure. Because they also heard me saying it through stream and people were like quoting it in chat by the time I got back. So I'm currently still on board to having another 5G unlimited SIM card, not 5G 6, Wi-Fi 6, not 5G ultra wide, you know, it's not like the special newer version of 5G. But supposedly I get a plan that's supposed to be $65 per month. And they take $45 off of it each month so that it's $20. They're supposed to hold that's supposed to be applied for 3 years guaranteed, price lock. So I used to always use my hotspot from my main phone, or I would use my modem in my backpack for my chat phone to have service. But now I'm using its own service, right? So I have a new added cost to my fees of the stuff I pay for online. And so when you look at me like branching out to also multi-stream on a site like Kick, and I know that Kick, you know, it doesn't have a great reputation for XYZ examples. We don't really need to name them because it's just fucking out there. It's obvious, like it's all good. We don't need to talk about it, but I'm just getting my feet wet there, right? I did like 12 streams, and 2 of those streams I was not partnered yet. And so essentially I did 10 streams, right? And for example, just from multi-streaming and having like just around 10 or little over 10 viewers for that stream on Kick, and just the minimal amount of frequency of chat of people being kind enough to jump over there and chat a little bit and type like authentic, real comments into the chat there, things that I can type back to and stuff. Just that alone, yesterday, and with no subscriptions, we earned like 50 cents shy from $10. It was a 10.5 hour stream, and that is like $1 an hour, but if I earn, my goal when I started simulcasting on YouTube was to hopefully make $100 more a month just from simulcasting. We have accomplished that. The only unfortunate side to that is that I don't get paid there just for streaming. I have to actually earn memberships and super chats and super stickers on YouTube to get to the $100 payout. But I incentivize it, I promote it, I pin a comment every day, which actually I forgot to pin the comment on YouTube, and I forgot to set the goal on YouTube today. But technically I do have my own method to try to hit 100 per month on YouTube, and we have been. We did miss 1 month, right? But hear me out. I remember sitting in my van like a year and a half ago saying, I mean, I was literally not earning enough to even get a payout on Twitch at the time, right? So it was very reasonable, and people were very encouraging of me being like, hey, well, if I simulcast on YouTube, maybe I can make enough to get a payout on YouTube, and you know, maybe with YouTube and Twitch combined, I'll make like $200 a month. And so what I've figured out is that the more I encourage it, the more I remind people that it's free, there's no ads on YouTube, that people that enjoy them and have been enjoying those live streams on the long-term basis tend to occasionally donate. And again, the best way to do that is by gifting memberships. The super chats and the super stickers are cool and all, but they take 30% from anything you do. Memberships, it's like gifting a subscription on Twitch. On YouTube, memberships, people will literally show up and say, thank you so much for the gifted membership. And then they'll hang out more and become a regular. Believe it or not, it does help build the community, just like on Twitch. When I had the most subscribers on Twitch that I ever had, which was like 1,200, we were averaging like 100 viewers by 2 hours into stream every day, like without raids. That's because the bigger the subscriber count, the more likely people want to be involved and come back in because they have the perks, they have ad-free watching, etc. So thank you to anybody who has ever gifted subs on Twitch, because genuinely it really does help with that. We're gonna try to incentivize hitting 400 subs at the end of next month as a big goal. That's a huge deal, because even ending this month at 300 seemingly was sort of a challenge in my eyes. But yeah, long story short, remember when I started, I just explained when I started multi-streaming on YouTube, I figured, you know what, I can reach more viewers, I love what I do, hopefully like people will appreciate the time and effort to stream on both platforms, and I had to pay a premium price for my chat app subscription per month so that I can see both chats in the same chat app. And then fast forward to like a year and a half later, doing a lot better on Twitch, and I'm streaming a lot, and I've got a lot of passion, and I've got better ways to incentivize things, and we have all these goals, which is great. But there is an ebb and flow to Twitch. Like some months will be your best month, some months will be your worst month financially. Doesn't matter how much fun you have and how much you love streaming, you do have to separate the financial side and observe it if you're self-employed like myself, right? So, like I said, fast forward a year and a half into the future, I decided, you know what? They just opened up this thing where I can apply to be a partner on Kick, and depending on the amount of viewers you have and frequency of chat that you have, they'll pay me upwards to $15 an hour. Granted, yesterday I earned like $1 an hour, but that's $10 more in a day of streaming, just from you tabbing up the stream, just from you having organic, real mini conversations every once in a while in there. Nothing crazy. You don't have to be locked in there all the time. But if you do the math, if I'm earning $5 to $10 a day by simulcasting on Kick, then I'm earning $100 to $200 more per month. So on a month, that's my just. I love being transparent, so don't ever take this the wrong way, and it's about loving what you do. But when you separate the finances and you look at it like a professional, you have to take these things into consideration. So basically, if I earn between $5 or $10, and we're just getting our feet wet there, right? We might meet some new people, we might get raids or hosts on certain days on Kick, but it's a slow process growing and networking and getting your feet wet on any platform, okay? So the fact that we started simulcasting on Kick and we're earning $5 to $10 a day per stream, and I stream 22 to 24 days guaranteed per month, that means that I'm able to make just over 100 or around 200 per month already from Kick, right? And I don't want to I'm not jumping ship from any other platform. I love Twitch, I love YouTube. I think that it's just a matter of professionalism and spreading my content to more platforms, just like YouTube. And I started simulcasting on YouTube, and it took me 8 months to get partnered. I didn't make a dime. Once I finally got partnered, I started making $100 a month, which is amazing. That pays my phone bill or something related to my service costs for the things I pay for. But get this, I applied for partnership in the Kick Partner Program and Verification Fast Track Program on Kick, and they approved me. So I was like, oh, it kind of happened out of the blue. I didn't even know if they'd approve me. I didn't know what I would do if they would approve me. All I knew is that I could simulcast and see how it feels and see what it looks like. So on my first month, I've only streamed 12 streams, and 10 of those streams were actually verified partner streams. And I think I earned $70 or something in 10 partnered streams being paid hourly. So on average, I'm earning 5 to 10 per stream. I'm gonna stream on average 22 to 24 streams a month. That means that without you even subscribing to my Kick, without you even gifting a sub to my Kick, I can earn $100 to $200 more a month because they're fucking hooking it up. They've got a crazy fucking amount of cash flow to distribute to people to simulcast. And they're paying, I already got a $60 payment from them, and they pay every Friday. So I get 4 payments a month from them. So and that's while getting our feet wet. So, and listen, I'm never jumping ship, but I'm always gonna multi-stream. I think it's the most beneficial and the most productive and the wisest thing for me to do in my position in life. Yesterday, somebody came to the Kick stream and said, "Have a good day," and then followed me, and they were really nice. So that's also a turning point for me, where it's okay, there's some nice people, even if it's one person every 4 streams that's from that site that find me, that think that it's interesting enough to follow, and they're nice people. W's. Okay, yeah, so I'm just throwing that all out there. So this morning basically, if you're following along, I'm trying to maximize my streams of income with my available resources, right? So I have an Instagram with 25,000 followers. I have a TikTok with 152,000 followers. So I went into my Instagram and I redid all of my business bonus information. I redid all my tax information. I redid my addresses, and I signed and confirmed all of that stuff and signed up electronically for W-9s being sent to me. And basically what that means is that on Instagram, now I can earn from just posting pictures and videos and reels. So in the past, when I had this enabled and when I felt motivated to do it, I would make when I first started on Twitch, hear me out. When I first started on Twitch, I made more money promoting my streams on Instagram than I made on Twitch per month. Because I had months where I didn't even reach the threshold of what was $100 at the time on Twitch, and I wouldn't even be able to get a payout. And back then, I was promoting my Twitch on my Instagram. And my Instagram, because of all the reels and videos and pictures that I was posting, basically only promoting Twitch, which I'm surprised Instagram was kind of allowing me. But what happened was I was making just over $100 a month, 118 or something, just from posting about Twitch on Instagram. I might have lost a bunch of followers because all I was posting about was Twitch every other day. But if it feels like you're oversaturating, and if you feel like some of that is fodder, it's not actually great content, it's just clips that'll generate some views and some attention and maybe convert some people to cross over and check out the other platform like Twitch from Instagram, you can, after your payout, you can delete all those posts. You can just keep the ones that performed the best. You can keep the ones that you like the best, or you can leave them all up or whatever, because you're only earning per month anyways. So you're not going to earn from last month's posts, I don't think, but you might. I don't remember. Probably if it's going viral or something. But basically what I'm saying is I went in and reactivated my bonus and my partner side of Instagram. So I have all my partner stuff on Instagram all set up now. So when I get this laptop and I start editing photos from stream, and I want to share photo collages and photo carousels, videos, reels, and video carousels of like stuff that we do on stream to promote Twitch and promote YouTube and stuff, that I'm actually going to start earning a little bits by posting those things. Times change, and as time goes by they pay less and they screw you over more, but if you pay attention enough you can get on board with like good bonuses there. So now we're partner on Twitch, able to earn on Twitch, partner on YouTube, able to earn on YouTube, partner on Kick, able to earn on Kick, partner bonus monetization verified on Instagram, and my TikTok. So I went back into my TikTok and checked out all my professional, like basically partner income that I can make there. That's all set up and good to go. So all my payout methods, all of my tax information, everything is all dialed in on all those platforms. I did the Instagram and TikTok like this morning. And so essentially there's 5 platforms that I should be able to. Oh no, I'll get banned on TikTok so fast. They like, if somebody's like smoking a joint around me, they'll ban me, you know? I guess I could try it though. But yeah, so we have monetization on 5 platforms now. You know, just setting it all up, making sure it's all operational is the first step. We're already simulcasting live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick every day. So now I just need to get into the routine of posting stories, making community posts, posting stories on Twitch. I need to post community posts on the YouTube wall. And I need to post shorts on YouTube. And once I get the laptop, I need to post like supercuts, highlights, clips, shorts, and then I need to post stories on Instagram about my streams and clips. I need to put posts of photos and videos on my Instagram. And I need to post stories on TikTok. And I need to post videos on TikTok. And I need to promote on Twitter too, but my Twitter's basically dead because I'm never going to pay Elon Musk for the check mark. But I was looking into like verification process and like what are the perks of it through Instagram. And I think that like it doesn't definitively express that it'll give you better discovery, like better prioritized placements, but it did say that you're more likely to show up in the top of certain searches and feeds if you're verified. But it also says like the validity of an account and the proven identity of account, having a badge by it gets more clicks on average than one that doesn't. So personally, I'm also considering verifying for a full year in advance my Instagram. It's like $150. Technically, I could test the waters with verifying my Twitter too. And in grand total, between verifying Twitter and verifying Instagram, it's like $250 a year, prepay for a year. More importantly, I would rather just get verified on Instagram. It's like $150 for 12 months. But yeah, so I was thinking like, oh, well, if I verify those accounts, say if I do start readily posting every month and the validity of having a verification check mark on my account will help me get back to the point of making $100 a month through Instagram, which in 1/3 a month or 1.5 months of getting paid from Instagram would pay off the year's worth of verification, if that makes sense. But yeah, so I'm working really hard on making you guys proud. I'm also working really hard on making myself proud and helping, you know, kind of make sure that I'm focusing on all these different streams of income all on my own. And then when I'll make like a post, I'll make it like right before stream, and I'll ask everybody to jump over to Instagram for like 10 seconds and like it and maybe share it on their story and leave a comment or something. But yeah, you basically got to pool engagement. And then same with YouTube, like when I start posting YouTube shorts and YouTube videos or TikToks, I'm gonna need everybody to go to those platforms, and I'm gonna need you guys to engage it, share it, copy the link, like show that platform that it's worth value, because when the platform sees more shares, more comments, more likes, especially in a short amount of time. Hey, Venturer. Hi, welcome in. It's good to see you. In that short amount of time, basically, like, there's time windows, and say if like between a minute and an hour that there's like a significant amount of engagement, I always call it like the algorithmic pot. Like it's like a pot on the stove, and you guys are the flame underneath. And if enough people go to it, instead of it turned up on low flame, it turns it onto high flame. And then the higher that flame is and the more that the pot is bubbling, it deems it valuable enough to share more, get better discovery. So with those little bits of like, upon launch of a video, upon launch of a story, upon launch of an Instagram post, upon launch of a short on YouTube or whatever, that if it gets a little bit of a pool of organic engagement, that it's more likely to put it out there more for better discovery and prioritize discovery, because it's deeming this video valuable. It's deeming this video something that's like worth sharing because of everybody commenting on it right away, right? So yeah, long story short, I'm excited to dive back into utilizing my socials, which I have a bunch of large platforms that all add up to like, I don't know, 200,000 something. And I've been neglecting them, and they're just idle. They're not really doing much. And hey, Auk, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the follow. Accidental unfollow. I'm so sorry to interrupt. No worries. I actually had to refollow one of my friends, Sushi Dragon. I opened it and I was like, what the fuck is going wrong with this? And I had to refollow him. I was gonna tell him I don't know what the fuck happened, because we've streamed together and everything, but thank you so much. Thank you, yes. You too, I wish you the best. But yeah, we're working on let's wait for this dude to let it all out. But yeah, it takes a lot of work, huh? To like run all of your platforms and stream as much as we all stream, and travel, take care of ourselves, feed ourselves, be in touch with our family and friends. It's a lot of work. And honestly, I prefer streaming more than being obsessed with Instagram or TikTok or any of that bullshit. So like personally, I basically let all my platforms go idle. Like I had like 160,000 followers on TikTok. I lost like 8,000 of those followers from just ignoring the platform for like 2 years.
So
Same with Instagram. I had like 35,000 on Instagram. Oh man, I ignored Instagram for like 4 or 5 years, and now I think I have like 24,000. So I lost like 14,000 followers from just ignoring it. Oh, no worries. Honestly, Ventura, I do think that they have an issue where it just shows like you're unfollowing them. I don't know, because I never unfollowed Sushi Dragon, but I had to follow him recently. You guys, Ventura is an incredible streamer. I don't know if you guys have ever been here when we raided her, but she's a vibe. She's a vibe. And she's very sweet and has a really nice community. But yeah, so I was just talking about how like what a blessing it is to be able to have the platforms that I have and to be able to have the resources that I have. And you know, it's a shame if you don't utilize them, but it's also hard to manage everything on your own. It's like, how much work can one person do, you know? I stream 200 to 250 hours a month. Like, how am I supposed to post across all these different platforms that I worked as many hours and as many years as I worked on Twitch? I worked on these other platforms, but they're less rewarding, and it's so, you know, it's just like scrolling through Instagram all day and being active and posting all day and checking everyone's stories, scrolling through TikToks all day, being active, networking, blah, blah, blah. It's exhausting, but I'm at the point where I'm about to get a new laptop and I want to start editing photos with Photoshop, just to brighten them up and add depth to them and like have a good editing style that feels right. And it'll probably be like a default for most of my photos that I share on Instagram from stream. But I also want to be able to edit videos for Instagram Reels. I want to be able to edit videos for supercuts of my live streams on YouTube that are monetizable and advertiser friendly. And I also want to have the same stuff I would post like on YouTube. I want to make sure I have shorts of clips and funny moments or special moments or beautiful unique events or stuff that we experience together. I want to start posting on my TikTok. I want to do TikTok stories, TikTok videos. So I'm just like trying to amp myself back up into like being like ridiculously proactive, but I don't want to spread myself too thin. I don't want to burn out. I don't, you know, so like I'm taking it one step at a time. I'm on like the TikTok partnership program. I'm verified on TikTok. I can earn from TikTok. Haven't earned in a long time. I'm on the monetization section with the partnered section of Instagram. That is all set up and good to go. We are multi-streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. Kick will pay me per hour. You don't even necessarily have to subscribe there or anything or spend a dime. YouTube, I earn only by donations, but in the future, once I start posting videos and shorts, hopefully I'll be able to earn enough for my payouts each month just from ads. Hopefully, it's a long-term thing, but yeah. So that's all that. I love to be transparent and overshare. Gives you a little insight into like what does it look like to do what a lot of streamers are doing. And with all the errors that Twitch has been having, where my view count will go from like 80s to literally 30 viewers in 1 second because of Twitch errors, you never know like how long the longevity of your viewership or what days or seasons your viewership's going to go up or down. Ultimately, the goal for any streamer is viewer retention, and then over time to increase the CV, which is the concurrent viewership, meaning, you know, like right now we're probably at like what, 30 something viewers. You know, just like a month or two ago, we'd stream for an hour and we'd already be at like 60, 70. And after like 3 or 4 hours, we'd be at like 90, 100. And that's like without raids. So you got to realize, with that being said, that there's an ebb and flow to being a self-employed person online. And in some months are financially not as good as other months on Twitch. Viewership is not as good as other months. You never know. There's an ebb and flow to it. It's very spontaneous. And so with that being said, I think it's important for me to make sure I'm dialing all my streams of income in that are applicable for what I'm already doing in life. So I have all these large platforms. I'm going to start using more of them. But yeah, so that's basically the summary of everything we just talked about. You don't have TikTok because China? No. Just kind of thank you. He's got such a good pool to start pulling more from, but I agree. I was meh on IG, etc. Love streaming instead, and so hard to manage. I totally wholeheartedly feel that from the depths of my soul. But yeah, that's that, guys. That's my whole spiel. And I'm in the middle of studying transmissions. So I'm in the middle of studying transmissions, and studying transmissions is the biggest rabbit hole in the fucking world. But I'm studying the one that's in my van, and the goal before, like the donut goal at the top left of the screen is essentially for me to buy a transmission service kit where I get the trans pan gasket, I get the trans fluid, and I get a new trans fluid filter. And then I do that service on my own, which I've never done in my whole life, a transmission service like that. I would always pay a company, a business to do it, like a mechanic. I have been dealing with some stuff with, I believe, to be my transmission, and it seems like the conditions are sort of increasing in frequency, and so now I'm studying transmissions, so I'm not one of those people who just takes their vehicle in and is like, I don't know, I think my transmission's messed up. That's like telling, like, they just have the opportunity to be deceiving. They have the opportunity to take advantage of you. They have the opportunity to be lazy. Like, if they don't want to take apart the whole transmission just to replace the fucking clutch, the clutch rings or the gearbox section, or it's like, oh, we have to take the whole thing apart to replace this one thing, and they're just like, well, let's charge them for a whole transmission, and then let's just throw the whole pre-built transmission in there. Let's charge them $6,000 to $11,000 for it. Fuck that. I've been the only person to work on my van ever since I bought it, and I've turned like a $3,000 quote into like a $700 job before. Did it all myself, still have hundreds of dollars worth of useful tools and experience. So they'll charge you 6, 7, 8 times more than it would cost you to do it yourself. But you just have to be able to survive getting headaches every night because you're studying and researching forums, you're studying and researching YouTube videos, you're studying and researching professional like mechanical repair guides, like service engine manuals and transmission manuals and repair manuals, and it lists like the size and length and torque specs of every bolt. It lists like what should the pressure be in these 7 different parts of your transmission, what should the slipping be at, what should like the heat of your trans fluid be at. Like, there's all these crazy fucking layers and components and variables, and like there's defaults that each one of these should be at, and then there's like different variables, like if it's not in good condition, is trying to repair it in certain ways actually gonna be detrimental to the process of like actually fixing and rebuilding it. There's so many variables, it's fucking crazy. I literally have been like losing my mind a little bit, but that's what happened when I studied the engines, the OM647 turbo diesel engine that's in it, the Mercedes engine. If you hire a German diesel mechanic in the United States, they charge you 4 to 5 times more than any American car mechanic would ever. So once I learned that when I first bought the van, I was like, nope, I'm buying tools and I'm busting knuckles and I'm just gonna risk it. And now I'm at the same position, but with my transmission, and boy, have I learned a lot and have a lot to learn. But with all that being said, the cost at the top of the screen is so that I can get the transmission service kit where I change the fluid, the filter, take the oil, take the trans pan off, put it back on. It comes with a new gasket. And then that will be the first time I've ever done that by myself. So that's like kind of a level up for me. It's experience. And then that costs around $150 after taxes for that kit. And that kit is in San Diego. I could have it delivered, but it would cost me more then. And I love San Diego, so maybe we'll just go there and get it. And then the scanner, I found a scanner that's like the best in its price range, and after taxes it's like $250. So that adds up to like $400. A scanner that would allow me to control and isolate different tests and do like bi-directional testing, meaning like say there's 8 solenoids in your transmission, you'll literally be able to isolate one solenoid and run tests on it. And instead of you being like, is this part good or bad, you can find out if it's like on the verge of being bad. Like there's so many, because like normally when you hook up a code reader to a vehicle, it tells you if it's broken, needs to be replaced, or if it tells you if it's okay. It doesn't tell you like the variables in between it, where it's like, oh, well, it's performing this way, which is an indicator that in 6 to 12 months, it's going to fail. So there's like super expensive code readers that run from like $1,200 to $3,500 that literally they have in the Mercedes-Benz like shops and dealerships and stuff that they run and like do comprehensive testing. But in my situation, I'm not quite like a master mechanic or anything like that. And so I found this one that's like $250 after taxes, and it does like 59 resets, and it does like relearning, and it does bi-directional isolating testing, meaning I could do some stuff and I could like reset the oil change lights, I could reset transmission service lights, I can live check, I can plug it into my car, drive, and then it'll tell me the temperature of my transmission fluid, it'll tell me the status of all these different parts of like my car in a live statistical readout, and that's pretty advanced. So I figured for what I need, I mostly really just wanted one that can read the transmission to the fullest extent of any of them. And so I found one. So long story short, I found one. And so with the transmission service kit and with the code reader, that is around $400. And then a trip to San Diego and picking up the materials. And then I want to stop at a place in San Diego because there's more sprinter specialists there than anywhere else around, and kind of just run over what I'm doing with this really, really experienced shop owner that I met like last year, and tell him like what I'm attempting to do and what my symptoms are, and also pay him to rotate my tires. The thing is that like if I was trying to rotate my tires myself, I would need like a 6-ton jack and like high rated multi-ton jack stands. And while that is a cool investment, and I personally would prefer to be able to do that myself too, those are hard as fuck for me to store. Like if I stored those in my van, it would just be clunky and take up so much space and be kind of like a mess. So for now, and my storage unit's not quite big enough to store something like that, but for now, I guess I would prefer to pay a professional mechanic to lift my van up properly and healthily and rotate my tires for me. So basically the cost of everything on my screen should cover all that. It should cover the transmission service kit, it should cover the scanner, it should cover the trip to San Diego to get the parts, and it should cover the visit to the specialized sprinter mechanic that I met the owner of the place. It should cover him also rotating my tires. So I just took all those things into consideration. So everything at the top left of my screen is stream related because I live and stream out of my van full time. So hopefully we're in the right direction. A company would charge me like, I don't know, $300-400 to do the transmission service easy, and I'll only have to pay like $150 for all of it and do the labor myself. The code scanner I think could come in handy in the future for myself, the more advanced one, because I already have a code scanner. It just doesn't read transmission stuff, and it doesn't do a bunch of resets and have live diagnosis. So I'm you know, maybe one day I'll be like enough of an advanced mechanic on my own engine for myself that maybe I will want like $1,000 or $2,000 scan code reader. But I think that this is a good starting place as a learning curve for me, and to feel more confident to have a really high quality scanner that doesn't require the internet to run or scan like my other scanner does, and that has a lot of features and options. And then I've been talking about wanting to get my tires rotated like every 6 months, and it's been about almost 2 years since I got the van. I haven't rotated them once. So I'm trying to make sure I increase the longevity of the tires, because those tires are expensive as fuck on my van. And then when they rotate the tires, I can ask them for their professional opinion on what my brakes are looking like, because I haven't had my brakes done since I bought the van either. I asked the guy when the last time the brakes were done, and he was like, I don't know. They haven't been having issues, and I haven't been worried about them, but I do want to make sure I'm taking precautionary action on all these different things. But yeah, so I've been working really hard on all this stuff, guys. Carl, what's up, dude? Thank you so much for the $10 dono, man. Oh, Rainbow, I see you over there. Here, let me respond promptly. But yeah, that's that. Dude, Carl, thank you. It'd be nice to replace any parts that are wearing out while you have it apart. Yeah. Right. Like if they're rotating the tires and they're like, hey, we'll charge you $600 to replace your brake pads, your rotors are fine, whatever, we'll bleed the brakes, we'll do that whole job. I'd probably just fucking dig into my funds and probably also get the brakes done or something, you know what I mean? Can you drop the link? I'd like to look at that one. Which one, Chick? What one, Chaz, Chick? The scanner? Yeah, I can do that. And in some areas, they cost more. I found this listing is a little less of cost. I hate studying and researching. Such a good skill, something I severely suck at. Well, since I moved into my van and I became a van lifer and I realized how much they charge, I was like, I'm gonna start doing this shit on my own as much as I can. And like when I hit a wall and I feel like inept, or I feel like, oh man, I can't afford $3,000 worth of tools, or I don't have the time and I need a professional to do this with all the best equipment in a shop so that I can sleep in it the next day and not have to wait days and days. Because if I took something apart, it might take me days to put it back together if it's a really serious job. Like I couldn't take my transmission fully off of my engine mount and from my van and drop it with a special. I could, but if I did, I guarantee you it would be on the ground or on a shelf for weeks while I try to learn how to repair it and stuff. A real expert mechanic who can take a transmission off and rebuild it or replace it, they can do it in a day. You know, they could do 2 of those jobs in one day.
So this right here is where they stop destroying the canal.
So I feel like it's, you know, I just have to take all these variables into consideration. Oh yeah, wait, no, I didn't. Here, I'll post the scanner in the chat right here. Here's the Amazon link. You did that on your Eurovan? No fun, really? Good afternoon, Dipsy. What's up, punk? You could help others with that scanner too? Yeah, true. And thank you again, Carl, for that really generous $10 dono. Thank you so much. First dono of the day. Yeah, true, Ches Chick, but at the same time, I feel like it's very specific to like Mercedes and engines that would maybe be in a Mercedes. So it's not like a multi-use, like can scan any vehicle. Like if I ended up getting one that costs like, that's the crazy part, is they have ones that are very much specialized for Mercedes-Benz dealerships and Mercedes-Benz certified mechanic shops. And even those ones are very uniquely oriented to be used with Mercedes engines and transmissions and ECM and TCM, which is like the engine control module, which is like a mini computer that basically listens to your engine at all times, and it listens and monitors all your sensors that are attached to everything in your engine and your brakes and all these other parts of your vehicle. And then the TCM, which is a transmission control module, which is basically a fucking computer that's built into your transmission, which means that it's an electric powered transmission module. So essentially, if you wanted to help everybody, you'd have to have like 2 scanners that each cost like $1,000 to $3,000 or $4,000. That's why I plan on only working on my own vehicle. And then if for some fucking reason what I have is helpful to someone else, I could offer up that help. But I guess my other scanner, my cheaper scanner, is actually more diverse as far as like what it does American cars, it does foreign cars, stuff like that. It's on sale, savings by anyone. Oh yeah, I see that. I see that. Well, unfortunately, I have to raise the funds first, so hopefully it's still on sale when we buy it. I'm also wondering if those are like, because it says it's a frequently returned item, which makes sense because a lot of mechanics or a lot of people who are starting to work on their own vehicles will buy stuff and then return it once they're done. Or like if they're helping a friend, but it's a unique case where it's like their friend has a Mercedes that doesn't work on their scanner, so they buy a scanner temporarily, and then when they're done doing the job, and they don't do those kinds of vehicles often, they'll return it, or it doesn't fit their needs. It did say it's a frequently returned item, but I understand that with mechanic equipment that happens often. But basically what I'm saying is that I think that there's a chance that they're selling ones that were returned, and that's why they're discounted, because I was looking on other listings of this same one, and even without the discount, the one I just shared with you is cheaper than the other listings by like $50. So there's a chance that that's how they sell the returned ones, is make it a little cheaper and then add a discount code to it. And then the ones that have never been opened and returned are like more like $310 or $320 after taxes. So I'm always trying to find a deal, so I found the one that was cheaper. But I did think about it like last night when I was researching and adding it to my lists and stuff. Carl, hey, how are you? Excuse me. Sorry for ranting. And Punk, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, thanks for letting me rant about all this stuff. It's so helpful, and it's so insightful for you guys too, I think. You guys want a better view than my face? Interesting, Carl. I wonder. Because I bought something my shoes. I bought shoes, and they had definitely been worn before. Like, there wasn't like wear and tear signs, but there was literally dirt stuck in the grooves of the bottom of the shoe. I even messaged them and was like, if you're selling a product that's been worn before, you should fucking say it in the listing. Like, you guys sent me shoes that clearly have been worn before. And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to return them or not, but like, I'm just letting you guys know you sold me a product that was clearly worn and you never listed it in the listing. And those were listed as brand new shoes. So that's why I was wondering if maybe the cheaper ones of those scan code reader thingies are potentially returned ones. We made it, V-Kite. We made it. The canals. Keep on rocking, my baby. All right, so you guys, as V-Kite said, yay canals. This is the Venice, California canals, the Venice Canals. And there is a giant chunk of cardboard from a TV screen box. There's literally like a fax machine or a printer or something in the water. I'm surprised because that shit's been in there for like a week. But this is actually ocean water. So this is seawater that comes in from these different points of the canal at this end. And then as the tide rises, this all fills up. And so if it's low tide, you'll see basically the ground. If it's high tide, you'll see the water coming up, and it starts at the other end. So that end starts filling up, and then it kind of rushes all down here. But yeah, welcome, guys. You ever wondered how things like this are built, or how this town of Los Angeles ever got to have the reputation it does, and how they decided to name this area Venice? Like, who gets to decide that stuff? Power and money. It's not like great developers or, you know, people that care about society and stuff as much as people that just have money and power. So this was all decided by Abbot Kinney, who hella fucking long ago went to Venice, Italy, and he came back and he was like, let's build this, the canals from Italy here. Oh, let's call it the Venice Canals. Oh, let's call this place Venice. And that's why this place has such an interesting reputation between Santa Monica and Venice. You kind of have to be wealthy to live here. Luckily, there's a cool art and music and surf and skate culture here, and the birthplace of, you know, Dogtown and Z-Boys and all these epic skate crews that pretty much revolutionized and popularized skateboarding culture. Luckily, there's a mix of, you know, like rich, powerful people and artsy, fun, creative individuals that are into sports and surfing and cycling, roller skating, roller blading, skateboarding. And so it is a unique place. But essentially, this whole place is built off the back of rich-ass people that hired, like, rich-ass people that would never, like, break a sweat and work labor-intensive jobs their entire life, but giving the opportunity for people to get labor jobs to create these developments such as the canals. It's very interesting. I've done a ton of research on California, from San Francisco to LA and in between. And this place has such an interesting history. And back when there was just a tiny community, tiny neighborhoods, lots of open space and land in between houses, and tiny town center. There was a big hotel and a big casino, and one railroad track that was like basically the main transportation to travel around California. And now it's turned into this like crazy city. What up, Off Grid? How are you? It's good to see you, dude. Yeah, the water's nice and high, huh, V-Kite? So the skating competition ends at like 3. So, but it's just kids today, and I feel like it would be a little awkward just to be at the rookie competition with all the kids, but a lot of those kids are pro. So it would actually be interesting to see them shred. I woke up V-Kite, I did not stay up till 3:30 last night, but I did stay up till like 1:30. And I know I said I wouldn't stay up past 12:30, but I was researching transmissions and I made so much progress, and I dialed all this info into like Google AI, Gemini, and I had like in-depth conversations about everything I'm trying to work on with my engine and my transmission, and what scan like code readers options I found, and like to give me like discrepancies between them. And I got so much information on like how this particular transmission, like what are all the components, and then in-depth comprehensive information about how all those components work, and then how they all work together, and then like based off of my symptoms and how many miles I've driven, and et cetera, like I got all this incredible information, and I copied it all and made a bunch of notes, and kind kind of like proactively like checking all my platforms and thinking about how I'm going to execute publishing more and stuff. And so I did have no time wasted. I could have like scrolled social media mindlessly, but I didn't. And the only like thing I did that wasn't me working on that stuff, and you guys should try this sometime. The only thing I did last night that didn't involve me studying and educating myself and preparing myself for a success, the only thing I did aside from that was I opened Spotify and I listened to a shitload of songs, and I just kind of like stared at the album art and at the like video that loops on Spotify if they have a video. And I just listened to music for like an hour. And any staring at my phone wasn't me scrolling. It was just me appreciating how amazing music is and how fucking lucky we are to have so much access, and how so many people are making good music around the whole world, and we just have access to it at all times. Like right now, like 1,000 people around the world just released a song that we'll probably love. Like all 1,000 of these people, but will we ever find all those songs? Maybe, maybe not. But I love music, and I grew up in the music industry, and it's a big part of speaks to my soul and enlivens me. And highly recommend it. If you guys ever fall victim to like laying in bed and scrolling through Twitter or scrolling through X or whatever you want to call it, or scrolling through Instagram but not really being productive with it, or scrolling through TikTok or whatever, YouTube shorts, try just binging music like we used to back in the day. Because if you're binging music and you're just looking into the albums and into the artists and stuff, at least it's better, it's healthier for you than like if you're gonna binge social media, you know? So highly recommended. Felt good, fed my soul, didn't feel exhausted or conflicted. I didn't see things I didn't want to see, you know? Music, it's good for the soul. But yeah, so other than doing all that research and all that stuff, and then since tomorrow's the first day of the official like society's work week, Monday through Friday, I'll probably get an email back from the Twitch Creator Success team, who I just confirmed that I'm down to sign up for a 90-day Creator Success course thingy through Twitch. So I'm giving them insights on what my passions are and what my goals are and what goals I'm working towards and how I'm working towards achieving them, and any kind of challenges I face or anything, like to just maximize the potential that we could have here. They'll give me insight and tips and tricks and stuff throughout the next 90 days. It basically ends right before TwitchCon. So I don't know if they'll like end up talking about it at TwitchCon, or if they'll end up posting about it on Twitter, or if they're just not going to talk about it publicly or what. But they did reach out to me personally and told me that I'm a great candidate and that I have a lot of potential, which is funny when people use the word potential in a professional email to me about me. I always like it when somebody manages to slip that in there. Spotify? So you can do Spotify for free, but it shows you ads. I think I paid $10.99 or $11.99 for Spotify so that I don't get ads. But I think with whatever app you use, whether it's Apple or YouTube or whatever, even binge watching music videos is better than just obsessively scrolling through social media apps. Because music is very intentional, and like it's easy to know if you like it or not, and you can share it with most people that you think that would like it, and you know, music, W. Is it online, the class thingy? No, it's like through email. They're just gonna keep up with me regularly through email, and it's less of like one-on-ones. It's more of like experienced Twitch staff that have worked with like creators from the smallest to the biggest on the platform that can give me like insight and kind of just try to guide me in a direction that overall benefits the success of my future on the platform. And they changed it so you used to only be able to apply to front page once every 4 months. They took off the 4 months thing, so now supposedly you can apply for partnership every month. So I know that I've been ranting about all the stuff I want to do and all the stuff I want to keep up with, but that's another thing I want to do, is apply for front page once a month. Sounds productive, yeah. Yep. So all those things, you know, maybe if we succeed and grow and our income seems to scale up too, then maybe I can hire a company just to be my publicist, like meaning they publish and execute the posts that I want to make on social media for me, which takes the weight and time off my back, and I can just do the thing that really brings me joy, which is streaming. But then again, when you're the host and you're the person who's the personality, that publishing all that stuff on your own has a better advantage usually. But then again, if you don't have the time and you don't want to spread yourself thin or burn yourself out, then it's probably wise to look into social media publishing management type offers and services. Especially because I got so burnt out on social media in the past that I used all my social media platforms as proof of concept that like I know how to work the algorithm. I know how to scale on these platforms. I know how to utilize the things that you're given to make the most out of it. And instead of posting on my platforms, I was literally hired full-time to be somebody else's social media manager, like for Victoria and a few other people. So I was earning a living from just putting my socials on the back burner and then running other people's socials. I don't know why. It's just this weird process that I've been going through. Damn, look how pretty it is over here. I want to make sure that I'm putting in the right amount of effort, but also the minimal amount of effort if I'm doing all this myself, right? Like, and by minimal amount of effort, that means like really dialing in efficiency and quality over quantity, but also not spending too much time once the routine is clear to me, like what my process and routine of like editing and sharing and publishing these things across all the different platforms, and then also capturing those things, like having the right mindset to be like, oh, let's take a beautiful picture here, oh, let's that clip's going to be a good one to share, or oh, this stream is going to be great for a supercut of this adventure, this trip to SF or whatever. And kind of just making it a part of my muscle memory, from making sure I acknowledge what would be good, or making sure I take advantage of an opportunity where I can take a nice photo or a series of photos throughout the day or week or whatever. And then like not delaying myself. I think that a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that they can post stuff like that's irrelevant chronologically. Meaning like, I'm not going to post a bunch of clips about something that I did a year ago because I've been slacking for a year. What I want to do is be like chronologically relevant. So I want like to not leave content behind when good content is created. You know what I mean? It's like, say I have some beautiful photos or some really good video clips that would be good to share, that instead of like twiddling my thumbs and being like, oh, well, I'll share all of this in a week with this other stuff or whatever, or I can share this whenever, instead of doing that, like remembering that keeping things chronologically like relevant to the current times and what we're doing now is smarter because people are more likely to come and look for what they've been seeing. Like, oh, I saw that clip of you in San Francisco. It's so cool that you're still there. What are you doing today? But if I posted it like today, but we were in San Francisco a month ago, then it would be a little awkward because I'd be like, oh, I'm in LA now. And I get it, that happens. You don't have to post everything the second you get the fucking picture or the clip. But I do think at least trying your best to keep it relevant as far as time goes is important. I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I used to run other people's social media full time. Like, I was a full-time social media management and consultant, like, business. And so all of these points I'm making are valid points that I would also make to people who would hire me. I even helped one person go from like 20,000 followers to literally over 1 million. And I helped a company go from like 50,000 followers to like 250,000 followers, and so on and so forth. It's not about just growing in followers, but both of those people had businesses, and so it was very focused, and they wanted to make the best out of what they could. And so I'm just kind of rehashing out loud some of the things that I've been able to share as far as insights for other people, to remind myself to do it in a way that's professional and do it in a way that's remarkable. Like, other people will be like, wow, good job on all that. Like, you're streaming and you're your own publicist and your own whatever. So it's a lot to deal with, but I'm also like, this is my life, you know, and I want to keep making the best of it. And then aside from all that, I need to plan what I want to do. I need to promote what I'm going to do. I need to execute and stream what I've been planning and promoting. I need to keep in touch with, you know, companies and people that I'm affiliating with that are mutually beneficial. Also need to consider doing collaborations with people. I need to consider becoming friends with collaborations I would have never thought would exist. You know, not be super stuck in my little orbit of my friends and my community. And I love them and I respect them and I support them. But I do think that on certain levels, you need to make sure you realize that the degree of separation between you and somebody that you fuck with heavily that you never knew existed is so small, you know? And some of those people can help catapult each other into a healthy direction, right? It's not about dick riding each other. It's not about riding the coattails. It's not about climbing the ladder. It's not about popularity. It's not about being cool. None of that shit fucking matters. Unless you're like a hyper-capitalist, egomaniacal freak, which a lot of streamers are. But no offense. Love you guys. Ain't no shame in the game. Everybody does it differently. But for me, I just know that there's like these significant overlaps that happen once in a blue moon where you're like, wow, man, my audience fucking loves you. You know, like, I've streamed with people where I was super pleasantly surprised, and also the collab was like a surprise and a kind of unexpected but welcomed. And then my community's like, wow, I love that person, and like, I'll regularly go visit those people's streams and I'll enjoy their content and the vibe, and I love their community, and then vice versa, where it's like, oh, regulars to someone else's stream check in on our streams now, stuff like that. And because, you know, unless everybody's scaling in your orbit, like, unless everybody's scaling and like proud of themselves for, like, you know, trying to kind of grow on the platform, and then, you know, it becomes more of like a buddy system where you're just streaming with people where it's mutually beneficial because you enjoy it, which is very important. But you also need to like reach out and like contact or like tap into the untapped pools, and not selfishly for yourself, but with intention, thinking about these other streamer, like, does my community see eye to eye with their morals or their personality or what they do for a living? Or, you know, yes. Okay, fuck yeah. You know, might be a really healthy collab. I think my community will love them. Do you think vice versa? Will their community respect and appreciate, you know, me? in our community. So, and I'm not actively like searching for these things. I think that they just happen when they're supposed to happen. But also keeping that in mind. Not like redundantly collaborating with the same people over and over and over, unless you just vibe super hard and you love those people. But making sure that you realize that one of the tasks at hand is to focus on scaling and focusing on helping the other people scale too, if you see opportunity for it, and trying to encourage the best in others too. Like if you notice a quality or a type of stream content that somebody does that deserves more credit and deserves to be like reminded to them that like, ooh, I would love to see you do more of this content. I love when you do this stuff. Like sometimes it hits a certain type of way when another streamer or another content creator tells you something like that. And when you're surrounded by only your community, they also support you in those ways, but they'll also enable you. Like if you're having trouble and you're hitting a wall and you're like, well, I need to just give myself a break from overthinking this. Like, yeah, that's true. If you're like genuinely considering how it feels psychologically, emotionally, mentally, physically to be overwhelmed with like spreading yourself thin and trying to like do new things or do more things or increase the frequency at which you do things or whatever, that it is valid, and your community will be like, yeah, take time for yourself. But there will also be times where your community wants to treat you gently and they never want to push you too far. But once in a while, like another streamer will tell you like, oh, I loved when you did this. And then instead of thinking about being worried about spreading yourself thin or thinking about all the shit in your life, that you just narrow in your focus a little bit and you start executing that more often, that the likelihood that another streamer mentioning it kind of encourages you to be your best self and just say, fuck it, like, let's just do this, let's try it. There's also that. So surrounding yourself with people that you trust and respect and like them and their content, but also surrounding yourself with new people and getting to know new people, because new perspectives teach you a lot of insightful things, and new perspectives can sometimes inspire you to do incredible things. So, yes, I am going to TwitchCon. Hey, Casey Kasem, thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful morning too. We're actually heading over to the skate jam. Can you guys type a W if you're watching? If you can hear my voice and you've been kind of following along on my caffeine rant about all the stuff I'm thinking about, can you type a W in the chat really quick? Real quick. Carl, Off-Grid Everything, Rainbow, Base God, Therion, Casey Kasem, V-Kite. I went and got groceries so far. That's it. Not so bad. No, that's good. We got Groot. We got Casey Kasem over on Kick. You guys make sure that you're subbed up on Twitch. We hit the 100 plus points this month. Thank you guys so friggin' much, you guys. If you guys take into consideration, every time you subscribe and you pay for your own sub, I get a plus point. I get 1 point for tier 1, 1 point for tier 2, 6 points for tier 3, and they go away at the end of the month and go back to 0 on the first of the month. What happens is it extends my plus program perks, which means instead of making 50% of my sub earnings from paid and gifted subs, I get paid 60%. And because we hit that 100 plus points this month, which I was a little concerned about maybe not hitting it, we did it. Thanks, guys. I love you guys. That means that they will keep the continuation going, the extension of it. So take that in consideration for next month. If you want to help push it super hard, you can always upgrade to a tier 3 sub. I actually get paid about $18. I get paid 70% of tier 3 subs because I'm a partner, so it's kind of a good trade-off, especially because they give me the plus points. But yeah, thank you guys so much. We did it. We friggin' did it. Appreciate you guys a ton. So grateful. Groot. Oh my God, you guys are on all the platforms. But yeah, hi everybody. My name is Danny, also known as Potential Bliss. Sub up on Twitch, guys. Prime counts too. I think I'm gonna get my alt account affiliated. So if you guys want to just dump your primes over there, you can. But aside from that, realistically, thank you guys so much for this month. It was an incredible month. San Francisco was awesome. The first 10 or so days of this month, we did so much fun stuff in San Francisco. And then we came out to LA. I did 17 days of doggy duties. And yesterday was my first day untethered from those responsibilities. And I had such a great time. So yeah, thank you. I love you guys. What is today again? Yeah, so it's June 29th, 2025. It is Sunday. We are in sunny Los Angeles, California. We're at the Venice Canals right now. We're going to head over towards the Venice Skate Park and try to catch some of the rookie youth professional flat ground freestyle skate competition. And then we're going to try to make it to Pier 360, which is an event happening on the Pier in Santa Monica. So thank you guys so friggin' much for being here. We are simulcasting live on 3 platforms right now. We're partner streamer on Twitch, partner streamer on YouTube, partner streamer on Kick. We haven't even streamed 2 weeks on Kick, but we are multi-streaming every stream now. And I get paid by frequency of viewers and chatters. So if you ever want to tab up the Kick side, and if you ever just want to say, hey, hi, how are you? Open up a dialogue in the chat. I'll type back. We can have a little back and forth periodically throughout the stream. Nothing too crazy, not to the detriment of where the real livelihood for me comes from, where the best discovery comes from, where the most active and largest community on stream I have is Twitch. So please keep that in mind. Tab it up. Go over there if you notice that the chat's kind of dead, and ask how everyone's doing, or ask me how I'm doing or how I'm feeling, and I promise I'll appreciate it so much and I will respond. But for example, yesterday we streamed for 10.5 hours on all platforms, and we were 50 cents shy of $10 on Kick. Somehow it managed to get all the way up there. Maybe the hours, the frequency of viewers and chatters. But I've mentioned this earlier, just to simulcast there without even asking you guys to subscribe or anything, it looks like on average, while just getting our feet wet, and I would imagine over time it'll slowly increase, but we're going to average about $5 to $10 per stream just from their paying for streaming, and which will average me around $100 to $200 a month, which, for example, on this month, which is and I mean this from a place of love and respect and not overanalyzing it in a negative way, just from a professional analysis of my own business, is that this month on Twitch was my lowest earning month from the Twitch payout side in the last 6 or 7 or 8 months or something like that. So to make an extra $100 on Kick this month is exactly the reason why I think multi-streaming there is a good idea. And getting a $100 payout from YouTube this month is a perfect example, case in point, of why I think multi-streaming to YouTube is important at this point too. So now that not only have I talked about this for, the last couple weeks, now I have a perfect example, a case in point, proof of concept, is that on my lower, slower months, without spreading myself thin, granted, I have had to explain the Kick thing, explain my morality, explain that I'm not jumping ship, explaining that Twitch is king and that I love Twitch and that they give us the best discovery and they've always treated me so good. And I perform at TwitchCon and I do all this stuff. I'm very involved. I'm very happy. I've made a ton of friends on here that I wouldn't trade for the world. The community members, streamers, everybody, staff members. So with all that being said, we're finally at the point where we have a really good example that, it's only going to help me from multi-streaming. I don't have an ego about it. I'm not a troublemaker. I don't have any negative thoughts or connotations about Twitch or YouTube, and I'm not jumping ship. I ain't talking shit about any of the platforms. I'm very appreciative of all of them. And we stream because we love streaming. We have positive interactions because that's how I am as a person, and would prefer to interact with people and strangers and things and community. And so I'm happy. And the reason I'm rationalizing this so in depth is because I don't want anybody to ever look at me or think of me differently because I'm simulcasting on multiple platforms, especially with simulcasting on Kick. Because I know that their reputation would possibly make people consider, oh, I wonder what the morality is of this person, and that, it's a money grab or whatever. But honestly, did I ever ask you guys to subscribe on Kick? Nope, not once. I mean, Kick wouldn't be mad at that either. They only take 5% of that. Like, every time somebody subscribes, they only take like 30 fucking cents. So they're not earning very much from it. It's not like a mandatory, like, you should be promoting this. And but with that being said, if somebody does so choose to subscribe to me there, it costs you $5. I get like $4.70 of that. So yeah, that's me wearing the truth out in the open, explaining to you guys. And now now that my feet are wet, now that I see the analytics and statistics based off of just starting out there, now I can talk about it less, focus on it less, unless somebody asks or somebody makes an implication. Because a lot of people are diehard, like, I'm not going to stream on that platform, and I understand. But I also have been basically poor my whole life, no matter how hard I work, no matter how much blood, sweat, and tears that I put into everything I work on. It seems like, for someone like myself, if I can make an extra $100 or $200 by utilizing another platform while streaming healthy, happy content and hoping for the best, why wouldn't I? Right? Okay, now type a 1 in the chat if you think that I've explained this in a way that's like very truthful and honest and insightful as to who I am and how I feel about it. Please type a 1 in the chat if you feel like I can close out this segment of me explaining thoroughly about how it is and how I feel about it and why I'm doing it. Because I don't just rant to rant. Like, I promise I'm trying to connect with you guys and help you guys understand me better. And I just trust and appreciate and respect you guys so friggin' much that if a majority of you guys were like, listen, we can recoup the amount that you're trying to make there. I don't believe in their morals. I don't believe in their ethics, like gambling, etc., nuisance streamers, racism, bigotry, all the phobias and different things, inequality and like hate that you see on that platform isn't worth it. Like, don't do that, blah, blah, blah. Like, if you guys like stood and were like, fuck that, dude, like, you're better than this, etc., like, but with a ton of rationale and like crossing over what it means to you to be a part of this, etc., that I would reconsider 100% for you guys. I would take that into consideration and I would decide what is my next move, So that's why I'm explaining it in these ways and trying to make sure that you guys believe that I'm making the right decisions. And, if something ever happened on that platform, on the green site, that really rubbed me the wrong way or made me feel uncomfortable or unsafe or something, I would pull the cord. And maybe I wouldn't pull it right away. Maybe I'd reach out to the website and say, is this a common behavior, a common tendency that's going to be a part of my life if I decide to be here? And if that doesn't serve my happiness or doesn't make me feel welcomed or at home or in the right place, then clearly I'm going to pull out. But technically, we're just like one of the smallest IRL streamers on their site who's not view botting or anything. So I'm like at the very fucking bottom of the list on IRL. And so we don't really stand out much. We don't have people like competing with us. We don't have people like overly observing us. Granted, I'm sure dozens and dozens of people have stopped by and casted their little judgments on the fact that I got partnered without having to hit all the numbers and follower and view count and sub and all this different shit. that because of all of the thousands and thousands of hours of work I put into other platforms, Kick decided to fast track me and approve me for partnership in the Kick program there, which will upset people because there's people who've been streaming on there for years and they still never got verified. They still never got on the Kick program. So personally, I know for a fact that people will judge me. And if for some reason we get like featured on the front page, or if for some reason we get a big raid or regular raids from people I don't know, and it does increase our viewership there, we will start to see that type of behavior, I predict. So I'm kind of happy with just where we're at. If we can keep the average at 10, 15 viewers without any hosts or raids on Kick, if we can keep like a regular, semi-regular, hey, how are you to other people in chat, how are you to me, etc., little like chatting there every now and again throughout the entirety of the stream, nothing crazy. Obviously, you know, we built this community on Twitch. Some of you guys have sent 10,000 messages in my chat on Twitch chat, and I don't want you to divert yourself to this other one where all the homies aren't at. So if you've been a part of this community for a long time, make sure you keep communicating with all the people who love and are happy to see you here every day, you know, because those people look forward to you being here. Those people look forward to chatting with you, and those types of that type of engagement and those types of interactions on our Twitch chat is what encourages new people that are lurking to come out of their shell and say hi and say, oh, well, I'm a little shy, but you guys seem really nice, or whatever. But yeah, so I'm happy with where we're at. Like I said, if we make $5 to $10 a day, then we'll average around 100 to 200 just through that. And I'll keep you updated. I don't want to rant about it too much, but I figured since I've been working on all my own personal stuff lately, and we just started simulcasting there, and I'm branching out to trying to be prompt and posting things on all my platforms to promote Twitch and all these things. And I figured I'd like make sure you guys are all clued into everything that's going through my head with all this stuff. So thank you. Danny Express, who are you? I mean, how are you? My name's Danny actually as well, Danny. Welcome in, dude. So Smart TV doesn't have Kick App meme problem. I think that they're going to add it to something. I saw something about that.
Oh, no, because they're all in New York. None of them like that.
No, Casey Kasem, they won't be mad at Kick for that. They'll be mad at me.
So none of them are from.
I mean, they'll be like, well, they don't want to like talk shit to Kick because they're still trying to be verified there. They're still trying to be on the partner program there. So they'll just build up a resentment towards me more vocally than they would to Kick, because they wouldn't risk Kick like shadow banning them or telling them to fuck off or denying their applications because of how they acted in the DMs or something like that, or on Twitter or whatever. So I've seen it. I've seen people be like, oh, these people that just have their Twitch viewers go and spam emotes in their chat every 10 minutes and they're not even chatting or having any real conversation. Like, they're not trying to build the platform and network. And I understand where they're coming from, but if, generally speaking, the people who talk like that about people that are partnered on all platforms and just got fast-tracked to partner on Kick, most of the people who talk shit about those people have never found, most, right? Not all. But most of those people never got partnered on Twitch. Most of those people have never been partnered on YouTube. Most of those people have never gone viral on any platform. And they found Kick and they're like, fuck, maybe this is me. This is for the underdogs. I always said Twitch is for underdogs, but even more so newer platforms that haven't been around as long, like Kick. So when an underdog is pushing really hard and their viewership is good and they've been doing it for years and they still haven't gotten approved, when they see somebody like myself with like 130 followers on Kick start streaming and they don't see me putting my full attention to the chat like they did for years, that's totally reasonable for them to have a resentment towards the fact that I'm fast-tracked. But if you are one of those people, take into consideration, I put fucking thousands of hours into every platform I've ever succeeded at. And I want to continue to revitalize them and redefine what success means to me and what I'm passionate about. And always focusing on a professional level about my finances. And so if anybody is upset that I'm multi-streaming on Kick, like a Kick streamer who's been trying to get verified, with all due respect, keep grinding. You're gonna fucking get it. Believe in yourself. Please. I know you can do it. If I can do all this shit on other platforms and get fast-tracked to Kick partnership, then you can make it. You can do it. You will achieve. You will accomplish it. You will be so proud of yourself. Your community will be so proud of yourself. But it takes years, man. I mean, these people that post on Twitter about being upset that people are getting fast-tracked and they're not actually like trying their best to push people to Kick, and it's like, yeah, well, you wouldn't just jump ship and pretend that this is the best option for yourself if you put 5,000 hours of work into this platform over 4 years. You wouldn't just do that. You would have a different understanding of what that means to you. So take that into consideration. I didn't just get fast-tracked on every platform I use. I didn't just get 150, 160,000 followers on TikTok overnight. No, I put hella studies, hella research, hella, networking, hella collaborating, hella time into that. I didn't just grow on Instagram and like make a living off that because it just was magic. No, I put years and years and thousands of hours into that too. Hi, baby. Can you let me through? And I didn't get partnered on Twitch because of magic. I streamed on there for years. Like, if people are upset about not getting partner after a couple years of streaming on Kick, well, fuck. I've been streaming on Twitch for like 5 years. I only got partnered 5 months ago. I should have celebrated my 5-month anniversary today instead of tomorrow, because today's the weekend. 5-month Twitch partner celebration. But yeah, these are all things that have gone through my head and things I've seen, and I've seen the way that people treat each other. So yeah, just kind of throwing that out there. I bet you that if you're the type of person on Kick who like grinds from the ground up and never got like fast-tracked into partnership there, that you probably get more hosts, more raids, because a lot of those people are diehard for Kick and they talk shit about Twitch all the time, which I'm never going to be talking shit about Twitch because I have zero reason to. They've treated me so good. They've changed my life. So I figured I'd mention that kind of stuff. All those variables are things that I have to consider. How will I be looked at? Like the only people who've rated me on Kick are people that I know through Twitch. So kind of makes sense, doesn't it? But yeah, that's kind of how it all works. Oh yeah, Carl, but you have to have a lot of subscribers on YouTube, and you also have to have be in concurrent, has to be recent activity too. You can't just have an old ass account that doesn't get any motion or any kind of engagement and then be like, oh, well, I used to post on here 4 years ago and I got 1 million subscribers. Even somebody with 1 million subscribers, but it's an inactive account, probably will get denied partnership on Twitch. But if you have 1 million subscribers on YouTube and you have videos that get 100 to maybe 1 million views over time, 100,000 to maybe 1 million views, and you post regularly, 100% they're gonna partner you on Twitch without you having to hit any of the eligibility stuff. And personally, I respect that. Bruh, if you hustled on YouTube, which has the best financial payout, the best ad revenue of any platform, literally, people who stream on all platforms and are big on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, all that stuff, if they ever pop off on YouTube, the biggest suggestion and referral from high profile management agencies and stuff is to put the larger portion of their focus into YouTube, because that's life-changing money. Bruh, you can post one video and make $5,000 to $50,000 on one video. And you can have one video get views for a full year and you could be making $2,500 a month from one video's ad revenue, let alone if you're posting regularly, if things pop off, or even people that post that only get 10 to 50,000 views per video, but they post 1 or 2 per day, on a high frequency per month. Even those people, some of those people are making $10,000 a month just from YouTube. So if you somehow succeeded on YouTube to the level of where Twitch is willing to fast track your application and expedite the process of having to hit all of the thresholds like followers, concurrent viewers, averages of 75 or above for 8 days for 2 months in a row, then hell yeah, you deserve it. I'm on board with like, if you've worked hard and you get a back door to somewhere else, yeah, that's the industry, man. That's how it works. But yeah. Hi Kiri, how are you? Nah, those ducks were just chilling. Oh yeah, guys, make sure you're subbed up on YouTube. I mean, on Twitch, I only run 1 ad reel per hour generally, and that ad reel will come up in like the next 10 minutes. Make sure you're subbed up. Prime counts too. We are 29 subs from our sub goal, you guys. You think we can hit our sub goal by the end of tomorrow evening? What do you guys think? We were so close to hitting our bit goal last night, but we just barely didn't get it.
Yeah, let's just walk around.
And we are, what is that? Fuck, 62 followers from the big 9K. Let's go. Hi, Smiley. How are you? Oh, thanks, VKai. Thank you so much. Like that video alone, I think I made like $500 in ad revenue off that video. So you see what I mean about like just like having YouTube, it just has a solid backbone. So all is well. How are you? I'm good. I'm glad you're doing well, Smiley. It's good to see you, bro. Just been talking a lot about what we're doing, about what I've been studying, my plans. I was staring at my roof last night thinking like, man, I can't believe I haven't bought all the equipment necessary to like sand down and buff down and primer and self-leveling sealer and lap sealant to like professionally redo my roof, because I've had a leak along the seam of my roof when I first bought the van. But kind of need a time and place where I have 3 to 4 full days where I can park in like the same area with no rain and minimal wind, hopefully, and where I can clean up all the rust, treat all the rust on the seam and on any parts of the roof that have it, and then completely protect it. And then not only does that help me in the long run for like leaks and rust prevention, but it also would give me more of a green light to potentially add like solar to my roof. And so I was thinking like, I keep putting it off. I have all these other things to work on, but it's another like experience point for me once I do that. And then the big fucking thing is the rust around the fucking windshield. Like, that's next level professional high pay body work. So it would be really interesting for me to meet somebody who's like got the time and the energy and kindness to like kind of walk me through that process and see how realistic it is for somebody like myself to do it professionally. Because man, if I start like, I'm looking at this as like, this van isn't gonna last me forever. For some reason I still feel like that a new van in good condition that has a higher top in my future is smarter than this one in the long term. But at the same time, each little thing I do to it, I'll have more experience, and then I'll have more intel. Like, say I buy this new scanner and I can hook it up to and do live diagnosis on the transmission and live diagnosis on the engine, and like all the different components that I've worked on the engine and all the things I know about rust and weak points of the van and all these different slight nuances, that I'll be able to pick a van. Imagine me showing up to check a van and they're like, oh shit, he has like professional scanners. Oh no, wait, oh, he's owned one and worked on these. Oh shit. Either they're like, yep, everything's perfect. If you know your shit, you're going to look at this and scan it and it's going to be good. Or they're like, oh, fuck, this guy knows way too much. He's going to ask me to charge $4,000 less, or he's going to say no. I'd rather be that guy than showing up and not knowing, you know. Nah, you want a 2006. 2006. The OM 647 turbo diesel. They're built different. And the transmission in the 06 is different than the 05. And that transmission has been made for Mercedes all the way up until like 2023. They have 5-speed and 7-speed transmissions. So, but yeah, it feels like I'm on the right path with like learning and educating on all of those different things. So no matter what I do, I think I'm on the right path, guys. I think that I've found things in my life that keep me busy and keep me feeling happy and productive. I think some people look at like, oh no, my transmission, fuck, rip, and it's like, woe is me. I don't know for sure how bad my transmission might be. But once I started researching it, I was like, ooh, I have purpose. Like, ooh, I'm learning something that most people don't want to learn and don't learn. So for me, it's cool to have that kind of skill set. And especially if I'm going to be traveling, especially since I'm kind of obsessed with this like collector's car version of year and model of my van. And there's like a cult following of other people who have the same van and all this different stuff, and they're equally as in love and obsessed with them. And that some of those engines have reached 1 million miles with proper upkeep. It feels right. It feels like I'm on the right path. Yeah, I got my 2006 for $13.5K. And then by the next day, I'd already spent like $2,500 at the DMV. And the use tax fee is like, I forget what it is. It's like 15 to 30% or some crazy shit. So that was like several $1,000s to pay the use tax fee, or the use tax fee on your first purchase of the vehicle, and then getting it registered, weighed, getting insurance on it and all that shit. So it was more along the lines of like 16.5 after the first couple days of buying it. That was kind of the grand total. And then shortly after, even more. Probably spent around 20 G's on it, like with the purchase, all the fees and insurance and tools and parts and stuff. Probably somewhere closer to 20 grand since the day I bought it. Would be closer to like 25 grand if I let other people work on it. And my rent was $2,000 a month, not including, you know, whatever other costs I have in life. So my rent went from being $2,000 to being significantly less. So as far as how long have I been in it now? Since I bought it September 2023, moved in October 1st. So July, August, September. We're literally 3 months. We're like 90 days away from it being 2 years, which would add up to 24 months, which would add up to like $48,000 is how much I would have spent in rent. $48,000. But I ended up spending probably around 25 grand I ended up paying more around the lines of like 20 grand to have the van, buy the van, work on the van, travel in the van, live out of the van, as opposed to what it would have costed me around $48,000 to pay for the rent for that apartment for 2 years. So, and even with the lower cost of living, I still have to earn at least $2,000 a month to survive. And then the like lump sum payments too that pop in, like when I have to renew my insurance and stuff like that, which happens a few times a year. Little things, like sometimes there's these big lump sum costs and stuff too. But in general basis, it's been about 20 grand on the van to like repair it, own it, pay all the fees, insure it, register it, work on it, buy parts, tools. Has averaged around 20 grand. And then the cost of me being in that apartment for 2 years would have been around $48,000, not including utilities or any of my other bills, food, phone service, internet, water, electric. And so that's like a dramatic difference in cost of living, but somehow I still feel like even with this lifestyle, I have to slay. I have to like focus on multiple streams of income. I have to work a part-time job with Victoria on the side, like just to feel secure and safe and stable. And I'm trying to reach the point where if I ever wanted to rent a place for a sublease for a month or two, just to like settle down if it's like raining all winter or something, to have a couple months out of the rain with like a home that I could like somehow afford it. Or if I wanted to sign a 6 to 12 month lease somewhere and like have a fucking home base that's not just the van, like I would love to be able to have the choice. It's not like I'm actively yearning for that, but I'm old enough to know that you need to at least have the job security and the financial security to make that decision if you need to. Like, what if I got injured? What if I got sick? I don't want to lay in my van in the rain every day. Like, I don't want to have to find a place to shit in the morning, and I don't have to go to the gym when I'm feeling like I'm in physical recovery mode or I'm sick, or, you know? So that's why I'm trying to expand in all these resources and make sure that I have like a healthy future ahead. So, hell yeah. I think I just told you guys every fucking detail that's been going through my head for like the longest time. Yeah, Smiley, don't buy that one for $5 grand. Don't do it. I would never get a 2005 Sprinter. To be honest, I also wouldn't get anything above a 2006 because there's like so many differences in the vehicles. So many add-ons, so many electrical functions and sensors that can go wrong. So much more equipment needed to analyze, reset, relearn, self-teach. You guys want to hear something cool I learned about transmissions? Yo, breakfast burrito! You know what I learned about transmissions? Is that there's this thing called learning. The transmission itself can be reset to relearn driving patterns. So much to the degree that if somebody lived in San Francisco, or no, say if somebody lived in the cornfields of Ohio, and then those people only drove flat roads every single day for the whole life of that van, and their driving patterns and the way that the compression and pressure and gear shifting and torque and clutching and everything that works, the electronic units, the solenoids, the RPMs, the weight, the grade of the street, whether it's uphill, downhill, how fast you drive, how much you know, all these little details of how the person who owned the vehicle before you drove it, all of that from a blank default when they first bought the vehicle, that transmission actually self-learns with the driving conditions, and that goes from, like I said, the physical conditions of the, you know, the contours of the earth, the speeds, the way that that person drives. Do they drive aggressively? Do they drive like submissively? I don't know.
But if you bought that vehicle and moved to San Francisco, one of the first things you would want to do, if your condition of your transmission is in great condition, you would actually reset the TCM. You'd reset the transmission control module, and then it would relearn and readjust and rememorize your new driving conditions. And then I did a bunch of research, and it says if your transmission is fucked up and there's low pressure, or certain parts are going to be broken soon, or there's like, you know, constant wear and tear on it that doesn't leave the transmission in a healthy state at this point, that all of the learning that you're all the like micro adjustments and all the micro learning that it's done along the way has adjusted to your transmission sucking ass. Which means if you did a transmission control module reset and you activated the relearn process, then it would set it all to default, and default's supposed to be a perfectly working transmission. So what I'm getting to is that if I did a TCM reset and had it auto relearn everything, it could be detrimentally bad for the transmission. That if the pressure is low, it's never going to find that like default adjustment point. It's crazy, dude. I did so much research last night. I didn't like multitask at all. I just studied as fucking much as I could and really was like becoming aware of a lot of things I never knew. So yeah, fun facts that you probably never need to know. You're welcome. We Veer 900, welcome. That's fucking interesting. I did not know that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, huh? I know newer cars did something like that. It's so wild. Yeah, so that's the ECM, the engine control module, and the TCM, the transmission control module. The transmission control module is an electrically powered and guided transmission. There is solenoids, there is pressure, there is gearbox, there is clutch rings, there is all of the brake rings, all of this different stuff. But you know how when people drive a manual vehicle, they push the clutch, like they stop, they hit the brakes, they push the clutch, they shift into a gear, and while they're driving they monitor the RPMs and how it feels, and then they hit the clutch and shift into the next gear. Then when they go to park, you know, they have to idle it. You're constantly clutching and braking and pushing gears. So an automatic transmission has planetary gears which orbit and like revolve around each other, and then it has clutch sets, like these like brake sets and rings that like all operate together to mimic what your feet would be doing when you're clutching, braking, and switching gears manually. So it's literally like, imagine like a cluster of atoms that are like working together, and it's almost like miraculous that we can even understand molecular things like that. And imagine a transmission is basically a big metal version of that. Like when you start studying them, you're like, oh wow, okay, there's this. The torque converter connects through the conductor plate, which attaches to the back of the engine. And then in front of the torque converter is a gearbox. In front of the gearbox is the clutch set. In front of the clutch set is the brake set. In front of the brake set is another set of rings. In front of that is this other thing, and then that connects to the U-joints and the axle, and then there's all these like different variables that are fucking mind-blowing. Like when your car is idling, your pistons on your engine are going into a rod that goes into your torque converter, and everything's turning at different speeds, different rates, so that like when you're in idle, that your transmission understands what's happening, how it should be operating. It's so fucking fascinating, and I don't want to become a mechanic. I don't want to help everybody fix their transmissions, but for my own experience in life and my own self-learning, which is beneficial for me, it is fascinating, and it's a headache. But I have got more to study. I have more to revisit. I saved every bit of information that you could ever need for my vehicle engine and my vehicle transmission,
I found the like 600-page service guides that list every size of every screw, every torque spec for every screw, every pressure, every heat level, every volume, every capacity of everything that it's supposed to be. And then realizing that when you scan something, if you scan your transmission and you're live reading the transmission while it's live, it'll tell you the temperature of the transmission fluid. It'll tell you the pressure of different components in the gearbox, the clutch, the brakes, the torque converter. It'll tell you all these things at default if you're just parked. And it'll tell you a whole separate... so like say the reason why I'm concerned about my transmission is because of clunkiness and vibration in between gears 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. And if I'm just sitting there and I'm not driving, and if I'm not experiencing that active moment of what the concern is from, that active symptom, if I'm not replicating the symptom, then I'm not even getting the accurate readouts. So there's so many different ways to assess the situation and diagnose the situation. You can, for example, plug in a scan code reader that's like several $100s at minimum, that you can do live diagnosis of your transmission, and then you could click a button and then it records the graphs and data, and then you can drive and recreate what makes your symptoms that worry you happen. So you're actively putting it through the same situation in which concerned you to begin with, and then you can record that data so that you're not having to stare at it or have a mechanic sit in your vehicle and look at it while driving. You can record that data for like a half hour or an hour, and then when you're done driving, you can pull over and then you can review that data and graphs and stuff. Not only that, you can hook up the scanner that I'm trying to buy to a computer, and then you can have it on a bigger screen and have like more analytical graphs and readouts and stuff. Because how are you supposed to know what it's supposed to be? Say, for example, I'm testing, and so sorry, I have to get this out of my system. I've done so much studying, and if you guys know me, when I learn about the vehicles, it helps me remember it and helps me tell other people about what I'm learning. And I should have made my title Studying Transmissions or something, because generally speaking, people who are car savvy will show up and have in-depth conversations with me about this. We'll do that another day, especially when I'm about to do the transmission service. But, oh shit, look. Please tell me this is full. Oh, it's empty. I thought I found a pack of gigantic raw papers. Oh, now I gotta throw it away. But yeah, so say I scan it while driving, and then say I pull over and I look at the scan. How am I supposed to know, even if like a little caution sign comes up that says pressure is at 20 psi. Well, how am I supposed to know how bad that is? How am I supposed to know what it's supposed to be at? How am I supposed to know what I need to fix to make that work? How am I supposed to like go through an order of operation which starts with the easy causes and the potential easy fixes, and then kind of get sort of into the more in-depth, more complicated fixes, or more expensive or hard to do fixes? How am I supposed to know all that? I literally had to figure all this out last night. So I had to find like the 300-page transmission manual, which is a manual for the exact transmission that's in my vehicle and over 1 million other people's vehicles, the same transmission. So what this fucking manual says is you would look through it and it'll give you the default healthy statistics that transmission is supposed to be operating at within certain values and circumstances. Meaning, if you're around this RPM, it should be showing this kind of pressure. It should be showing this kind of heat. There's actually like transmission slipping statistics, and like it's supposed to slip naturally in certain scenarios to help adjust to your driving patterns or the conditions in which you're driving in. And so there's all these variables, and then you literally would have to like look at those variables on the manual, on the service manual for the transmission, and then you'd have to look at your diagnosis from the scanner, and then you'd have to say, okay, how the fuck do I fix the pressure of that? Then I would research and say, where does this pressure come from? And then where does this pressure move to, and how is it transferred?
and like what part of this engine is what part of the many parts of this transmission is causing it to have this error, which I have a pretty damn good understanding of how to cross-reference the default statistics that it's supposed to be at within reason. Nothing too complicated yet. I'm still very new and have a lot to learn. And then you compare that to what it's showing you in the live readout of your driving, your transmission and all that. But there will be a point where it's like, excuse me, Sprinter forums, and excuse me, Mr. Mechanic, I have this analytical data that I'm cross-referencing with the service manual, and I'm curious, with all of this information, what would you say is the culprit, right? Because even with all of this information, there isn't like a guide for fucking everything, you know what I mean? A lot of it's trial and error, research and development, and executing, working on the vehicle, right? So I would have to reach out to people with experience, but with a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of effort and put towards learning as absolutely much as I can. And you know what all this results in? Either A, me being able to learn more about my vehicle, which I live out of, which makes me feel safer and more stable to know that I have a better understanding of it and that I could potentially work on it at certain points. Like my engine, I've worked on a bunch. I feel really proud and happy that I've got a new skill set, and I can do that to further my own stability and my livelihood, because I live and drive this van and I stream out of it and I travel with it, and I don't want to have too many limitations or too much risk involved. So that gives me the opportunity to go into a specialized place that works on these foreign diesel engines and foreign transmissions, and they won't look at me like they can rip me off. Because I don't care who you are, man. 90% of mechanics are out there to get as much money as they can. They're looking for the most ignorant is bliss kind of person, and they're also looking for people with big pockets. But a lot of times people that don't have big pockets get fucked over by mechanics too, you know? So my goal is to be as efficient as possible, be as cost effective as possible, as knowledgeable as possible, so that if I ever do have to talk to anybody for advice or for information or to diagnose or check or work on my vehicle, that I have the utmost amount of information available so that they know that I'm one of them. They better not be overcharging me for anything. They better not fucking lollygag or, you know, like make me wait forever for them to, you know, decide when they can work on it. Like I need to understand the length of how long it takes to work on these things, how long and how much effort goes into diagnosing these things, so that I have an upper hand, right? Because most people do not walk into a fucking mechanic shop with that kind of upper hand. Let's be real. Yeah, there we go. You guys know me even better than when I started this stream today. Right now. Let me tell you, the learning, in fact, the transmission does not make a big of a difference. Most of it is marketing. You can reset the transmission. There's an initial driving procedure to quick learn the transmission. Yeah, that can be helpful. Run the transmission a bit smoother again. But normally, as I said, the difference is not so big. Yeah, well, yeah. I would imagine that if your engine and your transmission is in like perfectly working order, and that it's not a huge deal. But for somebody who, like, for example, drove on only flat roads going through cornfields, and then you're buying it and then you're gonna live in like San Francisco, which is crazy ass hills everywhere, I think it would be advisable to just do the relearning, just in case it has to adjust to these different, acclimate and adjust to these differences and contours and elevation changes and RPM differences and climbing hills and all that stuff. But I think on a general basis, I think that some people, Walter, I think that some people tend to do the relearning reset every time they have a transmission service, which is, in my opinion, probably unnecessary. But at the same time,
even if it's not all it's chalked up to be, I do think that at least you have that option. Why are they coming for me? They're circling around us. I know too much about transmission. They're coming for me. Oh no, I've said too much. V-Kite, holy crap, you deserve Burger Spot for that study. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, V-Kite, it's been crazy. And also researching computers. I've been doing like more research on computers and computer components, like pretending a computer is a machine, like a car almost, and just learning. And that way that I purchased the right laptop, and a laptop that's like good enough to outlast the test of time, that like maybe it'll still be a pretty damn good laptop in 4 to 5 years. And all the aspects of that. And I did so much stuff in the last few days. Like I said, I went to my storage. I was looking for my wireless keyboard, mouse. I have a laptop stand that helps the laptop stay cool, so it's not just sitting directly on a surface. I have a Stream Deck, which helps me like with the push of a button create workflows. Like for example, V-Kite, if I wanted to, I could like set it up so I push a button, and I already have it programmed from when I used to do desktop streams, but I would push a button and OBS would open, my webcam program would open, Spotify would open. It would basically pre-open everything that I use in that workflow, so you can speed up the process of what you're doing. And you guys know I stream long hours. I plan every bit of my waking life when I'm not streaming is researching events, researching places, researching costs, looking at how many miles it is to drive, looking at how many miles it is to walk, trying to create cool itineraries and then execute them. My whole waking life, I just have enough energy, it seems like, to plan and then execute my streams and sleep at night and take a day off to run errands whenever I can. So it was a little intimidating thinking about buying a laptop and then convincing myself that I'll have time to like edit videos and photos to also then post on social media for my stream content, etc. But then I was like, oh my God, I have a Stream Deck. I can streamline all these things. Like if I'm gonna edit a video, I can push one button and then the editing video software will come up. Everything I use will pop up. I can like streamline all these little processes. So hopefully, even though I'm like over learning right now and overthinking a lot, that hopefully I retain all this and make it work to my best ability. I want to make you guys proud. I want to make myself proud too. But yeah, Burger Spot, it's been way too long. You got to be careful saying you would do this yourself normally, because there's so many nuances to like what kind of environment you need to be in, like what kind of accommodations you need, what kind of lift you need, what kind of tools you need, what kind of time you need, what kind of experience you need, what kind of scanner you need. Do you need to reset after scanning? Do you need to reprogram your turbo? Do you need to clock your turbo? Do you need to reset your transmission computer module, like control module? Like, so there is other details, and once you get into more complicated stuff, the amount of fucking research, if you want to walk in with that kind of a mentality, is crazy. Like right now, and like when I was studying my diesel engine, I had to study for like a month just to have the confidence to like approach professional mechanics with my inquiries and all my research. And then I had to like build up the courage for a month and money to buy parts and tools, and it was it's crazy. But with transmissions, I need the fucking and body work that like you pay thousands of dollars to have any little tiny bit of body work done. I'm trying to do as much research as I can, and you know what I realized? I was like, man, I didn't even check my trans fluid once. Because technically I just bought the vehicle. It should be good for 50,000 miles. I've driven 30,000. I'm like, I'm feeling the symptoms of a transmission issue. And I'm like, you know what? The main focus right now is learn about transmissions and get some professional input on it, and, learn how to have a regular healthy routine for maintenance on my transmission. And, I told myself last night, and I had a little moment of like anxiety. I was like, man, I should have done this the first month I owned the vehicle. Like this could have been a preventative for if it got worse or if it, etc. I could have done damage to it. And then I was like, you know what? I was broke. I was nervous. I knew that the engine was great. I knew that the transmission might have a little bit of trouble with it. But I thought that if I started looking into the transmission, that I'd hit a wall, be intimidated, not be able to go on any of the adventures that I went on. So I kind of purposefully put it off because I didn't have the time or money or resources to like educate myself and pay for it to be fixed. And with the level of uneducatedness, because of the lack of education that I had on the subject, had I brought it into a professional foreign engine or transmission mechanic, they could have taken advantage of me. So I was so nervous, and last night I was like, I should have done the transmission service eons ago. I should have bought one of these code readers eons ago. I should have this and that. Like, man, if I would have done this 18 months ago, maybe I'd be in a better position now. And like, my van still drives, like, we're good. There's some clunkiness and shifting, but it's okay. And then I was like, I should have done this. And I was kind of being hard on myself like the last few days. I was like, man, I should have done this fucking in the beginning. But like I said, I was nervous. I was worried about being taken advantage of with the lack of education on it. And I was also nervous that I just spent 15, 16 grand in total to get this van, get it registered, insured, and up and running. That I was like, no, I'm going to San Francisco. No, I'm going to drive from San Diego to Seattle, Washington and back. Like, I'm going to use this vehicle the way that I wanted to use it to live a fun life. And we'll fucking throw caution to the wind. And that's what I did. So I had to self-mediate my own mentality the last few nights. I had to remind myself that there was no doing this when I first got the van. There was a lack of education. There was a lack of trusted resources to give me information about what I was looking at, and I could have been taken advantage of, and I feared that it would impede on the journey that I had planned. So, dude, I had this looking at myself in the mirror and just admitting to myself that I wasn't ready to go down that rabbit hole, and I purposefully chose not to, with the idea of neglecting it and it potentially getting worse. But I chose that. So I can't be I should have done this in the beginning. Maybe next time, now that I have the education and now that I'm about to do my first ever transmission fluid and filter service on my own, next time, and I won't wait. But life is a learning process, And personally, I was actually being really hard on myself about it the last couple days. What if my whole transmission's fucked? What if I do all this research and they're like, oh, you're better off buying a whole new one and it's this much money, and how could I have avoided that? I shoulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda type shit. And I was like, what? I chose this, and all the adventures I ever wanted to go on, I succeeded. So, risk and reward, I guess. And then finally taking the chance to recognize everything that I just said, and taking the time to acknowledge now's the time. This is the priority. We've done so much, and now I'm going to focus on this so that I feel healthy and happy about it. No, I totally think Totally. Do I have to put in my earplugs already? What's up with all those burnt houses in LA? Never heard of it again. Well, you probably never heard of it because the tabloids only talk about stuff when it, when it's hype, like when it's currently active. There's whole neighborhoods still burnt to the ground. Majority of them have not been reconstructed or redeveloped. Yeah, it's still very real. We walked through those we reluctantly walked through those neighborhoods when we had a chance, so it's very real. Not that you just said it wasn't real, but yeah, it is interesting that they haven't really talked about it too much since most of the fire relief efforts and stuff have kind of slowed down too. But yeah, V-Kite, thank you. I know what you mean. Well, like, I put myself in check, so you should be happy about that. Proud of me for that, because, I try to treat myself with the same kind of like patience and benefit of a doubt that I would treat someone else, especially given the circumstances warrant me giving myself that kind of benefit of a doubt. This is one of those. It just took me taking a couple days off to like think about it clearly and give myself the credit that I deserve for being really honest with myself and backtracking to like what was my thought process in the beginning and why didn't I look so much into it, and why is changing your transmission fluid as easy as changing your fucking oil, and I've done the oil change like 4 times since I got the van, but I haven't yet changed the transmission oil. I had to like have a conversation with myself about all that, and I feel much better about it now. And I'm still on the educational quest, so pretty stoked. I have to use the bathroom, but this bathroom has like a line of people waiting to use it. That's good, because we all have OCD here. My eyes have been. Yeah, probably. So what's cool about like the future when I'm working on stuff like videos and stuff is that on my days off, you guys can like have a comfort knowing that I'm like working on stuff, and that soon there will be something cool published, and that you've supported me in the idea of doing it this way, and it'll encourage me to take days off, because on my days off, I'll be doing something that's productive in my own right that can help the whole journey, So I'm gonna like write down all my thoughts and feelings about a lot of this stuff, and then create somewhat of like a roadmap and a order of operations that I can use to make sure that I can do all this stuff. I'll tell you what though, one of the things I realize, I don't doom scroll. You ever heard of doom scrolling? I don't like scroll through bullshit on social media, but I do scroll social media. But I want to make sure that I just pretty much don't anymore. It doesn't benefit me to look through any of these platforms like Twitter, Instagram. I never scroll through TikTok. I never scroll through Instagram anymore. But like YouTube Shorts and Twitter, even just those two, it doesn't benefit me really. So I need to cut that kind of activity, even if it's like a 30 minutes in a day. No more of that. It's not benefiting me. If anything, I should just turn on some good music and start working on stuff that helps me in the future. So I'm just looking at little ways to kind of do time management, because I already feel like most of my waking life is already consumed by everything I do. And all of my days off are consumed by running errands and adulting type shit. And so I've been just kind of going through all these different things in my head on like, how can I exercise better time management? How can I accumulate new tasks and new priorities that will actually be able to be executed while also doing everything I already do every day? Either way, thank you so much, Jagged. First 100 bits of the day. I have had a good day, thank you. I do have to use the restroom though. I guess we can go wait for the friggin' restroom. Look at this cop driving over the grass. He's like, I have no patience. Damn, it's crazy. Just him driving over it tears up the grass so much. You get stuck doom scrolling all the time. It's terrible. Yeah. Like, if I want entertainment, I'm gonna find ways to get entertainment. But if I want, it's either, if I need a break from life and I need entertainment and I need to just feel good, I'll do that. But if it's not entertaining me in a way that feels good to me, or if it's not educational for me, then I should be either resting or producing, like being productive. So I'm trying to be like really vigilant about that, and I'm not young anymore. I'm like too old to be wasting my time doing that shit when I have areas in my life and room for improvement, right? All right, I'm gonna play your song after I use the restroom, if that's okay. Okay. I gots to go. Is the comment pinned about the bits and TTS and the farts and all that shit? We have not hit our fart quota this month, that's for sure. It's our first month in many months. Dude, the least farts have happened while Analytic Cynic was gone. He missed out on the peace and quiet of lack of farts that we've had the last week or so. But did you guys see he dropped 500 bits right when I was ending stream last night and we hit our bit goal? W Analytic Cynic coming through in the last second. He didn't even say how he was doing. I was like, it's so good to see him. I hope he's doing good. I don't really message people too often, like once in a blue moon, because I like to keep things like, you know, I'm not like I study politics and I don't want to I don't ever want to feel like I have too much control over like people and things and stuff. Like, I like when everything's spontaneous and from the heart and because it's like feels right. And I do think that a lot of people like nurture and spoil people that donate to them, whether it's subs or donos or whatever, and then they also like their mods will message those people and remind those people that there's special events coming up. And well, I guess that's a you know, it's a perfectly fine way to manage your streams and it keeps the ship ran tight. I like being loosey-goosey about it. I have had some of my top supporters just like disappear because I didn't spoil them and did DMs and stuff, and so I don't know if it can be detrimental to like certain things that occur on stream over time, but I think everything is natural and organic in a way if you treat everybody with the love and respect they deserve and sort of start at a default and build a real friendship with them. And then occasionally, once in a blue moon, I end up DMing with people who may be like a top supporter or a top gifter type person in our community. But I never overdo that kind of stuff because I feel like there's so much intention behind being generous to people. And I feel like there's also intention with like letting people be. And like when I'm not streaming, why would I be up in the DMs of the people who are always in my streams? It's like almost too much, you know? Like, it's good to have space. It's good to like build appreciation from lack of seeing people every day and stuff. And I feel like, either way, long story short, I'm really happy with where we're at. And on my days off, I try to kind of disconnect from Twitch and not think too much about it because I am who I am because of how I was raised and what I love to do. And Twitch is an incredible platform for me to share myself, share my journey, and build a community with awesome, like-minded people. But I do believe that the space you take away from your passions can reignite a flame in you. And if you are wise, you'll separate from your craft or your passion and give yourself a little bit of a breather to like remind you who you are as a person without the influence of that platform, without the influence of the community, without the influence of what you think you need to be doing on that platform. So like stepping away kind of brings you back to who you were in the beginning and who you always have been. And that's the people, in my opinion, that's what people love. Like whatever attracted you to my streams isn't a byproduct. A majority of what you guys are attracted to on my streams is because of who I am as a person off stream and what I do off stream and the work I've done in my life off stream and my experience and journey through life in the industries of music, art, all this different stuff, traveling, hitchhiking. All these have formed me into the person I am. And if there's for some reason you like me as a person and you're attracted to me as a friend and the community, you enjoy your time here, that's because of who I was before I came on the platform. Like some people change, become a better person, and their life wasn't so good, and this is way more rewarding, and you guys have shaped them into who they are, and there's like you saved my life type streamers because the community was there for them through thick and thin and helped them figure out who they were and help them find out what their passions were. And you guys have helped me so much learn about myself and acknowledge my abilities and celebrated me and helped me achieve things, because these streams are as much yours as they are mine. But I do think that I'm one of those people who showed up here with a plethora of like eccentric energy and uniqueness and weird backstory and lots of crazy experience in life that make it fun to be a part of my life and make it fun for you to be a part of my life. And I do think that taking a day off and just living your life can kind of remind you who you are at the core. And too much streaming, too much focusing on viewership, too much focusing on how much money you're making, too much focusing on is this content good enough, too much worrying about redundancy of streaming similar things on a regular basis. No matter what your content is, people are thinking this. Whether it's gamers being like, oh, I've been playing this game for a month and the viewership's going down, or whether it's IRL streaming and you're visiting the same place multiple times and you're like, I wonder if this is becoming redundant. There's all these different aspects. I think separating yourself from stream, at least taking a day or two off and not binging other people's streams, not opening it up, which could lead to self-comparison or competitive type thoughts or resentments towards other people's journey compared to yours. And not everybody's path is linear, so you should never just side by side yourself with anybody's success or whatever you believe to be their success and what your goals are as far as being successful in your craft. So yeah, I'm gonna make like a super summarized for myself list of notes that literally covers everything I've talked about from the second I started my stream until right now. And I'm just gonna try to stick to my guns and be good. Some people get too close, they're needy. Yeah. Where is Cynic? I don't know. Hopefully resting and enjoying the weekend. Watching on the stream and the live stream of Venice on the other. Nice, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, my speaker was down, bro. Okay, so I just banned that person without telling them that I fucked their mom last night. I banned that person without rationalizing to them because they don't fucking deserve the attention or time. And I'm proud of myself for that. I am getting better at that too. That's another thing I need to take into consideration. Time is money, but time is also an opportunity to be your best self during the time frame in which you're doing whatever you're doing. And if I waste my fucking time trying to poke back every single person who says something stupid in my chat without knowing if they're an adult, a teenager, a fucking ignorant dumbass piece of shit who only spreads hate, or they have any valid criticisms of me, or if anything could ever become constructive criticisms that I could learn from, instead of trying to debate all that shit in my head and going at them, I think it's important for me to, a majority of the time, just fucking yeet them, just ban them from the stream. But yeah, so
And because the less you back and forth with somebody in an uncomfortable communication bout, the less it takes from you, your energy and your happiness. So that was a perfect timing. After I spill my guts out to you, reveal every little personal behind the scenes transparency about how everything I'm doing works and runs and operates, what I've been learning, what are my goals, what are my challenges, how am I actively trying to be better. That was a great example of me being better. And so W me for just really case in point, you know, just I'm trying my best. Fuck it, you know. Oh, did it delete the comment? It said excuse my language, but it said retard, get a real job. That's what it said. That's what that person said before getting banned. It's okay, that person probably jacks off 20 times a day. No, okay. See, I need to stop. I was just gonna rip into them and they're not even gonna hear it, you know? I was gonna say, like, yeah, they had to clean all the dirty jizz off their hands and keyboard to even type that fucking comment. Yeah, they were here before because that wasn't a first time chatter, so. I just need to know the winner of the contest. No, we'll find out, don't worry. Everyone needs to understand the fundamentals to internet trolls, yep. Sounds like they're mad they're not in Santa Monica. I agree. It's like people who are young don't know what they're doing. They don't realize how like vampiric and dumb it is to be like that. Because they're young and dumb. Like they'll look back in the future if they ever become a better person and they'll say, fuck, I could have spent that time doing something productive or spending time with my friends or family or like educating myself on something that could propel me into doing what I love instead of being a fucking, you know, degenerate loser who likes to just talk shit to random people on the internet. And that's ignorance. But adults that do that, that's super intentionally like energy sucking, like vampiric shit. Adults know exactly what they're doing, and they are the epitome of a grown-up fucking loser that has no life and no friends.
Yo, Jagged, dude, thank you so friggin' much. Probably for 6 songs, well 7, but I still have to play your first one. W frickin'
Jagged! Thank you so much. What's for dinner? I don't know. I'm not that hungry yet. I mean, bruh, we could go and get our fucking fries. If we hit our goals, we go get a burrito at Burrito 1986 by the Santa Monica Pier. We'll get the mushroom burrito. Thank you so much for the 600 bits, dude. That is huge, dude. Thank you so fucking much. Also, if we're in the, if somebody, I'll talk about it in a second when I get out of the restroom. Oh, when you list the rest of the links, please type like 1-6, 2-6, but when it's time, like so that I don't have to keep scrolling up to find them and stuff. It's super helpful. That little girl's so mad at her mom for making her rinse the sand off of herself in the outdoor shower. Aw. Okay. These bathrooms are a mockery of public restrooms.
I was thinking what would be an interesting thing that I never see people do on Twitch is have viewership goals. That if we hit a certain number of viewers, we'll do something fun. Or if we hit a certain number of viewers, it's just like a viewership goal. And we can always talk about how it's important to try to grow and scale the concurrent viewership over time. And because not only does that help me a ton with ad revenue, help me with discoverability on Twitch, but it also helps us be able to output big raids, you know? And we can start raiding into like semi-larger streamers that sort of match up with our view count, keep branching out, find people that we love and support them, and vice versa. Obviously it's not expected, but helping people achieve affiliate, helping people achieve partnership on Twitch. I think if I averaged like 100 to 120 viewers every single day and I streamed as much as I did, I would definitely make like $500 a month in just ad revenue on Twitch. And that's literally just with the consistency of like 100. So it says a lot. I mean, like, imagine if you have like 400 or 500 viewers, you're making like $2,000 to $2,500 a month just in ad revenue. That's like life-changing money if you count bits, subs, and direct donations too, because like I'd be able to travel more. I'd be able to bring you guys to like different countries more with that kind of expendable cash. Like scaling and making more does not mean you guys spending more. Scaling and making more means that we keep attracting more people and we cater to the scaling and the growth of our community to the point where we're just naturally making more, right? And so yeah, cheers to that. I really am getting back to our like 100 viewership that we had every day. And I really look forward to like seeing how that financial success that comes from that correlates to like us doing cooler stuff on a regular basis too. So I do think we would benefit in our community and myself from doing like at least once a month Full Circle Friday, where we check in. I talk about our analytics for the month. I talk about ad revenue based off analytics. I talk about like these things, and also hopefully it educates people and helps other people understand what they're working with. And I think that it would encourage people to understand areas of improvement for small streamers to even like the biggest streamers on the platform. So it's a lot to take in. I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if people here like genuinely processed everything I've said in the last 3 hours. But if you did, fuck. W. You want to say hi?
Yeah.
Say hi.
Hi.
Alright, restroom time. Okay, I'm gonna put on private. Be a streamer, they said. It'll be fun, they said. This is better. There we go. Yo!
Look, everybody's working on something. Oh my God. That was so cute. Dude, did anybody else see Milo get his head? Let me clear that up for you, Corey. Google Maps fucking sucks. So much ass that they should literally just delete it and not even allow people to have it. That's how bad it sucks. You'd literally be better off getting a paper map and learning the fucking roads than using that dog shit maps. Apple Maps is so intuitive and so proper that literally Apple should just sell the rights to their maps to be used on. Police choppers flying over the beach. Yeah, 2 hours. Wow, look at, we actually...
Nala FBN7 says look at the sunset.
Yeah, we still got a sunset, guys. Yay! So glad we still got one. That's sick. Woohoo! I was hoping...
Melissa
Somebody do this. Live stream. I hope you're having as much fun as I am. Savage raid. Holy moly. Yo, thank you. What's good? Hey everybody, my name is Danny. Holy moly. That is a giant raid. That is the largest raid I've even seen. I'm in my true form.
Oh, brother. I feel like you're the exact opposite of that form. don't know.
It's just me all day underneath it all, man.
You're like one of the calmest people.
Yee-hoo! Let's go!
Oh gosh.
About to shoot me a 12-point buck. Feed my whole family.
Wholesome baby.
Good for a whole summer.
Spoke like a true American.
L olives, yeah. L olives till the day I die. If you think you're my friend and you like olives, well, guess what? That friendship is about to end, yeah. If you have olives, yeah, you better throw them right in the trash. You have olives, you better watch, I'm gonna kick your ass. But it's all a fucking joke, yeah. You guys take it too seriously sometimes, you know it's all a joke. Ban everybody who says W Olives in my chat. Ban all those motherfuckers, fuck them all though, yeah. Got it. Fell down a Vespa. You see this Vespa? What used to be a Vespa? It's a bit weird that somebody thought that it would be cool to come out here and spray graffiti. Fucking idiots. But, you know, dumbasses will be dumbasses. Oh, fuck! I don't know what I'm doing! Oh, Jesus. Hold on, I gotta add a clip command soon. Oh, shit! Oh, my God! Oh, no! I'm gonna check drummer's stream real quick. I'll turn it down.
Oh, I gotta pee.
I'm so
Alright, behind the fence, boys.
wait. My fingers hurt. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No dogs today. Went to the botanical gardens. Oh my God, I just walked straight into that sign. Thank God I had some bit of peripheral. This road is so trash. Holy fuck. Woohoo! It's a day to celebrate, everybody. It's a special day. Yeah.
Okay, China, I see you. Easy button. Not really easy. Uh-oh. AJ with the turnover. 30 seconds left. China with the shot.
I mean, there's all kinds of variables that, you know, change the view count and all that kind of stuff. But technically, I think that as long as you persevere on your own in your own productive right and you love what you do, people will not only watch it, but they'll be attracted to it. And as people fall off from being regular viewers, new people come on as regular viewers. And how you engage and how your community engages and how you welcome and re-welcome and re-greet returning visitors and all that kind of stuff, I think does indicate, well, for most people, like I have to try really fucking hard to make sure that we're growing and that I'm acknowledging and remembering and validating new people and returning visitors who are slightly still new to the community. Some people don't have to go above and beyond to try to do that shit. They just grow, or they're nepotized in a way that they have like big streamers that promote them, like thousands of viewers and shit. But yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of aspects to it. Okay, so this is the rookie comp. I just met Cheyenne, who competed yesterday, and she was really nice. And I found out who won. His name's not Owen. It's similar. It sounds like Owen, but I can't remember it. But he won. He won first place in the freestyle competition yesterday. And he is the dude that has that beautiful red hair. Oren. Yes, he won. So if you're watching on YouTube and you're still wondering who won, it was Oren. No, it wasn't Killian. It was Oren. Spain guy is the guy with the button-up, like polka dotty looking shirt. He was really dope, and he had cool energy and good style. And he's a professional gymnast too. But he didn't win. Oren won. I knew Oren was gonna win. No offense. Because Lynn Cooper came up to me and was like, make sure you watch this guy with the red hair. Make sure you watch him. Make sure you get footage of him. And lo and behold, he was the dude that won. Look, Andy Anderson's over here teaching people how to do some cool freestyle tricks. I should have brought my board today, huh? You know what I want to do? I want to set up a collab with Ricky and Andy Anderson. It's cool. So this is a rookie competition with everybody's like young, like teenagers and below teenagers. But I can see that there's a bunch of people from the skate competition yesterday. Some of the pros that were here too, they're all still here. Oh, and so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. I know like a bunch of people left because I was on Be Right Back for like 15 minutes. But I met Cheyenne. She's one of the skaters that competed yesterday from Canada. And I asked her a shitload of questions about these freestyle skateboards. Oh, dude, I feel so bad for everybody's eardrums over there. But yeah, so I was asking her, like, did you have to buy like a double tail or a single tail, or like, did you have to try a bunch of different freestyle skateboards until you found the one that was right for you? And she said yes. And even different shoes than like trick deck skating. So I was like, basically, like, if I wanted to get into the flat ground, I could be like, just use the skateboard I have already. But those skateboards are designed so differently to do so many different tricks. And then the two different styles of freestyle boards that they make, some have limitations depending on what your style is, and some have limitations depending on what your progress you're trying to aim towards is. So it's been a large learning curve. Here's Lynn Cooper from yesterday, the OG himself. He used to skate for Zephyr skateboards. She was like saying like, yeah, I probably should have entered the giveaway for the freestyle deck because maybe I would have won. And also if I go to a freestyle meetup, that they bring extra freestyle decks and I could try them out and then decide if I want to buy one day, like what kind to buy. But I'm pretty good at flat ground, guys. I'm pretty good at freestyle flat ground just in general already. So I was really inspired yesterday. So they moved, the competition was down there at the skating rink last time, and then this one is over here. A lot different. Way more cracks in the pavement and stuff too. I wonder if Oren is still here. I wonder if he won and he's like, all right, I'm out. I gotta go back to Canada. No, of course, just messing, dude. I got you. I was feeling the same. All right, if we hit one of my dono goals, we'll do a 20-minute skate sesh. I'll go get my shoes and my skateboard.
Congrats, guys. Great job today. Okay, give yourselves all
The power is in your hands.
awesome. Keep shredded.
And we'll go get a burrito from the burrito spot. Trying to see if I can see you on the Venice Beach Cam. Nah, it's way down here on the corner. But that internet sucks over there. I'm excited to talk about that, help the guy set up his IRL setup, and then also get their Wi-Fi info. So anytime I walk past there, I'm not like bottlenecked by the shitty service. Yes, a noise came through while I was in the middle of the conversation with Cheyenne. Yes. It did. And I was like, are you serious right now? Thank you so much for that. Sorry, I was embarrassed so much that I literally forgot. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Rainbow. What was she like? She was nice. Confused about why a giant long ass fart came out of my speaker, because I was like, I didn't say like, oh, I'm streaming right now. I was just like on privacy screen, and I was like holding the phone and the tripod down and stuff in like no content mode. And then all of a sudden my speaker was like, and I was like, oh Jesus. So it kind of threw off my my low-key nature of acting like I wasn't creating content in that moment, especially because I met her standing in front of the bathroom door So I wasn't trying to be like, yeah, I'm filming while I'm at the bathrooms. Because I wasn't, but I was on privacy, you know. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that very much. All right, let's get into Jagged's Jagged's requests finally. Jagged, are you here?
Come over here, Jack. Come to the front. Come to the front. Okay. Come on. Okay, now
You can rely on the old man money. You can rely on the old man money. He's a rich girl. Don't matter anyway. You can get mine when it don't get you too far. Get you too far. Hello, Snackies. What's up, MJ Green Cat? What's good? Hello on the YouTube side. Good day, Jane Doe. How are you? You're a rich girl, and you don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man money. You can rely on the old man money. It's a rich girl, and it's gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. Get you too far, get you too far. I meant good night from me. And have a good day. Oh, okay. Good night, Jane Doe. I appreciate you. You have a good rest of your night. Happy to see you in the sunny Star City. Yes, we are in sunny Venice, California, Southern California, Los Angeles County. Oh. Mike, thank you so much. Don't matter anyway. Won't get you too far, get you too far. Get you too far. Thank you so much, Mike. Should we... Oh, did the internet suck ass over here? Of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it does. Should we go to Burger Spot and get the fries? Or should we go to 1986 and get 1985 and get a mushroom burrito? Because look, Burger Spot is right there. What do you guys think? What you feel like? I mean, like, I'm trying to budget since I'm about to spend like thousands of dollars on a laptop, car maintenance stuff, all kinds of stuff, my bills. And I just paid my car insurance, which was way too much money. That's why I was saying if we hit a goal, we'll go to the burrito spot because it costs 3 times as much as the loaded fries, but fills me up the same. The fries are $5.99 and then I tip them like 30%, so it ends up being like 8 something. I'm not tired of them yet, no. Not really. Oh yeah, Runa though, look, I'm in front of the the V Hotel. This is the camera that's on the live cam. But just make sure you don't point me out. They might ban you. They're weird like that sometimes. Ask them to get veggie burgers. I know. I would literally eat a veggie burger there like every fucking day until I just shouldn't. Mike, how the hell are you? The live cam people will ban you for saying hello. You mean just like in chat? I have a friend who used to moderate for that live stream. So when he used to moderate, there was a point in time when he was like, hey, my friend's about to walk by, and everybody was cool about it. But then there was another time where somebody else was like, oh, I know this streamer who's gonna walk by, and then the whole chat voted to ban that person from the stream, and that person had been like a community member there for years. So that left like a bad taste in my mouth, kinda. It's like they thought I was poaching viewers, and it's like, no. I know the fucking people who run it. Why would I poach viewers? It's so dumb. And that's not IRL. That's just like a live stream cam of the fucking city that they just take advantage of and zoom in on people that don't even expect it. So how would that have any relevancy to what I do? And why would I assume that that could help me? Either way, yeah, I don't think that that's very logical of them to do or kind. To ban like a regular to their streams for telling them that somebody that they like their content is walking by. Doing great. Had a nice weekend with family. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day. I am. Thank you. I ranted and yapped endlessly today about all the stuff I've been researching with transmissions, code readers, laptop, equipment, my order of operations and plans and things that I want to do in the future. And I've been just doing a lot of insightful, future-oriented, kind of time management-oriented type thoughts, and been kind of just diving deep into my psyche and my brain and my habits about like how can I improve upon my life, how can I improve upon my streams, how can I better manage my time to continue to like work towards being successful in ways that I feel like will benefit my streams and my intention of editing photos and videos and sharing those on more platforms, my intention of maximizing all streams of income, such as Instagram. I just set up all my Instagram payout bonus info, so now I have like partner monetization on Instagram. I rechecked in on all my information through TikTok to make sure that I'm still monetized there and I can generate some kind of income from that too, which will help me, you know. Like in the past, I remember I used Instagram for like a month straight, for a couple months, for promoting my Twitch channel, and I actually made like $100 a month just from promoting my Twitch. So Instagram will pay you just for making posts, and so I want to get back in the routine of all that, and it'll be like a kind of like a ecosystem that I'm going to nurture moving forward. But yeah, for the lack of you having to listen to me power rant and power yap for 3 hours, that sort of summarizes what I talked about for the last 3 hours. Well, I'm so glad you had a fun weekend. I did too. Super grateful. Oh, and with the kick thing, Mike, I'll earn $5 to $10 a day on average, and that's just starting out. So I don't know. My low ball like expectation was to hope for $100 a month, but it looks like at the rate we're at, and without over promoting it or telling people to like live in that chat while not jumping ship from Twitch and all that kind of shit, I can make $5 to $10 average per stream. And if I stream 20 to 24 streams a month, I'm looking at pretty much guarantee that I'm going to make 100 a month just from simulcasting there without even pushing subs or anything. With a healthy room for the higher end of the averages that I've seen, actually making it so I earn around 200 on a higher average month just from doing what we're already doing. So that's pretty cool. It's exciting. And that is good for me. So I want to try to generate 100 on YouTube a month to get the payout every month. I want to generate 100 on Kick just from multi-streaming there. I would like to start generating 100 a month from Instagram, promoting my clips, promoting Twitch, YouTube, all that stuff. And I don't know how TikTok is paying these days, but also it would be pretty sick if somehow, if I managed to increase the frequency of posting there, that I could also make like 100 there. And even with all this stuff being said, my main priority is always going to be Twitch. You know, my main priority is the place where we've gotten the most significant growth, where the platform has reached out and been really good to me, and where my livelihood is, you know, where that's Twitch. If for some reason we start popping off on YouTube and I need to prioritize more YouTube due to like financial increase and maximizing potential, because ad revenue on YouTube can be life-changing. Then maybe we'll shift into that, but the main focus is, with all the best intentions possible, is always going to be Twitch. Unless something dramatically shifts on YouTube where we get like a backdoor or have some viral videos that encourage the idea of posting more regularly long-form content there or whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much the recap of everything I talked about on stream today. I don't know how much of that you missed, but yeah, that's like the recap of everything we discussed on stream today. You just saw me? That's so funny. It's gonna go over everything. It keeps it fresh in your mind. I agree. Dr. Hub, 7 stream streak. Let's go, dude. How are you? Oh yeah, and I explained all the goal stuff today, Mike. Like, I did crazy amounts of research on transmissions, scanners. I had like in-depth, long conversations with AI, like describing all my details to the chat bot and all this shit. And I've come to the conclusion that I would like to do the transmission service myself, which after tax, that service kit costs like $150. After tax, the scan code reader's like $250. And then I could go to San Diego, and then I can basically use the rest of those funds for fuel to get to San Diego to get this service kit, and also talk to a Mercedes specialist. Try to get like a free kind of, try to get like a sort of a free consultation, a quick one, just describe all my studies and what I'm looking at and what I'm about to do to this one dude that I met that owns a specialty sprinter store in San Diego, and see if he'll cut me a deal and rotate my damn tires for me and check my brakes, because I do want to get my brakes serviced at some point, and I need a jack and jack stands to do that, and my van weighs thousands and thousands of pounds. So I think I'd prefer to let somebody who has all the equipment, something as simple as popping my wheels off, putting the front to the back to the front, and they can also check my brakes and any kind of lines that are more exposed when the wheels are off. And I think that the 700, that should potentially cover like everything. The transmission service kit, the new scanner, which does like 58 different resets. It does relearns. You can trigger individual, bi-directional, independent parts of your engine and run tests on them. You can do live tests on the full transmission and get all kinds of information from this scanner. Then the tire rotation, which I've been putting off for way too long, and just going to San Diego and chilling and talking to the professionals out there, because there's so many more cool Mercedes related mechanics out there. Oh dude, it was so sick, bro. If there's ever a stream that you'd go back to and be like stoked to like just browse through it, even though it's an old stream, that's definitely one of them. There were some of the sickest skaters. Lynn Cooper, who used to skate for Zephyr Skateboarding, was there. A bunch of pro skaters were there. The dude who I was rooting for that I wanted to win the competition won the competition. I met him before they even started the competition. He was really nice. He asked me about myself, if I skate, if I would ever compete. Super nice guy, and he ended up winning. And really cool experience. Hopefully get some others to kick in on donuts, which definitely help. For sure. Yeah, I mean, people have, I'm excited, you know, I might be there, you know. Yeah, the van is costing me money, but I did the math. If I had the van for 2 years and my rent used to be $2,000, then technically, if I was still renting, I would need another vehicle and to be paying rent, like if I didn't buy the van. And just the last 2 years that I've had the van, we're 3 months from being at 2 years, but just the last 2 years, it would have costed me $48,000 just for rent. After all things said and done with the van, I'd say that we probably, it was $13,500 for the van, registration, way out, all that stuff was like $2,000. So that's like $15,500, and then like insurance, and that made it like $16,000 right away. Then parts and tools and things like that over time have made it higher. And so we're looking at what has closer to $20,000 so far invested into my van since I got it and moved into it. But if you think about it, compare that to the $48,000 it would have costed me to live in that apartment. Compare that to on top of the $48,000 it would have costed me to live there for 24 months. I would have had to pay Wi-Fi. I would have had to pay electricity, water. I'd still have to pay all my bills outside of the homeowners or the home rental stuff. I would still have to pay all of the fucking. I would still have to pay for food every month, which is like $600 to $800 to $1,000 easily. So, I mean, if you just factor in like an extra $1,000 a month, or if you factor in like if I had to get a car and, you know, pay for that kind of stuff, like registration, insurance on that, like if I didn't have the van, man, we're looking at like we're at 48. We're looking at around like it would have the last two years of my life would have easily costed me over $60,000. And that's not including like anything else other than cost of living and food and shit. So instead of $60,000 being kind of the estimated cost of survival and rent, in the last 2 years we've spent around $20,000 doing the same thing. Actually, no, if I factor in the food costs and stuff, then we are closer to 30 grand. So comparing 30 grand to like 60 grand if I had still lived at that place. And that 60 grand doesn't include the cost of whatever the car itself, the cost of buying a car, just to have something to be more mobile for work-related stuff. So let's just say it's $70,000 it would have costed me to survive the last 2 years, have a car, pay for rent. It would have been around 70 grand. So having the van, we're closer to like 30 grand in food costs, vehicle costs, insurance costs, maintenance costs, and equipment for streaming and stuff like that. And all those services those exist now too, but yeah. So I've just been kind of recapping, you know. I also talked about, Mike, that I was being hard on myself the last couple days about, I didn't realize doing a transmission service is as easy as fucking changing your oil. Like, how come I didn't do this right when I bought the van? Because I was like, man, I should have done this. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Oh, I should have bought a scanner that's like more valuable that can read the transmission so I have a better understanding. But what ended up happening, what's up, Saya? How are you? And welcome in, King. Thank you for the follow. What I ended up doing was purposefully putting off the transmission stuff because it intimidated me. And I was worried that I paid all this money for the vehicle, left my home to go on this adventure, and that I'd find something out that would make me like too reluctant to go out and adventure and stream. And I was like, fuck, man, I want to drive to San Francisco a few times. I want to go San Diego to LA. I want to go from San Diego all the way to Seattle, Washington. And I was afraid, throwing caution to the wind, mind you, obviously, but I was afraid that I'd learn early on that I bought something that had maybe a shit transmission, and that with the lack of education, that would put the mechanics or anybody that I talked to about it in a more advantageous position than I would like them to be, and that I could be taken advantage of. And with my lack of knowledge, which I have a lot more of now, from the engine to the transmission to all the different types of machinery that you can use to scan your vehicles and what are the limitations in between said different scanners and shit, that I was being hard on myself. Like, why didn't I do this a long time ago? Why didn't I assess the situation deeply and like trust myself enough to do it? Because I was still at this huge learning curve of just buying the van, living in it, learning about the engine. I was so mentally exhausted from studying and working on the engine stuff, that I was like, fuck, transmission, I'm not even gonna think about that for a while. So instead of being hard on myself, I had like a conversation with myself, and I was like, you know, I purposefully avoided the transmission. I intentionally avoided it because I was nervous that it might stop me from doing what I wanted to do, and that with all caution being thrown to the wind, I was like, fuck it, I want to do it anyways. And so for those of you listening to me talk about my transmission like this, my vehicle's drivable. It doesn't even struggle shifting gears. There's just this roughness in between some of the gears. So the roughness in between some of the gears has accelerated in its symptoms. The symptoms have gotten a little more pronounced. Still doesn't have trouble shifting, but in between shifting, it vibrates and it's like clunky and shit. And I was like, oh God. And I was so nervous, thinking in my head that transmissions are such a like hard to work on type thing, that I shouldn't mess with it. I should only let a professional do it. And that's not true. That's not fucking true, man. If any mechanic can work on your vehicle after drinking a 12-pack of beer, I think you can learn how to do it too. It just takes a lot of studying, effort, retaining the information, practicing, trial and error, research and development, and enough studying and research that you give yourself a headache every night, but eventually you'll be proud of yourself and happy that you did it. So I purposefully, shitty bit rate. Yeah, so I purposefully put it off. And it's so funny because I like had to forgive myself for being hard on myself. I was like, yeah, I should have done this. Like, imagine if, like if your engine's not running perfectly, one of the things you can do is make sure you change your oil regularly. Make sure there's always clean oil in there. Make sure that all your fluids are clean and topped off or flushed and replaced. It's simple shit. Anybody can do it. Even if your engine is old, it helps with the longevity of it. And I've been on top of that with my engine. And I had to forgive myself and remind myself that I purposefully put it off. I neglected it and avoided it because I was nervous about what would become a priority in my life at that time when I was ready to set off on an adventure of a lifetime. And so I'm like, you know what? Everything comes in due time. You don't learn everything in the first day. And so that's when I decided, you know what? I'm going to do the transmission service myself, which is a beautiful learning curve. Stuff could go wrong, but potentially it shouldn't. It's pretty easy. And then in the future, any vehicle I ever have, this one or future vehicles, it's going to be a regular routine. Because I tried to tell myself that, if I would have done this service when I first bought it, maybe the symptoms wouldn't have accelerated as much. And I typed all this into like a AI chat, and I was like, what do you think, AI? And they were like being really cool to me, almost too understanding and too forgiving of me like ignoring the transmission for so long. And then it was like emboldened. It was like, I understand that you had all these priorities and all this focus and all these intentional goals, and you did all those things, and you should be proud of yourself. But the fact that you drove 30,000 miles and these symptoms that you noticed right when you bought it have progressed, and the fact that you've never even checked your transmission fluid, that your biggest priority in life right now absolutely has to be your transmission. And it basically was like, all right, good on you for recognizing all these different aspects of the psychological warfare you're putting yourself through. Bad on you for putting it off for so long, but you've forgiven. And now the best course of action is to fucking work on it. Study it. Get as much. It was literally like knowledge is power. Like, you don't want to walk into a mechanic's shop and not know shit about your transmission. That could be $6,000 to $13,000 for them to just assume that you don't know shit. And there's a chance that you're taken advantage of, but there's a chance that, you're not. But the more education you have, the more power you have. And so shout out to me, like, expressing all my feelings and thoughts, and like making it a point to like run all of those like in depth to great extent, running those through like an AI filter that like gave me some insight on what I'm going through, so I don't have to like bother my friends or bother mechanics or bother people with like my lack of awareness around everything I'm going through. And I don't know. Yeah, either way, I'm pretty stoked on everything. Oh yeah, for sure, Hockey Fan. They also take advantage of men too, but because not everybody has the time or brain capacity or tolerance to learn about complicated shit that doesn't really benefit them on a daily basis, but would give them the upper hand if they walked into a vehicle repair shop or a mechanic shop, and you're like, oh, well, I know all these aspects of the engine, and I understand how they run, and I understand their compatibility with the way that I have my, things and all this shit, so that at least they look at you and they know they can't rip you off, that you know enough to not be fooled and get upcharged on any side upcharges or anything. But personally, I live in my van. I'm a budget streamer. I'm a budget lifer. So any kind of like headache attaining material that I learn is incredibly, undoubtedly some of the most valuable information I can learn and retain, especially when it comes to foreign diesel engines. Foreign is already like an expertise that costs more money. Diesel, another expertise that costs more money. How about foreign and diesel? Yep. And then how about you throw a German transmission into the mix, which a transmission is one of the most like off-putting zones for anybody. Like if your mechanic comes out and says, I'm afraid to say your transmission might be done, you're gonna have a heart attack because you know how much that shit costs. But what if you knew every component in the transmission? What if you knew how a TCM worked? What if you knew about transmission control modules? What if you knew about the different various diagnosis and remedies and tests and variables that you can run from one little code scanner? What if you knew all of that shit, and then when they say, oh, I think your transmission's toast, you say, oh, well, is it the gearbox? Is it the clutch rings? Is it the brake rings? Is it the torque converter? Is it the transmission control module? Is it the solenoids? Like et cetera, and then they go from being like, ha 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 ha, we're gonna make bank, to being like, fuck, now we have to be very specific. Because some mechanics will just like, rather than taking a transmission apart, continually diagnosing it, taking a portion of your transmission out, ordering the rebuild kit for that portion of the transmission, rebuilding that portion of the transmission, having the transmission have to relearn the driving patterns and habits, having to have a special scanner and making sure you don't miss out on crossing T's and dotting I's, and resetting and recalibrating things to new installs. There's all this shit that you need to know and you need to do and you need to execute when it comes to like literally disassembling an entire transmission to rebuild a portion of it. So a lot of times they'll say, oh God, that's a lot of work. Oh, that's dumb. Why don't we just convince them that their transmission is fucked so we can get them to replace the entire thing, which takes the same amount of time and it's already rebuilt. So I just throw it in there. You don't have to do as much work if you don't have to disassemble every portion of the transmission, which is several different sets of gears and clutches and brakes and spinning plates and all this different stuff, the torque converter and everything, how it's attached to the axle and how the torque converter is attached to the engine and the conductor plate and how the gearbox and the solenoids work and how all the sensors work and all that. You have to take all that apart and hope you don't fuck it up, hope it doesn't take you forever, hope you make a good choice on like how much needs to be fixed to make the problem solve. Instead, they just trick you into being like, sorry dude, you're gonna have to pay $7,000 and you're gonna have to pay $600 for delivery and then $5,000 in labor. So that ends up being like $12,500 to have a new transmission put in. And this is all like awarenesses that I've only learned in the past 2 days. Sorry, I have so much on my chest I had to get off today.
One guy,
You can send them to the you can send it to the main chat if you want. Sorry, the incredibly delayed response. Ask about the window, will it be fixed sooner or later? Yeah, that's an easier one. Apparently if I take out the mechanism that's broke in my window, I can measure it, take photos of it, and then I can send those measurements to a friend and they can 3D print me a bunch of replacement pieces for it. Or I can reluctantly buy one pair of those pieces off of eBay and hope they show up. And they're overpriced. But I just haven't been rolling my passenger side window down enough for it to be an issue right now.
Mechanics tend to take advantage. I already read that. I'm glad you're talking about this. I think that I'm listening to transmission stuff, but more importantly, a life lesson and one that is helpful to me. Aw. Further, sometimes you can do damage to a transmission if you do a change after having not... Wait, sorry. I heard that sometimes you can do damage to a transmission if you do a change after not having changed the fluid in a long time. Look into that too. Yeah, I think that that's true. That's kind of why I want to like do a transmission service myself. And then like if it needs work, if it needs a rebuild, if it needs some kind of stuff done to it, that at least it'll have clean and the perfect amount of transmission fluid in it with a new filter. And then at least that's like a new default to start diagnosing from. It can't hurt. And then like what you said, if you're working on it, you definitely don't want to fuck it up. I just bought like a 186 centimeter or something like that dipstick that's perfectly made for this engine and transmission for it to just reach the transmission pan. And I just got it in the mail. So it's like a custom transmission fluid dipstick that doesn't come with these vehicles. They're like mechanic specialty dipsticks that they want like you to only be able to go to a mechanic to get it. They don't even include it with the van. So fuck that. I bought it on Amazon and I just got it. It's in my van now. So that's cool. I haven't used it yet. I'm nervous. I have to get not only the engine up to operating temp, but the transmission takes longer to get to operating temp. But if I get the scanner reads the temperature of the transmission fluid. The scanner reads all kinds of cool stuff having to do with the transmission. Not only if you just plug it in and you're idling, just sitting there, not driving, but it also has live scanning options and recording options where you can drive, have the scanner sitting down, you're paying full attention to the road, and then you try to recreate all the symptoms that worry you to begin with, and then you can review that time frame on the scanner and see what the transmission pressure, slipping, temperature, what all of that is at when you're recreating the symptoms that worried you to begin with. So yeah, I've been researching like fucking crazy amounts. Baron von Berger, hey. But yeah, lots and lots and lots of research. That's so funny. I don't know, that guy opened his door and just stared at me like I was fucking, like I wasn't supposed to be there. I was trying to go downtown this weekend, but we've been having a little heat wave here. Just enough for it to be like, I don't know, in the high 80s downtown. And there's way less wind down there too, so it would have been hot as fuck. So I decided, beach day. Have I used the fans yet in the van? I have. For the last 2 nights, I've used them both nights. It seems like if I leave it on kind of from the moment I'm getting ready to bed until the moment I like actually get out of bed in the morning, it uses like 20, on the lowest setting, which is plenty, it uses 20% of the battery life. So the 2 fans will last me like 10 days. So when one's being used and the other's full, when the one I'm using dies, I can use the full one and then charge the one that's dead, and hopefully keeping a good routine of having nice airflow every night. Granted, it's not giving me airflow from outside. It's just circulating the stagnant air inside. But it is a major upgrade. If I eventually redid my roof, added a couple of solar panels and added a fan into the roof, then I would have fresh air cycling in and out. Or at least the stagnant air cycling out. Where would the fresh air even come in from in that situation? I guess having two fans. One that's like reverse and one that's forward. I don't know. My ADHD and my OCD is like at 5,000% right now. Every little thing I'm like critically going over in my head, and do you think for you it'd be better? No. I think that eventually getting a fan in my roof that's like hooked up to solar and like a separate battery system from my EcoFlow power stations would be ideal. I guess if I get to the point in my journey where I'm literally, one of my biggest hurdles, like one of the biggest is not being able to rebuild a transmission on my own, right? But I think that like one of this other hurdles that I'm like very intimidated by is not knowing how to do body work with like rust around the frame of the windshield, where like actual welding would probably need to come into play, and not shitty welding, but like very, very fucking well thought out, properly executed welding, which is like shit people pay like $250 an hour for, and a job like that could take like fucking 15 hours. So I'm trying to also think about that. But if for some reason I have like 100% overlook of my vehicle, and I have such a great understanding of every little detail on especially my vehicle that could go wrong, rust around the windshield, blah, 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 leaky seams on the roof, how to remedy all that, how to fix all that, that I would consider trying to hold on to this van for as long as possible. But a part of me also, with all the education and all the experience I have now, knows that if I bought a 2006 Sprinter, a new one, not new, but a different one with a high top roof, that not only would I be able to stand up in it, which, I mean, some people would say, how often are you really going to stand up in it? But I do think that that would add a great level of comfort and like buildability, where I could kind of actually put like walls and a ceiling in, fans, solar, but like still be able to stand up and not like hurt my neck. There are a lot of people online that say like, oh no, the shorter top ones are actually the better ones because this and that. But those people that say that don't live in their van full time. Those people that say that like take their van out for trips and vacations, and they go camping with it. So for them, they just really need certain amenities and certain resources, certain tools, certain storage, simple kind of setup. And when they want to stand up straight and not hurt their neck, they just step outside because they're camping or they have a hotel or whatever. For me, I'm always in the damn thing every night, every morning, every time. And so I'm having this like push and pull between whether or not I actually need a van that's a little taller and that I could stand up in and build out and still stand up in, because it's already been proven to me that you need to be so fucking careful while parking these things in a place like LA. Like these trees that kind of curve over into the streets, you know, they'll catch the top corner of the van. The taller your van is, the more likely you are to accidentally like reverse into a branch that's like gonna bend or scratch the vehicle. With my vehicle being the shortest height that they make, I feel like at least I'm in a position where
it's less likely that I hit stuff and damage it because it's more compact, but it's less livable for a full-time van lifer. I don't know. There's all these variables in my head that make it tough for me to decide. What up, Tella sir? How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome back. And thank you so much for the follow. I live by the sea. I got the underneath coated to protect from rust. Yeah, these vans come with like at least not the entirety of it, but a large portion of it has like this spray on shit that prevents that kind of stuff. I live right by the ocean too, and luckily the underbody of mine seems pretty good. I'm doing good, planning some stuff, leave Saturday. Nice, where are you going? Where are you going? What do you guys think we should do tomorrow? I could work on like, skate stuff would be fun. Like come out really early in the morning and skate. I don't feel like I have the energy to do that early in the morning. To Beards? To Beards? Wait, what do you mean? I rue the day. Sorry. So we're at this kind of like park grass area. You guys have seen me bring the dogs here a bunch. But this is where the path continues to going down there to Santa Monica. And all of the, like, I saved the transmission service manual. I saved the engine service manual, which is like 1,000 pages combined. Maybe more. I think the engine manual is like 1,300 pages alone. But I saved all of the insightful conversations. I asked in detail to give me a breakdown of every portion of my transmission, my specific model of transmission. I asked in detail, how does all of that breakdown of every portion of the transmission, how does that all operate and how does it all work in conjunction together? I also took notes down, saved all of the details about all the stuff that I'm learning and working on and all that stuff. So I have a plethora of information to work with, and at this point I just need to stay committed to like finding a way to stay on the path, you know? I'm going to be focusing on myself and on the streams a lot, and a lot less like visiting other people's streams other than raids. Like, I don't want to waste any time that I could be productive in my own right, like just lollygagging and stuff, unless I need a break and I want to check on my friends. But I used to kind of just like scroll through Twitch and all these things and visit every person that I know streamer wise and just check in and say hi and check in on all the up and comers, like the streamers that have like 5 to 10 viewers per stream, make sure that they feel supported. But I'll still do some of that, but it's so easy to just get distracted and like open up a stream and then be like watching somebody do some shit that isn't really mutually beneficial or mutually like engaging or something, and it just becomes like brain rot for me.
And just because of the lack of productivity and the time management is off. So moving forward, I need to work on all this stuff. Yo, V-Kite, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Telesur. Let's freaking go. Yeah, so where to Beards? What do you mean Beards? What is Beards? I can't tell if this.
Are you preaching to me right now? Yeah, I am. You know,
I can't.
Sorry that I'm selling this stuff to you, but God is real. Okay.
I don't know if he's saying that he's selling propane or if he's selling cocaine. He's like, yeah, I sell what sounded like propane or cocaine. Which one is it, buddy? I need both. Just kidding. Oh, Beard Hub. Okay. That's cool. I've never really gotten to know him that well. Yeah, but he seems like a great guy. Guys could be so kind, please tab up the kick stream. Let's all go have a mini conversation for like 2 minutes over there. Let's yap it up for a second in that chat. A natural, real little mini engagement pool, guys. Gonna call it the green app when I bring it up. Not every time, but portions of the time. What's everybody doing for 4th of July? We're gonna stream it. Oh, Telesur, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the follow. You freaking legend, dude. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Like, I'm not jumping ship or like begging anybody to be like super active there, but a little bit of natural interaction throughout the day. Like, if we can try to keep the viewership around 10 on average, I can earn like $5 to $10 there without even like pushing subs and stuff. So that's an extra $100 to $200 a month I can make just from simulcasting as a kick partner. So if you guys know me well enough, you know that's a blessing for me. And you know that my livelihood and all my growth and all the best discovery and the sizable community and everything is on Twitch. And Twitch has done so much for me, and I go to TwitchCon every year, and I performed at TwitchCon last year. I intend on performing again this year. So I'm not jumping ship or anything like that. I really do love Twitch, but as an opportunistic move, I do think it's important for most streamers who have the opportunity to simulcast there to do so. Okay, perfect, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, wait, where should we stream from on 4th of July? Aw, hey Gino. Sorry, I said Gina. Alright, we're going back to SF, guys. Now, before we go back to SF, we have to do another 420 SF goal to get there, survive there, and get the gas and fuel it costs to get there and back. But technically, we made it work. I think that we maybe spent like $550 or something when we were there last time. More from food and stuff, but yeah, we did a pretty damn good budget-friendly 2-week trip, man. That's how much people spend a day or two of staying there usually. The ride back was the best. Yes, the ride back was pretty epic, wasn't it? It was kind of epic. What a day. We got the camera working, and oh yeah, that was quite the day. There was so much going on in the world too, like all the protests were popping off, and like there was just so much energy. When I got to LA, I was like, oh fuck, it's crazy here right now. I was like, I miss SF right now already. I hope they fix the error. I think that nobody has reported the error to me since the last couple days of streaming, so I'm hoping that it's all good, you know? I'm hoping. It's error 1000, 2000, and 3000, by the way. There's many. Ugh. Let's walk over to the pier. Tony got the 2000 error the other day. Yeah, Gogo Borgor said that she had that error super bad in the past, to where it was like she was sincerely concerned and psychologically like upset about it, because like I told her I went from 83 viewers to 30 viewers in 1 second because of the error, and she's like, oh yes, like I had the same thing, like, and then It's Gaijiro was like, yeah, man, that shit was bad. Like, she had it bad, and since then it doesn't seem to be an issue. And I think it's just how Twitch works. I think the more you stream on Twitch, the more your viewership goes up, the more you notice, and the more people report it. I think it's just in the nature of the platform to have shit happen like that sometimes, you know? It took 5 minutes to get back on. I don't know if he knew. Maybe he didn't know. Oh yeah, I dropped, like, luckily it was just like the case, the pouch that I keep my microphones in. I actually lost it. I dropped it yesterday. So luckily I have another power bank that I have a little mesh, little pouch from. So I was able to, you know, rehouse, like find a new pouch for the things. But I did lose one of these yesterday while streaming, and somehow I didn't notice that I dropped it, which is kind of an L streamer move, because, you know, what if it was something more important? But I have a new one. We are good. I got earplugs. Literally gonna put them in right now. I just don't trust the Pier and the loud shit. My ears actually hurt last night from walking by that drummer that was awkwardly close to the people walking and literally just playing one snare drum in a weird percussive way that was obnoxiously loud. No offense to him, you know. I respect the hustle, but he could have stood further away. He could have a whole drum kit. It just made the whole thing a little better. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's pop the mics on because it is windy. I am always happy when I don't have to use the mics like at all for the whole stream, because I don't have to recharge them later. So there's that. Because I'm telling you, even with the power station and stuff, it's a lot of effort every single night to recharge my chat phone, my streaming phone, my microphone receiver, my speaker, and recharge my battery banks, which I carry with me. So I'm charging like 6 to 7 different pieces of electronics every night just to wake up the next day and be able to stream. The power stations have helped dramatically because I used to do it all just straight from my engine battery. So we are on the right path, but it's a lot of work, man. What I do is exhaustingly difficult and takes a tremendous amount of commitment and like daily routine, you know. So any day I can go without using my mics is another day I don't have to charge it at midnight right before I go to bed. Any day that I don't use my modem and I can get away with just using my services on my phones is another day I don't have to charge the battery bank that goes directly to my modem. But every day I have to charge the battery bank that goes directly to my phone for sure. But you're a rock star, so you make it look easy. Thanks. I mean, it's not hard to plug shit in, but it's hard to keep inspired and motivated and planning and creating itineraries and studying all that, and then all the stuff I want to add into my workflow, like editing, publishing on other platforms, promoting upcoming streams, all that kind of stuff. It's a lot when you take it all into consideration. That's another reason why I would love to get solar and like extra batteries or that would help a lot, just to have like a more streamlined system, because I would have solar on the roof. I wouldn't have to like pull over in a park or somewhere and unfold those like 40-pound solar panels that are sort of awkward and flimsy, and it would just be attached to my roof, so I'd be able to utilize the sun all the time. I wouldn't have to like pull over and set up in a certain way and then break it all down and attract attention and have wires going out my door and panels set up in the sun and the grass or whatever outside. It would be nice to have a more streamlined power system. So just thinking about all that too, seeing where my limitations are and thinking about how to improve upon that system, because of how much it would help me
stay on track and stay kind of like professional. Never forget to do something that's important. Never like run out of resources. Every time I set up my solar, somebody always walks up to my van and tries to talk to me about my life and my van and my solar. And that stuff's fine, but not when I'm streaming. So I feel like it's just too much. I don't want, like, I've always enjoyed having next to nothing. Like when I used to park at the public parks and people would endlessly walk up to my van and stop and ask me about myself and my lifestyle. It was kind of awesome because I didn't have power stations. I didn't have solar. I don't have any amenities that most van lifers have. So I looked like less attractive to thieves and people who, like, you know, sometimes like to take advantage of people who have those resources, and not only to take advantage of those resources, but to steal those resources. So now I'm at the point where I'm accumulating like thousands of dollars worth of helpful equipment, but I have to like pull the solar out, set it in the grass, be super exposed in the public eye while using those things. And you know, if somebody walks up and then my battery power stations are sitting there, the solar's sitting out. It's just too much attention at this phase of my van life journey. So to have something permanently fixed, bolted to the roof, to have like a battery system that's sort of like self-operational no matter what, like I don't have to sit somewhere and break down everything. I could just park and walk all day and it could be charging, or I could be driving and it could be charging. I think that that's like a nice direction to kind of think about going towards. The power stations are ultimately very helpful and they will always be an incredible investment. Especially cool, say if I go camping or something, I can pull them out of the vehicle, I can use them and utilize them out, which a permanent solar and battery system that's like built into my van is less mobile. Even though I can drive around with it, I can't necessarily unplug it, pull it outside. Not that I've ever camped on stream, but like if I wanted to open up the options for more content and doing more fun things, the flexibility of those power stations is superior to a permanently screwed in installed system. You know, like the solar panels, like I could park my van in the shade while camping, but I could take the solar panels into the sun and charge my power stations and use my power stations. Dude, we've learned and tried and implemented so much stuff. It's insane. Thank you. Trying my best. I've always preached like resourcefulness is the first step to anything. Being resourceful, using what you've got, realizing you don't need everything you think you need. But then learning along the way that the more you invest and that the more equipment that you're able to utilize in a good way can actually bring upon improvement to you, your content, over time, which can improve upon the health of your social media content, which can improve upon the health of the financial side, which opens doors. You know, the more that you earn, the more you can invest into where you go, what kind of events you can afford, what kind of like travels you're willing to do. Like, you know, investing more in yourself, it's an investment. And if, you know, it works out, there's a return on that investment, which helps propel your business into something that helps you improve upon everything that you have already been doing. So, you know, I'm at that stage where being super, super resourceful and being like, I don't need anything. Like, yeah, that was the case during those times. But as time has gone by, you don't think the mic is on? Like, you wouldn't even be able to hear me at all if it wasn't on. But either way, long story short, the more you invest into your equipment, for me, it was better for me to do it. It was better for me to do it slowly because I couldn't afford it. Being resourceful was my only option. But as time has gone by and we've made slight improvements upon the stream, I've been able to do more. I've been able to go to cooler places. I've been able to, spend money to do certain things that I would have not felt comfortable doing in the past. But yeah, every little upgrade kind of opens up new avenues of potential for what you can do in the future. So if we're able to work on improving upon the quality of my equipment, improving upon the quality of my van situation, improving upon the way that I manage my time and my resources, and improving upon like cross-promoting and editing and posting videos and photos on other platforms, would then in return hopefully generate more streams of income, hopefully help to sustain my normal streams of income that basically uphold my livelihood. And then if that happens, which is not expected, because then we can even grow and try even more things that we've never done. Like we still haven't like flown to different countries on stream. We still haven't streamed in a bunch of different countries. There's all these things that we could do over time once we're at that phase. And we can keep investing what we earn back into the business, just like any business in the world would do in that situation. But yeah, so I guess today's like an admin day. You know how like people take a day off to work on their business related stuff, file through their clients, file through all their equipment they use, file through maintenance, file through follow-up, file through, future plans. That's kind of what everything I'm talking about today is for me. I'm just saying it all on stream, and you guys are kind of forced to listen to me talk a lot. Also, I may or may not have drinking an entire 200 milligrams of caffeine this morning, right before starting stream, which resulted in an endless stream of me fucking yapping. I probably talked more today in 4.5 hours than I did yesterday in 10.5 hours. Having a burrito, I may or may not be considering. I did say if we hit the goal, I would get the mushroom burrito, and I would also skate for like 20 minutes on stream. But my stomach is deciding that I should probably just get a burrito. Anyways, I've been working really hard. I've been studying. I've been balancing and juggling like 7 different things I'm thinking about and focusing on and trying to improve upon. And if there's any kind of moment where you deserve to eat a really good mushroom burrito from a place you love, even though it costs a little more than you'd like to spend, I think now is that time. I'm just going to go ahead and spoil myself. We are coming back to this area to harvest passion fruit once the time is right. And I bet you a lot of people come over here thinking and saying the same thing. So these flowers, ooh, look at the bee. These beautiful flowers turn into passion fruit. See, like, so some of these are not going to turn into passion fruit. These didn't even fully flower, unfortunately. But the ones that do fully flower will grow fruit once the time comes. But there's
Oh, there's some other weird ass fruit on there. Or no, that's a fucking passion fruit. So that's what's gonna come out of this beautiful flower when it's ready. So I'm sure there's a ton of people who walk by this and they're waiting for the day that they can come and do a passion fruit heist or something, but I'm one of those people. Yeah, unfortunately. Bliss, would you take a Waymo car? Yeah. When we normally take them when we go to San Francisco, so next time we go to San Francisco, you'll see me in one. But last time I went, I was on a budget. So I tried to like only take buses for much more affordable rates. I also got very, very used to the public bus and train system, so it just feels good. But if I was ever in a rush, like there was a time when I needed to meet somebody downtown San Francisco, and I was like, oh, well, sorry. I was like, the train will take me an hour and 15 minutes. This Waymo will take me 30 minutes. So. But it's more expensive to go in a Waymo in LA for short distances than it is to go in a Waymo in San Francisco for some reason. Okay, enjoy your dinner. First, we're gonna go to the Santa Monica Pier and see if there's any events still going on from the 360 Pier 360 festival thingy. Admittedly, I looked up this event and it looked kind of like something I'm not going to be super interested in. And we stayed at that thing so long yesterday that we missed. It was closed. The Pier 360 was closed by the time we got there. So let's run over there right now and see if we can maybe see if there's anything interesting. I don't want to miss out completely, but if there's something cool. Just like that guy from yesterday who stopped when I was eating at Burger Spot and he asked for like advice on IRL and I followed him. He already had like 2.3k followers, so that's a lot more promising than somebody who's like got no experience. But I told him like, oh, I just look up events online. I make plans, dude. You got to do the footwork before you execute. You know, if you put time to plan in it and intention into it, people respect that, and you might just have the best time ever. But I told him, you know, sometimes events don't even look that great. Like the one I looked up looked pretty corny. Didn't even look like something I would really love. But you never know. You don't know until you know what I mean? So I told him even some of the events that don't seem like something that's going to be the coolest thing everyone's ever seen can be special or worth checking out, you know? Which is very true. Make sure you guys tab up all the streams you can. Oh yeah, the mount that like goes around your neck that holds the phone on your chest that's different than the strappy one that I have. Gogo Borgore has that one. And I was asking her about it yesterday. I was like, oh my God. I was like, that's the one I was looking up. I would love to try that out. And so I think I'm going to like I'm going to try to make that purchase or put it on my wish list. I think it's only like $25. But it'd be cool to have a plethora of versatile mounting options. Coolest option for me would be something that's really lightweight, that like I can carry with me at all times, but not be like, oh, too much baggage, too much extra weight in my bag. You know what I just noticed about the Green app is that they only have animated emotes that I saw. That's another thing I need to do to improve upon my Twitch, is I need more emotes. I have 4 normal emote slots for tier 3, 5 animated emote slots open for tier 3. I have 5 regular and 5 animated open for tier 2. And I have like 13 open for tier 1 regular emotes, and then like 11 open for animated emotes on tier 1. But with that being said, even if I just added like all the tier 2 and tier 3 slots, anybody who's tier 3 would have like 20 new emotes. 20! So I need to add those for like the people who pay the premium for having the higher cost sub, and make those unique and special to them. And then all the tier 1s, which you can access through paying the normal price or a prime sub, also adding emotes to that too. I think that cycling your emotes or adding new emotes maybe once or twice a year can help encourage more people subscribing and more people being happy that normally always subscribe because they're like, ooh, now I have more emotes. So.
On the third day, God raised the Lord Jesus Christ from the dead, because he would not allow his soul to suffer corruption or be in hell. God delivered him up to power.
Look at Bill. You got a Bill. Look at man. No diddy. I just want to give you a compliment.
All right, let's see if any of the festivities are still happening here. I've been walking pretty fast on stream, and I need to start slowing down more. Holy frickin' shit, dude. Sunday vibes. It is so packed. Holy shit, look at that parking lot, full to the gills. Live bands playing right now at the festival thingy. Let's go, dude. Yay, festivities. The rookie skating competition was moved over, and it wasn't in the same spot, and it was like, I showed up late. I did think that would be a more of a major part of our stream today.
So sorry for just yapping endlessly, but we get to have some festivity fun on the pier. This festival only happens once a year too, so let's go catch the tail end of that. God damn, look at all these people. Oh yeah, the mic is fucked up. It's not on the right mic. What the fuck? Okay, let's see. Okay, now we're on my mic set, not the internal mic. That is. Ooh. Let's see if anybody's willing to match memberships on YouTube. Hold on. I think. Hold on. Why is that guy running like he just stole something? All right, let's see if I can gift 5 memberships on YouTube, guys. Let's see. If anybody's down, literally costs 99 cents per membership. If you gift a membership there, it would mean the world to me. Let's see if I can do it. Where do I access that option?
The Bible declares all have fallen short of the glory of God. But we are all justified by God's grace. That means Jesus Christ. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Jesus died for all of our sins. He took all of us off his body. He shed his blood.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's giving me the option. Why is this so confusing? It shouldn't be. Oh, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit that thumbs up. We've been on for like 5 hours. Okay, maybe I'll try it another time. Once I can figure that out properly, I'll let you know. Dude, that shit is so annoying. Did you guys see that? That was so cute.
The beautiful sunset you see with the eyes, you see how many of the glorious creation all Almighty Creator. And we need to know who He is. He reveals Himself in His Word, the Bible. And this God of the Bible requires constant obedience to Him. We can be able to die and burn in the lake of fire. That's why you must come. The means whereby you can be saved is through the Lord Jesus Christ. For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in Him should not perish, but have everlasting life. God was in Christ, reconciled the world to Himself, the world of His people. People group every tongue combination to call upon His name, to enter everlasting covenant with Him, to become children of God. You're not a child of God. You're created by God, but through the fall of man, you're a child of wrath. By nature, a child of the devil. So Christ came to redeem His people from the curse of the law of God by becoming a curse for them. God made Him to be sin for us who knew no sin, that we might be made the righteousness of God in Him. In Him we have redemption through His blood, the forgiveness of sins according to the riches of His grace. And it's by grace, undeserved favor, you are saved. Third faith is that not of yourself is a gift of God, not of works, as the one should boast. Not by works of righteousness, which you have done, but according to God's mercy, He saves His people through the washing of regeneration and renewing of the Holy Spirit. You must be regenerated by God. Genesis again, He causes the sinner to be born again, born of His life, to be a partaker of the divine nature, having escaped the corruptions in this world through lust. It's a new birth, a new nature, an everlasting covenant. You're born again of the incorruptible seed of the Word of God. You become a child of God through faith in this Christ alone. And He gives you that faith and that life by the power of His Spirit to know, yes, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation, all things are passed away, all things have become new. The eyes of the Lord in every place beholding the evil and the good. Here He is. No creature hid from His sight. All things are naked and open to the eyes of Him. To whom we have sinned when they give account. To Him who has raised us from the dead, who was the eyes of the Lord in every place. The Lord is the Son of God.
Died on the cross. He rose again on the third day. Jesus atoned for our sins. They have passed from death to life. Listen to the good news of the Bible. Jesus Christ, the Son of God, down from heaven to the earth. Jesus died now on the cross, so that we would not have.
Oh, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying
Sin
to.
upon Himself, died, rose again on the third day. Now, anyone who turns to God and trusts in Jesus will be forgiven of his sin. He becomes a child of God. He offers eternal life. Heaven is ahead. Place your head and believe in His good news. For there is one God, one person between God and man, that is Christ Jesus Himself. He gave Himself as the ransom for all, revealing God's purpose and Jesus said, "For unless you believe that I am the Messiah, you will die in your sins." Unless you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, God that He came down from heaven,
Okay, I figured it out. Yay! Anybody want to join forces with me and gift a membership to the YouTube? Please feel free. I know, right, Mike? If you're watching on YouTube, you might be getting a gifted sponsored membership. I am about to gift out some. Maybe I should wait. I don't know. Wait till we build up some hype. What do you guys think? Should I just do it now? You guys think I should just All right, you guys. If you feel like joining me on the gifting, feel free. If not, I totally understand. But I am going to gift 5 memberships right now to YouTube. There we go! Woo! Mrs. Marvelous Retro got one. Oh! Jazz got one. Norcal Mark got one. Let's freaking go. Canadian Vasily. Well, there we go. We have 5 new members on the YouTube. Me. That's what's up. W. Danny. That is the method. Oh, of course. I'm so sorry. I wish one of them would have gone to you, dude. I was crossing my fingers that you would definitely be one of the people, but it seems like it didn't happen. All right, let's see what's going on here. They do have like a little skate park here. Oh shit, some people are already packing up. Like this lady. Everyday dose.
That's funny, I just got in a fight with my provider.
Oh yeah, a lot of these. Oh, that band just finished. That's probably the last band of the night too.
He's already injured himself.
Yeah, everything's closing down. Okay, so we're really good at missing large portions of these events. Oh, Mike, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that a ton. Alright, let's see what we're working on here. It's a mini park. Keen ramps.
After 6 events, when it came down to our podium spots, second and third place have a tie at 24 points, which means it came down to who got their keg over the bar
Strongman competition.
fastest. Darth Valdez, before she passed out, got her second keg over in 21 seconds.
Oh damn, she passed out.
Holly Wagstaff got hers in 16.45 seconds. So in second place, or third place, I'm so sorry. It's been a long day. Can we reset? In third place, Evelyn Valdez Lautherback.
Damn, Evelyn got third place, but she passed out while lifting. That sucks. That's
My God, that's a subtle change from Celsius. And in the tie, but with that tiebreaker, England's own Molly Wagstaff. And your champion, we call her Danger Pro Daphne, but I have a feeling she's going to go Daphne the Dominator. With the 6.5 points between your champion and the same Molly
These are all my 90-kilo guys, right?
Let's see if we can score a freebie. There's a Celsius booth over here. I mean, like, can I get a fucking can of that shit, dude? Thank you again, Mike, for the super chat. I really appreciate that.
And one more time, a bow from all our competitors. Congratulations. Thank you, ladies, and congratulations on an epic competition.
Do you guys have any like?
We were giving out drinks like all day long. All the stuff that we brought, we ran it out already.
Okay, cool. Thank you. L for them.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to now ask our men to come up in the 90-kilo category. Can we get them all on stage? All the athletes out here.
I know they really do, honestly. I should hit them up and see if they're interested. Should have banana slide. This looks like something you would see in like a Cardi B music video.
We got all the athletes. You got rum? Corn dogs in there? So, once again, we asked these athletes to go through 6 events. And in the end, 1 point.
Oh yeah, they
separated
do all
all
those
3
big
men
trades
on
at
the
the end
podium.
where they just give all their cases away to the other
Third
companies.
place with 72 points. It's the Texas
When I used to work in the food
Rattlesnake
industry, we do
Dragons.
something similar at festivals and stuff.
Step up, buddy. You getting the present. You getting the trophy here.
I should have came here earlier and talked to them. How has the stream been today? Has anybody had the error 1000, error 2000, or error 3000 thing come up? Wow. California beach life culture. Look at all these people. Look, everybody's playing soccer. They're in the water. Sun tanning. Sitting in tents, avoiding the sun. Volleyball. You got everybody enjoying the pier, the activities over here. You got runners, people that are just trying to be fit. You got the beach toy salesman. There's also like a fruit stand out here. And the fruit stand walks the whole beach. So they don't just set up in one spot. They have these carts. Look, you see these carts that have these big beach wheels. Wait, not today, what? Oh no, the error, not today? Okay, cool. It's amazing how many people are in the water today. Look at that shit, guys. all the way down to the fucking Venice Pier, which nobody goes to. Look at this sign. Wait, where is it? There it is. No swimming. No swimming, right? Well, what the fuck are all these people doing? No air is cool. It's crazy how many people are here today. This ride trips me out. Ah, some shade. Yeah, I'll have to write down and summarize everything I talked about today so I can stay on track. More things to do tonight. And tomorrow's the last day of the month. I feel like I should stream one more calendar day of the month for having some fun. Oh, okay. So there's like a Pokemon Go event happening. Like all these people are hunting Pokemon, like tons of people. Like what? Tons of people staring at their phone wearing Pokemon merchandise. Huh. I feel like I'm missing out. There must be like an exclusive Poke catch that can happen here. But we might be still experiencing the error. I don't know. Like we just went from like 72 viewers to 60 viewers in the snap of a finger. But then again, when your viewership is that high, it's easier to notice little drops. So I don't know. How are you feeling today, V-Kite?
How's your weekend closing out? Feeling pretty good about this weekend? How's your eyes doing after like getting that procedure and stuff? Did you recover well?
I thought it was a smart one.
And everybody, how's everybody's weekend been and how you feeling about the week to come, dude? It's almost July. In 2 days, it's officially July. SX in July? Wait, huh? That you're getting it done in July? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Okay. Just curious, just curious. Well, we did ourselves a favor and checked out the pier. See the Sunday vibes. We checked out pretty much everything I planned on checking out today. On top of summarizing everything that I'm working on and trying to achieve and accomplish and stuff, I need to literally plan what we're doing, like in the future. Like, what are we streaming? Where are we streaming? I have zero plans, and I wish I did have plans because it makes me excited to look forward to stuff and promote to you guys so you can look forward to stuff. But tonight I will be mapping out a bunch of shit and thinking about how to keep the content pumping and have it fun, while also kind of preparing myself for all the things that I was talking about that I'd like to accomplish and achieve. And so, cheers to that, guys. Wish me luck. Falling in love with you. Do you see yourself living in LA long term? Well, I've been living here for a while. I've been living here since like 2021. Been here for like 4 years, almost. Before living here, I lived in San Diego for a couple years. I don't know, San Francisco kind of calls my name a lot, especially this time of year. This is like peak summer weather is in San Francisco here. You get like perfect days with 60s, like low 70s, mid 70s is like hot. And the nights are in the 50s. I don't know, it's kind of like a really nice moderate temperature to live in. Especially if you're van. I just hit my mic. But yeah, I'm tempted to spend, like, if I accomplish most of my goals sooner than later, then I think spending a good amount of time in like San Diego, make sure we don't miss anything cool in LA,
but maybe plan around spending like, I don't know, more time in San Francisco. Become a San Francisco-based streamer for like, I don't know, even like another 2-week visit sounds great. And Victoria leaves town a lot, so she hits me up for help a lot. So, I might, end up back here. We might end up planning a trip, but that trip is specifically scheduled so that I can come back here in time to help out with the dogs or whatever. Oh yeah, V-Kite for sure. I look up on my weather app every single day what the weather is in San Francisco. Even if I don't plan on being there, I always look it up. Looks perfect right now. Look, this girl's streaming vertically. I wonder what she's streaming on. Her phone is too washed out from the sun to see it.
The Bible says a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart. These, oh God, you will not despise. Your lying, your pornography, multiple sex partners, getting drunk, getting high.
Listen, if you're gonna talk shit about porn and masturbation because you're obsessed with religion, then maybe make sure that pastors aren't molesting children all the time so you don't sound like a fucking hypocrite.
Jesus says, unless you are born of the water and of the Spirit, you cannot enter the kingdom of God.
Well,
that's the word of God. Resist the devil and he will flee from you. Draw near to God and he will draw near to you.
Man, I'm allergic to bullshit. Oh, those people stress me out. Just nobody's ready to fucking look in the mirror, dude.
2,000 years ago, faith in Jesus is God the Son. 2,000 years ago,
we stand before the throne of God by the righteousness of Christ and what he did upon that cross at Calvary. When I sin, God looked at me because I sin every day. Because I'm a sinner, only saved by God's grace. No longer a sinner, but a sinner. God looked upon me perfect.
They worship priests that molest little boys. So not only, and I hate to say it, but I'm not trying to talk about it a ton, but there's hypocrisy in all religion. But the fact that they're homophobic, they slut shame. It's really weird for a priest to be homophobic and preach that women and men are only the true couple of the, that's how you reproduce and all that. But it's really the irony behind it is crazy, because the fact that they're always getting in trouble for molesting little boys, the men, the priests, it just doesn't sit right with me. It's like, be critical of the hypocrisy, and then people won't feel like you're just misleading as fuck. Right, Golden Variety? I agree. I have a lot of religious friends who don't do what they're doing, And they're more gentle. And they're more concerned. And they make sure that everybody's human and you can't always trust people to be alone with your fucking children. And it's a pretty damn good point to make, especially if you take your kids to church all the time. It's kind of crazy. Somebody had to say it.
Guys got weed for sale, pre-rolls, street five.
Thanks, man. I think he saw me and he was like, I better pitch this sell.
Don't look up. Don't look up.
See, I'll take more of that. If people walk around yelling that they're selling drugs, cool. But having a one-sided political religious argument on the streets is kind of crazy. Exactly, Golden. You literally same thoughts I think we just had. All right, type a W in the chat if you guys are ready for an incredibly good burrito moment that we are about to have together. And I'm gonna say, please God, please, speaking of God, please God, don't let them put onions on my burrito. Oh wait, no, that shit is red. Yeah, Therion, I've always said anybody who carries a megaphone to get their point across should just shut up. It's so advantageous and so intrusive. And like, think about like how many other religions that this melting pot of LA, like all the other religions that people that travel here are living by. And then there's these like hyper religious people walking around preaching their religion. I don't know, it just doesn't set right. Yo, watch out! You never know what's coming in this part of town. I wonder what the popo are here for. This must be such a hectic area to have to patrol because there's just so many people. Well, they drove into the oncoming bike lane. So I was like, guys, be careful. Imagine the cops just run straight into two cyclists. There's that comedian dude who's always around these corners.
She looked down, she was like, brother, I don't know where you got that idea from, but I'm gonna use my long ass like this. Look at her over there, moisturized black woman. You see
You
her?
guys tip this man.
Oh, yeah. Hey, have a good day, everybody. If your man is cheating on you.
1986, baby. You have to learn how to open your car door as they did then. Wait, what? Dropping F-bombs on the megaphone's a good time. He's dropping a lot of stuff. Like, he does, like, racial jokes. He does, like, poverty jokes. He does, like, a lot. He's, like, a street comedian. Yeah, right, Therion? Seriously. I mean, everybody out here is doing, like, I have so much respect for people who hustle out here. Like, this lady's selling some interesting treats. I don't know what it is, but there's always somebody out here hustling. All right, let's go into Tacos 1986. It's one of my favorite places.
people from other countries order Mexican food is a fun thing to witness. I think a lot of times they end up just getting one taco. Oh yeah, true theory. Sort of becoming a regular here. Dude, look, they do breakfast burritos. Wait, how much does a breakfast burrito cost? Oh, egg, cheese, and mushroom instead of bacon and beans. It's not listed on the menu, but they're on TV. You going out?
On the make, yeah.
I don't know, because I don't eat things with added sugar. Only maybe on a ridiculously special occasion, like if I eat that jam or when I eat that jam you sent me. Unless miraculously there's no added sugar to that, which I would doubt. But it's okay, don't be sorry. I'll try it. I could also re-gift it if it really came down to it. Hey, thank you. How are you?
Good, thanks. And yourself?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much.
How may I help you today?
I would like a mushroom burrito.
Okay.
Add rice, please.
Okay.
And no raw onions. So no onions.
No onions.
I would like cilantro, and I know that they're kind of all mixed up, but I would love cilantro, but without raw onions, if that's it.
Lo voy a querer a la mitad, es para llevar. Sí, pero es para llevar y es partido a la mitad. Okay, and you said no onions, right?
Yeah, no onions. That's the only thing.
I mean, cilantro, salsa, guacamole is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
For
Anything
here.
else for you?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
For here, please.
Anything to drink for you?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have a name for your order, please?
Danny. Danny.
All right. Okay, your total is going to be $13.93.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Ever since I found your guys' place, I can't stop coming.
Wow, thank you.
It's so good. I've only ever gotten the burrito, and I love everything that you guys sell, but the burrito just hits that spot. I don't eat meat, so I'm a vegetarian, unfortunately.
It's okay. Thank you so much, sir. Would you like your receipt?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, it's long.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello.
All right, guys. We're going in the true Mexican-American way. We gotta get the palate cleansing cucumbers, right? It's so important. You gotta throw a lime in with there because I'm gonna squeeze them together. Then you gotta get a bag just for limes. If you're gonna pay LA prices for LA food, then you have to take advantage of the salsa and lime and cucumber bar. No questions asked.
Because a tired old guy. Hey, nice username. Welcome in. We don't judge based off age. I feel like a tired guy myself, and one day I'll be a tired old guy. So there's that. I'll move this over here so I'm not filming. So I'm not trying to get so much. Oh, V-Cut, I think I encouraged them to get more. I think I encouraged them to get like all the accoutrements. Because at first they didn't get anything, like no salsas, no limes, no cucumbers. And that's what they were watching. They were admiring me. They were admiring my ability to take advantage of that area. So I'll show you guys the secret. First of all, the spiciest salsa that they sell, never a bad idea. The second from the spiciest they sell, also a great idea. The bag of fresh, raw cucumber, squeeze the lime in the bag, no juice wasted. Did you say Danny? Thanks, man. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Aha! They were admiring you? Yeah, right. Oh, I think I told them that I wanted to eat it here. Is it a stand-up burrito? Oh, it sure is. It sure as hell is. You see that thing standing up like that? Erect. That's how you know you got a good burrito there. And then I like to use my lime as a spoon. Why did the farmer try a career in music after a bad harvest? He had a ton of sick beats. I like that. Okay, are you guys ready for the big reveal? So we eat it from the bigger side first. I feel like that's kind of a power move. Oh my God, really, Music Man? That's a major betrayal right there, dude. Ooh, it's hot. It's so hot. Where are you? I'm at this place. Ooh, look at that melted cheese. Oh my God. I'm at Tacos 1986. The first time I tried this place was actually with Doppelstrummer. Look at that fresh tortilla. The tortillas here are much better than the tortillas at the other spot. No offense to the other spot. Oh my God, that's so good. Oh my God. That mushroom burrito hype is real, dude. Ah, it's so freaking good. Bro, this tortilla. Oh my God, everybody walking by is looking at my burrito. Yeah, I know you want some of this. This burrito. Jesus. What just happened? I think I almost just witnessed a fight. This girl was walking around in like a lingerie bottom. And I was like, what? What did I just see? And then this lady started yelling at her. Oh wait, I can give you guys a view so you can see the... Can you see out the window like this? That's more interesting. It's so good, thank you. So good. Muy bien. Gracias por todos. If I just put this in my pocket, I guess I could put it on my shirt. You might hear me swallow. I think people should express themselves however they want. With, you know, and being respectful while doing it. Like, you need to take into consideration that there's children, there's highly, like, you have an influence on people, you know? And children are very impressionable. And that's pretty much it. That's all. That's all I really care about. Other than that, walk around butt fucking naked for all I care. In fact, I encourage it. But it looked like lingerie, for sure. It looked like she was wearing sexy panties and just took her pants off to cool off. But she was clearly like in her early 20s, so it's kind of a statement at that age. Easy thing for people that want to complain about the influence they're having. Easy way to get them to complain. True. You missed out the dude that went to find privacy. Just ended up standing directly in front of me, facing me, not noticing that I'm sitting right here. Like, imagine if somebody walked up, like right here, and was like standing at the window facing inward but looking down at their phone. Somebody just did that to me, but just out of the view of the camera. And it's like this little turn happens right here where you can kind of like go into this little corner and avoid the foot traffic. Well, I think like public displays of nudity are pretty common in California, San Francisco. But I think that you're always going to need to moderate it, you know, because there's going to be people that are like, there's going to be people that take advantage of that and try to play the, oh, but it's, they can do it, I can do it. And it's like, yeah, but you're like a creepy fuck, you know? So some type of moderation around that is probably important. Hey, Jamessa. Hey, Mr. Waffles. What up, Zeke? What the hell? All these people just showing up. What is up? How are you? It's so good to see you guys. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're enjoying ourselves a yummy mushroom, rice, bean, cheese, cilantro, avocado. Burrito. Let's see how much natural light comes in once those guys moved. Yo, Jagged, I played your song earlier. The one that you requested. Absolute classic. I don't think you were here for it. How are we? I'm good, Zeke. Thank you for asking, dude. Right. Well, that makes sense. I wonder if there's still like wiggle room where like a police officer could be like, we're not trying to see that. Like, you know, I wonder if there's any judgment like based off the cleanliness of the person or size of the person. If they're like, yeah, but you're kind of pushing the extreme here, buddy. Or if that would constitute infringement on their rights. like harsh and cruel judgment, body shaming. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, what if like a supermodel walks around butt naked and he or she or non-binary is like just based off how sexy or beautiful they might be, that it gets interpreted as being provocative and not an expression of a clothing optional moment, right? All good questions, guys. All good questions. Things that we ponder while we eat our amazing burrito. Like if somebody in their 60s, 70s, 80s, given the circumstance that their hygiene is well maintained, if I was a parent, which I'm not, so this is a very, daggers in my eyes type statement because I'm not a parent. I grew up around children because my sister has 4 kids. My niece is a mom, so I'm a great uncle. And I feel like if their hygiene is good, etc., that for me personally, I wouldn't feel like I would just be like to my kids, I'd be like, oh, yep, it's an expression of yourself to bare your whole physical body with no clothing, with no fear, and without caring if anybody judges you. And that in and of itself, it's a form of expression which most people are not capable of in public. Like to tell your kids that, like explain public nudity to a child, I'd be like, yeah, they're a little like, woohoo, carefree, like it's because that's the only thing that people are worried and concerned about, right? Would be the impact it has on children. Because adults can handle seeing another adult person nude. Unless they're like a creepy person and they have like sexual abuse past or things like that, which is obviously not something that you would want to, as a nudist, if you were a nudist or something like that, you wouldn't want to be around predators, because no matter what age you are, you're putting yourself in a compromising situation in that scenario. Only 6 counties in Oregon recognize state sanctuary, state law. All other counties have openly refused to enforce the law. Mr. Brotherhood, welcome in, dude. Thank you for following. My name is Danny. Johnny's asking Mommy what is down there. I'm asking Daddy what is that thing hanging down there. I mean, hopefully your children are educated enough to understand what human anatomy is, even of the opposite gender, from an educational standpoint. But those are questions that could potentially be asked if somebody was expressing, if they were being a nudist true. I feel like parents used to have so much control over when and how much they educate. This fucking fly is like mating in front of me. How thoroughly you educate them on human anatomy, and then obviously once you're talking about human anatomy, you're talking about how do humans have babies, etc. And I feel like there was probably a lot more control from the parents over that. And then once you're in like middle school, I think they would just teach you it in school. But nowadays, it's in all movie media. It's in, you know, kids are finding out at younger ages how that all works, I think. I wouldn't really put it past their kids learning before you even realize they would learn. Wait, can you guys hear every bit of me chewing? Because if so, I'm taking this mic off right fucking now. Yeah, for sure. Shout out to all the parents out there and grandparents out there who did the damn thing. Okay, thank you for letting me know, dear. Palate cleanser. Need some tahini? No, I've got enough flavor in this thing. Oh! True. Not a bad idea. Old day there was Penthouse or HBO, late night HBO. They'll be like, oh my God. They're like, what the fuck did I just see? But I did squirt some lemon juice in the bag. It's just really refreshing because this is very savory and very salty. How are you, lovely? Do you think I should set Therion? Do you think I should set a min max on my power stations for like 85% max full charge and like 25 or so percent discharge? Because I heard that the more you keep it within those ranges, the more like full charges on the lifespan of the power stations will be. Like Office Drummer just charges his to 100%, then he uses it to 0, and then he charges it again and he doesn't really think about it that much. Yeah, they're LifePo batteries. But it gives you the option to set those limits. So, oh my god, this is so fucking spicy, it's making me hiccup and sweat. They're LifePo 4s. They're like 1,000 and something, like 1,028 watt hours per. And I have one that I can actually plug everything into, and then the second one is just like an extension that's the equal amount of the main one. It's been almost 5 months since I bought them and I still haven't registered the warranty. Jesus. I'm gonna send you the link. So instead of getting one with the backup battery, I wish I would have got 2 that are fully functional. So I could plug in stuff to like both of them over time, and that they, like, cause technically the backup battery doesn't have any plugs on it. You just have to plug it into this main one, right? So it's just like an extra battery. I thought that was cool and great and all, but either I would have wished I got 2 separate ones that I could independently use each, or get like the Max, the Pro 2 Max, which is like 2,100 watt hours in one big heavy ass unit. Cause I don't know, I'm learning, still learning. Right. I quickly realized, oh, I wish I could use this one independently, because the way I have them set up in my van, I can't plug them both into each other without like worrying about like how it all sits and if it's gonna move, and so yeah, I kind of wish I either had 2 standalones that operate independently to one another, or one big ass one. So if I get any more of them, I'm gonna do it in that way. But I do think that I could be kind of gearing towards getting like just real batteries and having like a real system aside from the one I have right now.
permanent solar on the roof, etc. Excuse me. Right, yeah. The cool thing is I can remove. Excuse me. The cool thing is I can remove it from my van, and say if there's no sun, I can just bring it inside and charge it real quick. Obviously, you can still add extensions to your system where you can plug it in like an RV, you know, where you can plug it in, charge up all your shit. Speaker standing right outside the window. Of course she's coming in. Oh, thank you, Polly. Hey, how are you? Welcome back, Snackies. I'm gonna be brutally honest, Polly. I talked about it for like 4.5 hours today. So maybe 5 hours, maybe 5.5 hours. Either way, to summarize it, I've been researching and educating and sourcing equipment options, and I would throw up if I had to talk about it again. It's all good things. I'm very proud of myself, and I'm working on like 7 different things in my life, and I went over like all those things today on stream, just yapping and yapping. But after a good night's rest, you know I'll be talking about it again. No, I appreciate you asking, honestly. I really do. But I did a lot of research, and a lot of like cross comparisons with scanners and more expensive scanners and way more expensive scanners, and studying the depths of scanning and the differences in the amount of reset value they have and the amount of like relearning value they have, and the whole live diagnosis values that you can be looking up. And there's like, my transmission is a very common transmission, even though it's in a Mercedes. And so, yeah, I've been going pretty hard in the paint. I did so good last night, Polly. I got off stream, and I literally just didn't watch any other streams. I didn't watch content. I didn't scroll social media. All I did was study transmissions and scanners and all different kinds of stuff. And I made a lot of progress on all the notes that I was trying to complete. So I'm stoked. No, I'm not getting a new one. I was just showing theory on what one I have. This place is becoming increasingly more popular. Holy shit, I'm full.
Oh wait, I almost took a bite without the ridiculously spicy salsa. Bro, this salsa is so spicy, it's actually crazy. Yeah, Polly, but that one, it's not quite on the level of what I need. I already have a scanner of my own, and I go to the mechanics and double scan with their scanner. What I need is a scanner that reads, that communicates with the TCM, which is the transmission control module. Not only so I can test the transmission control module information on a default basis where I'm just sitting idle, but also I can do live diagnostics while driving and trying to recreate the symptoms that I'm concerned about. And then I can record that and review those diagnostics, because this one specifically lets you record like hours worth of diagnosis challenges and review them and stuff. With no water, I don't know, honestly. I'm fucking, thanks for reminding me, lovely. Good point. No wonder I'm sweating and my stomach is on fire. Oh, thank you, lovely. I'm so glad you pointed that out. I have a nasty habit of eating without drinking. It's very unusual. Oh, that sip of water made me realize I think I'm full. How much protein is in mushrooms? Thoughts? Oh shit, Polly, let's go. No way, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for following over on the green. Ah, yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, if you ever have the spare resources to tab up that stream, say hi. Say hi every once in a while. It helps me earn revenue, believe it or not. Yep, true. These cute little MagSafe chargers with umbrellas on them. Oh, you guys are missing that. Oh, maybe you saw it if you were paying enough attention. Shout out to everybody who got a gifted membership from me earlier. Jeff. Jazz, NorCal Mark, Canadian Vasily, and Miss Marvelous Retro. I saw you, Ray. Go. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, I only have like a little handful of friends that stream on the green one. So, Oh, I see, Therion. Thank you for putting all that together. Interesting. So, I mean, if you could get a EcoFlow Delta 2 Pro or whatever, Delta Max, but if you could get it on sale for like $999 and get a 5-year full coverage warranty, I get it. I get it. It's basically a generator. It's not even a fucking power station, you know? It's like a generator at that point with the warranty. The emotes are cooler. Whoa, look at those saucy emotes. The big cost advantage for the DIY system is that an extra battery for the EcoFlow is $1,000 while DIY solution be $300. True. But if you found out what you need, what you really need, and for some reason there's no room for growth, you just really only need something in particular, then that's a pretty good option. I think if the battery dies independently of the electronics, that they just pop open the top and they pull the batteries out and they just put new batteries in. Clearly, I would love to create my own setup though. I still never have. But can you do that? Yeah, if for some reason it doesn't get 5 years worth of charge or, you know, even a year's worth of charge, like if something goes wrong and your batteries seem to be dead, you send it in and they either just take the batteries out and replace them or they replace the whole unit and call it a day. Modular system, meaning you can modify it if you want on your own. I get it, right? Dude, my power station charges at 1,200 watts if it's plugged into an outlet. Oh, I just blew my nose right into the microphone. God damn. Sorry, guys. Dude, isn't that crazy? I plugged it in, it was at like 0%, and like I plugged it into the wall, and I walked away for like 20 minutes, and when I came back, it was at like 40%. And I was just like, what the fuck? I think it's possible. I think it would have something to do with the inverter, right? Inversion. Like if you park at an RV lot and you plug into their outlet, right? That's like on the side of your RV or your bus or van or whatever. Whatever's the mechanism and the machinery and the hardware that allows it to charge from the outside ports, I feel like the higher the inverter, the more inversion power you get. I don't fucking, bruh. I don't know. Oh, you know I'm full when I start picking at my food. I love tech, you can't get me excited. Wait, what? Wait, I love tech, you can't get me excited? Oh, you mean like, don't get me excited about this. I get it, okay. I thought you were just saying like a counterintuitive thing where you're like, I like tech. you can't get me excited about it. But like in a semi-monotone way. Basically, you're like, hey man, you're about to start my engine. Careful. I'm about to have 17 tabs open trying to figure out this shit that's only gonna be relevant in this moment. What's on my burrito? So it is beans, rice, cheese, guacamole, no onion in the guac, mushrooms, cheese, did I say that already? Cilantro, rice, beans, cheese, mushrooms, cilantro, avocado, in a tortilla that's like a fresh made tortilla, and covering it in lime juice, and then using this ridiculously spicy, super smoky chipotle, super spicy shit on every bite. No onions. This might be the only Mexican food spot where they don't put onions in the fucking guac. Durian, I think you'd like this. It's like so flavorful though, it catches you off guard. The tortilla though, by far this is the best tortilla I've ever had on a burrito. No. I don't think I've ever seen a goat or cow tongue option at any Mexican food restaurant. That sounds more Middle Eastern. Brains You tripping, bro. I think I can smash the rest of this, but without the mushrooms, I'm good. Oh shit, my stomach is gurgling. That is not a good sign. As much as I like this place, I might not be able to eat this as much as I'd like to. Oh man, I'm not even gonna say it out loud. Let's just say my whole entire body is gurgling. Uh-oh. Body orgasm, yes. Some might call it that. Can I get all this shit out? Oh, fuck. Bro, the amount of times that those people turned around and stared at me while I was eating. They should get some food. Thanks, Nexus. I hope you guys ate some good food today. I think it's probably a mixture of like noticing I exist, right? Like this is a food place, the signage is really nice. You see like Tacos 1986 written up there and you want to like immediately turn your head and then look. Oh, the sign is like right above the view of the camera. And then you look in here and you think, oh, this place looks nice. But then the first thing you see when you look is me. And then you see the weird microphone. And then you see the camera. And then you see the food. And then you're just trying to process it all, you know? What up, Filda? Is it on? Oh yeah, it's like dimmed out. Look.
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh, that's what I was seeing, like where the video is coming from.
I usually do this.
Oh.
So it
okay.
saves battery and it reduces the amount of heat.
What's the setting of that one? It looks really good.
This is called Moblin, but I'm using it for live streaming.
Okay. Oh, you're
Yeah.
live streaming now? All are watching?
Yeah. But look, it's being monitored here.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about like food and the things we did today.
Oh, cool, man. Oh, WhatsApp community group, right?
Huh?
WhatsApp community group, right?
No, this is Twitch and YouTube.
Oh,
yeah.
Looks cool, looks cool.
Where are you guys from?
I'm from LA, downtown LA.
Okay. Best food ever.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Have you eaten here yet?
No.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna want to come here every time you come to town.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. What's your name?
My name is Sai.
Nice to meet you, Sai. I'm
Nice to
Danny.
meet you. Dan?
Danny. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
What's your name?
VAM, V-A-M, VAM.
Vam?
Yeah.
I'm Dan.
Dan,
Nice to meet you. I'd shake your hand, but my hands, I gotta wash my hands. Well, enjoy your food. Yeah, of course. Oh, I'm so full. Yeah, it is, Therion. I agree. I try to always be really nice and thank them, you know? All right, gracias por la comida. Thank you, gracias por todos. Nothing like a white boy learning how to be kind and giving them thankful gestures. Ooh, it smells like sweet tobacco. Almost like sweet pipe tobacco. Bruh, I haven't smelt that since 1994. Mmm. Isn't it crazy? The second you walk out of that place, you're literally at the intersection of Colorado and Ocean Avenue. At the entrance to the pier. Whoa, look at their purple swag. I wonder what that represents. Twitch? Twitch purple? Yeah, that's true. Would you say that Oregon's like a socially democratic type place? More than like being a super liberal place? Because when people think about Oregon, they always think about hippies. But when I think about Oregon, I think about hippies who like shooting guns, which is like, you know, there's a bit of a balance in there. Yeah, the pimp, he had a letter P on his jacket. I wonder if the girls had letter H's on theirs. Excuse me. Right. Dude, Therion, I used to drive down this highway so and then when fires happened, they closed a bunch of it off, and now anytime you just try to drive down there in general, there's a ridiculous amount of traffic. But I miss taking this PCH like up to Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, like Big Sur, all those areas. It's been so long since I've done that. Drive around this like bay portion. It's not even a bay, but it's a curved area. Hey T4, how are you? Right, same. Yeah, I'm sure people, dude, people always make harsh judgments of me. Like I have dreads and shit too. But you can clock a dumbass by the way that they treat you, by the way you look, you know? Reverse Jedi mind trick litmus tests. Seems more crowded out there every time, right? I agree. It's because summer solstice just happened, so it's technically just summer now. And like we can expect it to be busier and busier out here every week. Weekend especially, but weekdays, even sometimes weekdays look like this here.
Because I only have to be back down here.
I still need a jacked up truck to go to where I live though. a truck with industrial size everything. Heavy duty everything. Giant tires. That way if it like rains, you can still drive through the fucking river that blocks the road that goes to your house. All that kind of Oregon backcountry shit. Gotta be prepared. I mean, every time I look at my van in comparison to like little baby cars, as I call them, like little cars, I always think like my option is safer and more utilized. It provides a lot more utility options.
That blood stained cross. Yes, he would. And he does those words.
Also, I kind of like that when you're in a big truck or a big van and you look over, you can almost see everything in the people's car next to you. But when they look over, they have to kind of like look up at you. And it's not about like vertical superiority. It's just about my own privacy being like appreciated by me, and then the opposite of that for the other people. But I'll like look over, and then somebody will be like driving on their phone, and I'm like, oh nice, get off your fucking phone, you idiot. And then it's a lot of that. It's a lot of like look over, somebody's got like a bottle of liquor in their hand. I'm like, Jesus. Oh geez, that's so Oregon, dude. You should come stay at our place. And then they're like, oh yeah, by the way, park by the big tree with the chainsaw that looks like it's stuck forever in the tree. Don't worry, the tree's not gonna fall on your van, but park your van there. Make sure you don't leave any food in it because there's gonna be bears. And then we're gonna pick you up. So bring everything that's important to you in case somebody, you know, with a four-wheeler rolls up and robs it. That's the little things. Make sure you've patched up every potential hole or road map that would lead a mouse into your vehicle to find solace in your vehicle anywhere that they can possibly get in. Like the little things living out in nature. I remember visiting properties that you'd have to drive full speed, going like 50 miles an hour until you hit the hill that goes up to their house. And sometimes you still wouldn't make it all the way up that hill. And you'd have to like reverse, drive down, and be braking while driving backwards. It was so sketchy, oh my fucking God. Yeah, I don't know why mice like to eat that kind of shit. Maybe it feels good. It's like teething. Yo, you want to see some cool cars, Therion? Apparently there was a mini car show over here. Oh, I kind of fuck with the like more oxidized, like painted over rust, kind of sanded down pre-potential paint job with the bent bumper. I kind of prefer that over the nice ones because this has more characteristic, that has more like classic value. This looks like somebody actually fucking drove the shit out of it. Let's drive this up the hill to your house. Wow. It's a beautiful little thing. Look, and then they've got the 12-inch subwoofer and a 300-watt amplifier, or 300 RMS, 600 watt. That windshield looking pretty good though. I love how I don't think people from other countries have the same etiquette as us when it comes to car shows. And that's why people always put notes on the cars that say don't touch. But this entire family just walked up and touched the shit out of it. Literally when I said it, she did it again too. A long time ago, I was working on a weed farm, and they paid me like several $1,000s when I finished doing my job. And then I put the money in my glove box because it was only going to be in there for a little bit. Put my money in the glove box, thousands of dollars. I wish it was either way, long story short, a mouse had made its way into my vehicle, and what it did was it tore apart everything in my glove box and made a bed, like a nest, out of everything in the glove box. And I shit you not, everything that was in my glove box was torn up except for the fucking money. I was like, I almost wanted to keep the mouse around and just be like, you're a homie, dude, because for some reason, this thing fucking chose not to do me over like that. And I'll never forget, dude. I opened up the glove box and there was just a giant nest in there, and I was like, and then I grabbed the nest, and I was driving, so I grabbed the nest and threw it out my window. And then I slammed the glove box, and then when I parked, I took my money out of there and was like, oh my God, I can't believe it didn't use this money, thank God. And then I moved the money and everything was fine, but it ended up doing the same thing, but found materials somewhere else. And it built a second nest, and I had to throw that one out the door too. And I'll tell you what, mice do not like clove oil. So I put clove oil everywhere where I thought it might get in and out. All right, let's admire these vehicles. So the cleanest. It's so cool, the way that this stamped metal is right here, how it has this V shape, right? And then you've got this one over here that has that same stamp, but it has the trim along that angled print that's stamped into it. You know what I'm saying? This one's absolutely stunningly clean. They must have did some major body work on this thing, buffed out any rust, put prime seal, anti-rust, everything, and then paint with really high quality paint to reduce the odds that you ever get rust. God damn. It's beautiful. It's crazy. You must park it in a garage or something. The only oxidation that I see is on these little tabs right here next to the light. That metal's not going to cut it. I'm OCD when it comes to noticing these things on smaller vehicles too.
Oh, you got them already? Oh, okay, perfect. We're coming. Okay, bye. Here, let's go.
I might be tripping, but I'm almost positive that that guy just said that in grand total on this thing for like restoration and shit that he spent $104,000. Is there a chance that's true? I think that's a bit extreme in price. I do like this like classic like almost like a light green, olive green. And then they have these like classic like school bus steering wheels where you can't like tilt the steering wheel because the steering wheel column that goes into like the engine, it just doesn't have tilt built into it. So you have to like learn how to drive like with like almost like you're turning a vinyl record, you know? Like you have to, like the school bus, classic school bus. Same with my van. My van does not have that tilt option. That shit is permanently fixed in that direction. See, like imagine, here, let's go to this side. Imagine, you see that steering wheel, how it's like locked in this very flat, upright, kind of flat laid out position. God, the dash is so beautiful. Is it the same exact color as the outside? Oh my God, it looks so good. I imagine you have to take out all these windows. How else would you get that perfect coat on the inside and perfect coat on the outside? Because did you guys notice that about Volkswagens? Is they tend to paint the inside the same color as the outside, like the metal. So like on this one, you got the green along the ceiling cross beams. You got the green on the anything metal. It has the same color as the outside.
Can you open this up a little bit more for you?
Oh, awesome! Thank you. She's a beaut, man.
Thank you.
Absolutely love it. Keep up the good work, dude. God damn. He's got the sound deadening, like insulative material. It's called Rattle Trap. Oh, I love this too, Therion. You ever see in the VW collectors, they have these like old school ice boxes? I tend to see them pretty often. And look, he manufactured this seat himself for sure. I'll look at the other seats and the other ones, but clearly this is his own kind of contraption.
So what kind of purpose driving? Like, are you doing a weekend warrior? Doing like weekend, not daily driving, right?
The air cool.
A show? A little show?
I wonder if this is automatic or if this air just comes through the engine.
If I make a scratch.
I think all these old ones are air cooled, correct?
But not.
Wait, where the fuck does the air go in to cool the damn thing? Oh, the vents are right here. You see this little bit of an overhang that goes over the windows? There's vents right there, and then when you drive, the wind hits the windshield, and then it shoots it up through here, and then that's how that cooling system works here. Isn't that sick? Wow. And that's how you cool your engine, I think, too. Unless these are fan cooled, I don't know. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I got so excited I accidentally shut the thingy off. Is this like one of those scenarios, Therion, where they take like the handle of a beer, like a bar? I think Three Weavers is probably a beer tap handle or something, because that's their shifter. I don't even think I paid these enough respect, but look, see, this is where the air intake comes in. That's crazy. It literally must just, yeah, it's directional. So this little turning knobby thingy right here, you either turn it from left to right, where the arrows would point between the passenger and driver's side seat, which would propel. It would come out of these side vents, so you would hopefully cool off. But there's enough windows, just drive with the fucking windows open. Or you turn it, and then it'll come out that back one right there. Dude, I've always thought about buying a VW van. I literally had VWs just like this, buses, that were in the same price range as my Sprinter. And I was literally, it's either this or the collectible 2006 Sprinter for me. I'll tell you what, the engines on these and the transmissions on these are infinitely easier to work on than the German Mercedes engines and transmissions. The engines on these take gasoline, not diesel. They're tiny ass little engines. Actually, learning on an engine like this would help you literally understand mechanics easier, in my opinion. And same thing with these old bugs. Like, the front is the trunk. This is a frunk, you know? They just have a tiny ass little engine in the back here, hiding underneath this. Same with these VWs. You see this flap right here? Open up that. Right where this license plate is, you see that like square right here? Open that little tab, pop it open, the entire engine's exposed right there. Tiny little engine. But if you ever get rear-ended from behind, you're fucked. You're literally gonna have to fix your entire engine. If you ever get hit from the front, you're probably dead, because if you kick right here hard enough from the inside, you could dent the fucking metal on that thing. Is my transmission that complex? Is it really? So Therion, I have, oh my God, we saw this one the other day. This one is probably the sickest because look, you get 2 front seats. Not only do you have 2 front seats, you still have a back bench seat, and then you have this like open pickup truck type epic thing here. And a nice little water reservoir for showering if you're surfing or camping. I love it too, it's beautiful. It's lifted too, 4-wheel drive. Come on, I mean, come on. No fucking shit, dude. I think this used to be a gasoline powered, and I think you used to fill her up right there. I could be wrong. It's now diesel. Oh, this thing is fucking sick, dude. What? Where's the owner? Where are you at? Where the frickin' heck? I talked to the guy the other day. Bro, I'm so amazed right now. Dude, you never see these with diesels. Holy fuck. Look at this ridiculously strong bumper they added, which is very uncommon. Look, he's got a sunroof. He fucking put a sunroof in there. Oh, this thing is baller. I'm super into it. You fold up these panels, drop those panels, completely enclosed. God damn. It's a Volkswagen Transporter. Never heard of it. I mean, I've heard of it, but I never actually paid this much attention to it. See, like Therion, let me explain to you my transmission as I know it, okay? I took some notes. So the 2006 Sprinter, aka the T1N generation Sprinter, aka the coolest Sprinter that's ever been invented, aka the most user mechanic friendly self, work on it yourself type engine. They're also used in Chrysler vehicles too. And over 1 million vehicles have the same transmission as my beautiful Sprinter does. So it's a 2006 722.6 or a NAG1, NAG1. And so what meets the engine, the front of the transmission meets the engine directly. From what I've observed, I don't think it always works this way. But if your torque converter is basically connected straight to your fucking engine, just butt it up right to it, that it they claim that it can work better. So first you have the torque converter. The torque converter, these are my notes. The torque converter is a hydraulic coupling that connects your engine to the transmission instead of a disc clutch. So it uses fluid to transfer power. It allows your engine to keep running while the vehicle is stopped, and it can automatically torque at low speeds to help get the heavy Sprinter moving. It's like a donut. It's like this thing that's just like fucking full of crazy parts. So you've got the torque converter that's connected to the engine. Then you've got this thing called planetary gear sets. So unlike a simple individual meshing gears of a manual, the 722 uses planetary gear sets. Each set consists of the central sun gear, several planet gears that revolve around the sun gear, and an outer ring or annulus that the planet gears mesh with. So by selectively holding and driving different components of these planetary sets, the sun, the planet, or the ring. The transmission achieves various forward, reverse gear ratios. So the planetary gears is what's working with the forward, reverse, park, neutral. And that's connected to the torque converter, and the torque converter is converting the torque from the engine through the transmission to fucking operate the rest of the transmission, right? Then you have a series of clutch packs and brake bands. So like these are actuators that engage or disengage the components of the gear sets so that you can shift. And yeah, the brake bands are steel bands, kind of similar to like brake, clutch, shift, accelerate, blah, 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 but it's automatic. Then there's the valve body. The valve body is like the brain of the entire thing. The valve body is where the TCM is, the transmission control modules. There's solenoids that control the flow of pressurized transmission fluid to engage and disengage the correct clutch packs and bands, thus selecting the appropriate gear based off of the terrain and the RPMs and conditions that you're driving in. Then you have this section with all the transmission fluid, the transmission pan, and pump. Basically, it lubricates all the moving parts. It cools the transmission. It transmits hydraulic pressure to activate the clutch and bands. It's so important, which is crazy that I haven't checked or changed my transmission fluid in almost 2 years. And then there is an oil pump at the front of the transmission that creates hydraulic pressure needed for the entire system to operate. So that's literally an oil pump. That's not even a transmission fluid pump. And then there's a shitload of sensors, everything built into the TCM, the transmission control module. Everything has sensors associated with each part, depending on the pressure and the lubrication and heat and slipping and all these different things. Those sensors should tell you if there's any present issues that you should be worried about. And the only way you can really find out is if you connect a high quality professional scanner to it to get live reads on the entire transmission, because a basic bitch scanner won't fucking show you any of that stuff. There's sensors for like the transmission fluid temperature. If you're plugged in directly to the TCM with a high quality scanner, you'll be able to read the temperature through the sensor. And then there's the conductor plate, which is the circuit board inside the transmission. So when you open up the transmission fluid pan and you look in there, there's a filter, and then if you take the filter out and then you unscrew the the gearbox, you take the gearbox down, and then on the opposite side of the gearbox is a conductor plate. It's basically a circuit board. I've watched so many videos of people disassembling and reassembling these things recently too. And a lot of times people will be confused whether or not there's like something wrong with the conductor plate, which is the circuit board. And they'll be like, well, we're already in here, so we're replacing the fucking thing. And then they throw the old one out because they don't even want to risk dealing with that bullshit if it's not perfect or whatever. There's a lot of issues that can happen with that plate, with like the circuitry. They can fail, they can end up, your shifting sucks, you can go into limp mode where you're driving and it won't let you accelerate over 20, 100, 2,000 miles, 2,000 RPMs, and you can't drive faster than 50 miles an hour going uphill. There's also this electric connector that goes from the power source of your van to the conductor plate, and apparently it's super common for oil to leak near the cord that plugs into the conductor plate into the circuit board. Then the oil wicks up. You know what I mean? Wick? Like if you dip a string in water, the string will get saturated all the way to the top with water. So apparently the oil will wick up the fucking wires and the harness, and it'll go into your transmission and into your goddamn conductor plate section. So it's like a normal thing for the conductor plate to get all fucked up and ruined simply from the natural habitat and characteristics of this fucking engine. Because if there's a leak or if there's a buildup of oil residue just from components running, there isn't even necessarily a really big problem. It can turn into one if you don't keep things clean. So technically you should go in there, spray cleaner connector in there if you're not having issues with, if you're not having conductor plate issues, because eventually you will. What else? I have so many notes. Yeah, and the valve body holds all the solenoids and holds all the conductors, the conductor plate. So there is a chance that the valve body itself could have issues. So you could have to replace the whole valve body, the whole conductor plate, all the solenoids. And that's pretty basic. Like, I could do that myself, believe it or not. But to disassemble and dismember an entire transmission from the planetary gears to the disc brakes, to the clutches, to the torque converter, all of that, to like rebuild and rework all that, that's kind of out of my wheelhouse, at least for right now. If I was like older and I had my own property and I had time to kill, bruh, I would buy a parts van of the same kind of van that I have, and I would just take the entire engine apart and take the entire transmission apart, and I would learn every single nook and cranny of how they work and what looks good and what doesn't and how to fix it and rebuild it. Just for myself, because I'm very curious. But yeah, understanding all of the different components and like all their common failure points and, you know, troubleshooting, maintenance on this. Hey, sorry about that. To like have, you know, the know-how and the confidence to at least understand what you're looking at. And oh man, I feel like I've taken a leap in the right direction into like being more of an independent person, and also like being less vulnerable to like mechanics taking the fucking advantage of me. And that's just me scratching the surface and trying to explain it in a way that doesn't like make you guys want to leave. And I do think that as long as a transmission is made electric, like has electric gearbox module circuit on it, that I think that I could understand other transmissions easier. But that doesn't mean it's easy, and that doesn't mean I even fucking want to understand any other transmission that's ever been made. But I do feel very proud of myself for digging in and like researching. Dude, Therion, I looked up like transmission rebuilds, and like I said, this is a 722. It's a 722.6 2006 Sprinter transmission. And they also call it NAG 7. Or no, sorry, NAG 1. NAG 1. But it's a 722.6 NAG 1 transmission. And if you look up on YouTube, 722.6 NAG 1 transmission rebuild, there's a sufficient amount of videos on YouTube of people that have fucking taken their entire transmission off, disassembled everything, putting them all back together, and I binge watched a fuckload of stuff. So I think that I'm capable of all this. I think I'm even capable of rebuilding a fucking transmission on my own. It would just be a matter of me having a safe place to stay while my vehicle is non-operational, you know? And a good like access point to getting deliveries or having another vehicle to take to get parts or whatever else I might need along the way. Yep. Yeah, exactly, dude. And I went to the YouTube Shorts. Oh man, It's just awesome. It literally led me in the right direction so much. I was like, oh no, my transmission is in this old collectible Dodge branded but actually German Sprinter Mercedes. And then I found out that they've been putting these transmissions into Sprinters for years. They've been putting them in Mercedes like sedans and coupes for years. That they've been putting them in Chryslers for years. So not only is there a shit ton of people who've worked on these, there's a shit ton of people who've posted informational forums, instructional guides, YouTube videos, all about that in particular. So it's super exciting because I thought it was going to be a rare transmission. Luckily, my engine is the more rare part. The transmission, it's in millions of cars around the world, the same transmission. The only difference is that some of them are made newer and some of them are old, like mine. And in the case that they have them in like Mercedes cars, they now have like 5 and 7 speed, and they put them in cars that can go like 130 miles an hour. Right. I think it's really easy to look at a transmission and go, oh, fuck that. I'm not trying to figure out that. But you don't have to understand every single aspect of it to understand most of it. You know? Alright, let me use the restroom. I haven't peed in like 4 hours. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Talk amongst yourself. Make a friend in chat. I'm going to put on Be Right Back clips. If you see something sus on my clips, no, you didn't. But yeah, there's a bunch of amazing good people in here, from the Twitch chat to the YouTube chat to the Kick chat. Please feel free to say hi. If you have the available resources, meaning like can you open up a spare tab on your computer, please do open up the tab on Kick, because I get paid by viewership and chat frequency. Please feel free to say hi in the chat. I'd prefer organic, real, intentional comments there once in a while versus like spam, but you know, have fun with it. Spam some emotes if you want. Rainbow. But yeah, I also have a Discord if you guys want to join. I also have a YouTube channel if you want to join. I'm streaming live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick at the same time every day. Thank you so much, Mike. Dude. Thank you.
I am repeating
Leave
three
it,
times.
that's-
I am
leave-
repeating three
leave
times.
it,
I
it
am
is-
repeating three times.
leave
I
it,
am
it's
repeating
great.
3 times. I am repeating 3 times. I am repeating 3 times.
I am
We are so
repeating 3
unleashed
times.
right
I
now.
am
Lemon,
repeating
get
3
Jamie to
times. I
bring
am
it up
repeating
on the
3
clip.
times. I am repeating 3 times. I am repeating 3 times. I am repeating 3 times. We are so unleashed right now. Lemon, get Jamie to bring it up on the clip. I am repeating 3 times. 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 We are so unleashed right now. Lehman, get Jamie to bring it up on the clip.
Lehman. I like the voice though, I'm not gonna lie. Danny, do you ever simultoke? I think making your whole personality about it as a streamer can be kind of stunting to your growth as a streamer. police choppers flying over the beach. Okay, let's let it rip. I fucked it up. If I do that perfectly, it'll change the light like a cheat code. You guys, if you're watching on Kick, jump over there and say hi to the Raiders. Oh yeah, I have to follow Hitch back on Kick. But yeah, so we are streaming live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. We're partnered on all 3 platforms. Layla, welcome in. All of the eligibility points that we've been helping people with, you'll still need to hit those points. You're still going to have 7 days of streaming, 8 hours of streaming, 50 followers, and a 3 average to be able to cash out. Well, if I was a streamer and I was able to earn money and they were... Stop it! Stop doing that. You guys ready to continue through the alley? What you listen to? Okay, she definitely tried to kiss me. If it's not on the internet, it's in fucking real life, you know what I mean? The way that she typed, she was like always kind of messing up the way that she types. And I just, the typing that was on YouTube from those chatters on YouTube was very fucking similar to the way that she types. The ones in the YouTube chat, for sure, if Lemon or Pablo or Turned is still paying attention. Wait. No way. No way. Oh my gosh. Oh no, this is really happening? No freaking way. No way. Thank you so much. Okay, hold on. You guys. It looks like, oh my goodness gracious. Oh my God, thank you guys so much for all the support. I love you guys. W community, W Twitch. I love this platform. Oh my God. Oh shit, I'm screaming into the mic. I'm sorry, guys. I'm like shaking right now. Yo, Twitch in the building. Day, dude. Not today. Of all days. I'm running a Thunderdome next week. Wait, hold on, what? I'm renting a Thunderdome next week, and I'll be battling 80s Dance Guy. I'll have Casper and D in my corner, and we'll take what's rightfully ours. Hey, Raya. Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad we got on the Plus program. It's all thanks to you. Okay. Sorry about the delay. I hope you enjoyed those clips. I was reading the chat. It seems like you guys did. Sheesh. That was an unpleasant experience, but that's okay. And I almost threw up, which was weird. I burped and I was like almost barfed. It's very confusing, but I guess we're good. It could be the copious amount of like that crazy chili fucking salsa that I ate. That shit's just like oil and ground up chilies, no water. Whew, I'm back, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you guys alone for so long. I got a mushroom burrito from 1985 or whatever. 1985, yeah, that's what it's called. Hot chili. Yes, hot chili salsa. It's okay though.
Nobody's parked.
No, I think it's going to
So healthy, hell yeah.
Where are you going?
Dude, I went into the arcade by myself the other night. You know what I noticed? They took out Pac-Man. They took out Mario. They took out all the fucking games that I used to love. The only two that are left are like these. Oh no, these are the two. These are two of the ones I was talking about. But they had more of these classic ones, and they had like a huge row of them, and now all they have is these two. Oh, this one has all these different games built into one. Maybe that's the solution. Sucks when they take all the OG games out. Asadada. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you, Miss Cakes? I love video games, but honestly, at the arcade, I'm looking for the pinball. Yes. Hell yeah. And pinball should be $0.25 per play. $1 should give you 4 credits. Fuck all that $1, $2, $3 fucking one play bullshit. Excuse me. Man, that shit got me all fucked up. Oh,
they drop their car keys in the sand somewhere? Bruh. No. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kids. One mom, one dad, 7 kids, and they lost their car keys in the sand. Bruh. She said that somebody turned them in. Or maybe she's saying that somebody might turn them in. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Therion, 100%. Alright, what do I got in my bag now? Oh shit, I still have water. I think I'm gonna bust out my water real quick. What song is that playing? Is that
This is March Violet.
That's the album? Snake dance. I like that. Thank you. I'm looking up the song that they're listening to. Hell yeah. Okay, we just got a song wreck. I heard them listening to this. They were just listening to this, guys. I don't think you guys, if you don't know, Mexican culture is so diverse. Like, there's Mexicans that love punk rock. There's Mexicans that love metal, black metal. There's a lot of punks and a lot of metalheads and a lot of guys and girls that wear just like all black. They get a lot of piercings and tattoos, and those girls seem pretty cool. Honestly, I'd be friends with them for sure. But they were just listening to this. Let's check it out. Let's vibe check it. I like it. Wow, this t-shirt print is actually coming off. Weird. A misprint. Oh, nice spike, yeah. And that is there's so much more. That was a very generalized statement. Like, they're into all kinds of music. The culture is very diverse. Yeah, for some reason when they printed this with the pocket on there, this print didn't sink into the fabric enough, so it kind of like, because the edge of the pocket, so the letter K is all fucked up. Maybe I should just write it with permanent marker.
finish it out. Ooh, I made a playlist last night while I was studying transmissions. You guys want to hear it? It only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 songs on it so far. Bing! God, I love this shit. Oh, this is just indie surf rock though, by the way. Should we go? Maybe we should go down Main Street. Bang! God, this song's great. Are you putting it on Spotify? The one that I just found from them or this album? I mean, this playlist. You're probably asking about this one. I could share it for you right now. There's the link. Oh, hell yeah, lights out. Perfect. I'm doing it for my own self-satisfaction. But I wanted to share it. Adult playground. You're welcome. You guys, we are less than 4,000 bits away from our big goal, $40 from our dono goal, and 29 subs from our sub goal. Tomorrow is our 5-month anniversary of partnership. Maybe tonight I'll decide what we're gonna do. Technically, I should have celebrated it today since it's the weekend. Everybody has the day off. Not everybody, but most people have the day off. Oh, you guys remember Haley, that girl that does ASMR, Haley Black? She started doing chess on Twitch instead of ASMR, and she just got like approved for partnership. She comes to these things. Are you insane? Oh my freaking God. I kind of just want to pick that dog up and carry it for the rest of its life. It's so cute. Bruh, that was the sweetest thing ever. I think it was the people directly behind them. Because when I said that, they looked at me and smiled. Damn, that thing was cute. Aww. Don't drop your vape, dude. I just saved that guy from dropping his vape. He's like sleeping on the edge, and he had his hand hanging over the edge, and his vape was like about to fall out of his hand. And I was like, don't drop your vape, dude. And he like didn't even open his eyes, but he like pulled his hand over from the edge. Yeah, he heard me. Man just thought his conscience was speaking. That's so true. You know, there's a lot I don't show you. Like things that are interesting, like men that kind of parade around in their own psychosis. I know you guys know that I don't take advantage of vulnerable people, but I think there are certain things that I never highlight to you guys that would also put things into perspective of like how spontaneously dangerous and unhinged that LA can be. You should show more of that. Yeah, in ways where it feels right, yeah. Because I want you guys to see what it's really like. But that is a very compromising moment to film somebody and, you know. Right, true, and I'm a good person and you guys have known me long enough. But yeah, I do avoid showing you guys certain things sometimes. But you guys would be fucking surprised. If you ever seen people play Grand Theft Auto, this place is so much like Grand Theft Auto, it's crazy, dude. There's always crazy shit going on, crazy people everywhere, weirdest shit happening, cops are fucking flying down the street with their lights on and fucking doing weird shit. And like the other night I took a walk and I felt like I was in a movie. I was thinking it would be cool to find like the most micro nano camera setup that I could possibly get and then purposefully do like 9 p.m. to like midnight streams. Just to show you what it fucking looks like out here when it gets dark, dude. It's crazy. Like the other night I walked for a few hours by myself after stream and I was like, man, if I was streaming this is crazy. Like I walked to the pier and just like right now, there was a helicopter circling the pier. So I was like, oh shit, what's going on? And then all these cops were like flying down this back street right here towards the pier. So you have to drive down that street to get there. And there was cops driving on the bike path. And then when I got to the pier, I've never heard this before, but when I got to the pier, there was like a loudspeaker, and the loudspeaker was like, we're closing in 15 minutes. Everybody must leave. Everybody has to leave. 15 minutes. We need everybody out. And it was like, I've literally hung out there until like 10 at night before, but for some reason that was like mandatory. That like there was like so many people there and so much potential for like shit to get crazy. And like after all the after all the protesting and all of the ICE bullshit, I feel like when people come from downtown and when people come from other parts of town to come to the beach on the weekends, like right now, since the beginning of this month and how summer just started, there's a lot of potential for people to bring that energy from those protests here. And dude, I've been seeing a lot of shit. Dude, based off of what I'm seeing right now in Venice and Santa Monica, in comparison to what I normally see the past years, this summer is gonna be fucking hectic. There's gonna be a lot of crime. There's gonna be a lot of violence. I hate to say it, but I can tell, dude. People are scheming. People are being sketchy. People are hustling. People are selling meth on every corner. There's more drugged up meth head zombies around than usual. There's more aggressive people around than usual. There's a lot of potential bullshit that's gonna happen this summer. And that's just my prediction. Usually this is where everybody comes and they're like, chill dog, it's Santa Monica, it's Venice, like, let's just have a good time. But lately it's like entire fucking gangs are coming out here, and entire little like young teenager cliques coming out here, and all those like electric e-bike gangs and the little mini motorcycle and little mini four-wheelers and little like go-kart gangs, they're just getting bigger and more relentless. It's crazy. I'm definitely under the impression that San Francisco is way safer than LA right now. I guarantee you there's crime happening in the broad daylight. There's probably people who walk around the beach and wait for people to go in the water, and then they steal purses, and you know, there's so much opportunity here to make little come-ups, especially if you're just here having fun. Like if you're from fucking South Central, or you're from downtown LA, or you're from Anaheim, or you're from Pasadena, then you're gonna be gone by the end of the night. So why not get a little come up, you know, and be thieving, especially if they're young. Everybody, you know, tries stupid shit when they're young. Yep, 100% Theron. I promise you, when you watch IRL streamers, there's gonna be more aggression towards those streamers. That's gonna be a more common thing. And not because they're targeting streamers, but because people are fucking, you know, they're aggravated and they're going through a lot right now out here. And they're being advantageous too, so. For sure, dude. I kind of miss being in places where I'm like more low key. Like where people aren't like, oh, are you streaming on Twitch? Like it's more of like they think I'm vlogging or some shit and they don't bother me and I can just create content. Because I don't really care about getting noticed or recognized or being like, yeah, I'm a streamer. It's like those people never fucking follow you and become a viewer anyways. I've never been one to give a shit if anybody ever recognizes me in public. And I noticed that people's brains are wired differently than mine. Like, I've had people say, like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if somebody recognized us? Wouldn't it be cool if somebody like knew you from stream? And it's like, I don't fucking care. Like, why would I care? I don't think it matters. Like, it's neat, but it's not like my ego needs that by any means at all. I'm too old to give a shit about shit like that, dude. Popularity contest ended in high school and I lost. So I'm not seeking validation anymore. I noticed Tara moved out of the mountains closer to me, but her streams have become less and less. Yeah. Yep, she did. She found nature. You know, Therion, when somebody goes to their first time out into the backcountry, obviously it's better safe than sorry, but my assumption is that she's probably seeing plants in the ground for her first time. She's probably seeing like bins full of bud for the first time. She's probably like, this is chill. You know, she's probably like, hell yeah, I don't need to stream right now. I'm engulfed in this culture that I already love, but now I'm like this close to it. That's kind of like what my theory is about it. Because, you know, when you go to your first weed, well, I'm not saying she's on a weed farm. Everybody fucking grows weed in the backcountry in NorCal. If it's not them, it's their neighbors, whatever. Let's just be fucking honest. But the second you get out to a place like that, you don't even give a shit about the internet at all. All you want to do is just be out in nature. Maybe take pictures, but not really giving a shit about sharing them on social media. Like really just being there because you're happy to be there. The meaning of life is to be present within the moments that you're living in, right? Oh my God, that's so cute. That reminds me of me and my brother growing up. Like I can be present in the moment while sharing live streams because the goal is to share the special parts of what you're seeing and feeling. But you're still not fully present in a way that you would be if you were disconnected from social media, right? Yeah, if it ends up being a really rainy winter, maybe I'll get like a sublease for a couple months. Do I read a lot of books? I'm very insightful. Not like a lot. When I find one that seems like a gem, I definitely read it. Like most of the books that I've read, to be completely honest, were like directly recommended to me by friends who were like deep thinkers, or we had like deep conversations about life. And they're like, damn, based off of like all the shit we've been talking about, you should check this book out. Like honestly, it's like having a conversation with me and you right now, but in a book. And but yeah, there's a lot of good books out there. Some of it's kind of redundant and some of it's kind of bullshit, like as far as like don't take it too seriously, but also any part of it that you want to inherit as a part of your mindset and your communication skills, like do go ahead and inherit that. But
really great. Yeah, like it's really great.
Very simple stuff, you know. Honestly, I think a lot of the stuff that I talk about and a lot of the things that I believe kind of almost always fall back into line with like Buddhist mentality. And but very simple suggestions
the very common suggestions is like Eckhart Tolle. A New Earth is a nice one for people to kind of start on. Help with like healthy communication skills and things like that. Me of that episode where he's like, yeah man, would you rather be the wheat or the chaff? And he's like, the chaff, of course. And he's like, no dude, you want to be the wheat. And he's like, what do you mean we're gonna be the chaff? And I miss that show. I need to watch it again soon. Aruga. What is this? A giant dog toy? Last night I was walking and there was these two homeless dudes kind of talking incoherently to each other. And he was like, fine, I'll fucking smoke one of my cigarettes with you. And the guy was like, man, I'm fucking 62 years old and blah, blah, blah. And then the other dude was like, man, I'm 27 and I don't give a fuck. And then he like sat down next to him and pulled a cigarette out. And I was smoking a joint. This is like after a long day. I almost only ever smoked before bed lately. But I came out here to this same spot to smoke it outside because you can do that in California. And then when I saw them bickering with each other and being all funny and shit and like sharing his last cigarette with the guy, I was like, you guys want this? And they were so happy to finish that joint. I was like, and then as I was walking away, you could hear them coughing. It was great. Man, I cured, terraformed. I've been watching Michael Mead's YouTube videos lately to help me keep things in better perspective. That's nice, Lorna. I like that. I wonder what percentage my battery bank is at. Let me check. 18%. And it's a 20,000 milliamp hour power bank, so that's a lot of power. That's like 4 full recharges of the iPhone. Well, definitely don't drink 200 milligrams of caffeine the second you wake up in the morning, because if you wake up in the morning, I feel like that's a great opportunity to like slow your mind down. I feel like historically, if I have anxiety, nighttime is when the anxiety peaks, and then I fall asleep like fuck, and then I wake up and I'm like, ooh, I wish I could feel like this, like when I wake up, but like all the time. And then I drink caffeine and I'm like, just kidding, I have anxiety. Again. You don't drink coffee? Okay, cool. Yeah. Let me reintroduce myself since there might be new people here, etc. Hi everybody, my name is Danny, also known as Potential Bliss. Welcome to my live stream. We are streaming in sunny, beautiful
Los Angeles, California, here in Southern California. It is officially the summer. This is the first official weekend after summer solstice. This is going to be a hotbed for GTA RP IRL activity. And we'll be streaming here a lot. We're going to be traveling around. But yeah, welcome in everybody. My name is Danny, also known as Potential Bliss. I am simulcasting live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. On Twitch, I run one set of ads every hour to remove pre-rolls for the next hour. And guess what? I actually earn a decent amount of money from ads. So anybody that shits on Twitch having ads, you might as well shit on me being able to pay my bills, because it helps me a lot. Just this month alone, I made $250 in ads, which is a large percentage of my Twitch payout this month. So thank you for understanding. I am simulcasting and multi-streaming on YouTube and Kick. There's 0 ads on Kick, so if you ever want to support, there's 0 ads on YouTube. If you ever want to support me there, you're going to have to drop some memberships or something like that, because I don't earn anything from ad revenue. I don't earn anything from you watching tens of thousands of hours of my live streams. And so keep that in mind. If you ever feel like, oh, I'm in a place where I can financially give him a little dono or whatever, just know that that does help a lot on Twitch. On YouTube. God, there's so many platforms to talk about. And then we're just into like 2 weeks of getting our feet wet with multicasting over on Kick as well. We got on the Fast Track Partner Program, so we are verified and we're on the Kick Partner Program now. So we earn, and I'm all about transparency, we earn about $5 to $10 per day on stream there, just for streaming. So hopefully that will add up to accumulate to around 100 or so per month. Long story short, we're fucking working really hard, and we're putting our content on multiple platforms, and we're sharing, and I'm managing all this stuff on my own, and I plan and execute all these streams by myself. I'm a single dude, and I live out of my van, and I'm doing the best I can, and I have never felt so supported in anything in my life other than this stuff. So thank you guys to everybody here in this community, and I freaking appreciate you guys more than you know, and I love you guys more than ever. Yo, Anxiety. Thank you.
Subscribe to your channel.
Thank you so much for the Prime. Let's go. Thank you. We are, I don't know if it added to it yet. I think we're like 33 subs away from our sub goal, less than 4,000 bits from our bit goal, and around $40 to our dono goal. Hi Colleen, thank you for the hugs. Good morning, good early morning. And our goals at the top left of the screen, I know that's a big number, but I'm going to do a transmission service. I'm going to buy a really good scanner, and going to start diagnosing my vehicle more and more, from my transmission to my engine and all the sensors and other things. And then I want to get a tire rotation, which I haven't gotten. But yeah, that's the whole spiel. That's it. Thank you for understanding. Make sure you sub up on Twitch. And thank you so much, Anxiety, for the sub. It really does help. I should probably charge my chat phone, huh? Probably. Oh, I don't have any on me. Sorry, man. That guy was nice. That's my whole spiel, though. Thanks for hearing it. I try to do that spiel once an hour to remind everybody that I'm streaming on multiple platforms. I run ads on some, don't on the others, and how you can support and where it goes, and blah, 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 blah. Why does my eye itch? Oh. Oh, God, it's nice to just sit in the shade for a bit. My poor eyeball. Danny, is tomorrow your day off? Well, technically tomorrow's my 5-month partner anniversary, so maybe we should go do something nice for my birthday. Did I say birthday? The conception of my partnership. My birthday. My partner birthday. Yeah, what I mean is 5-month partner anniversary. Bro, time flies. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. That's crazy. Why is my eye so sensitive right now? Yeah, maybe we'll go to San Pedro and do the, maybe we could do the Korean friendship bell, bring the instrument out there, jam, like just make a good time of it. What do you guys think? See, this dude is the guy that was walking in front of me earlier. He switched his toy gun to the other hand. Tomorrow, yeah. Yo, Jagged, thank you. Oh, I love this song. Good choice. Don't put your fingers in your eyes, okay? Thank you. I think they're pretty clean. I wash them like every single time I use the restroom and everything. I remember an eye doctor told me it's actually healthy to rub your eyelids. It helps like break up any kind of oil that might dry up on your eye ducts. But I'll try not to. Girlfriend and I are going to San Diego Zoo around October, November. Do you know any other cool places? Bro, I know so many cool places. What are you talking about, dude? You're asked the perfect, what kind of places do you want to see? Or else I'll just tell you my favorite places, you know? You can go to Balboa Park. Balboa Park is just so fucking fun. It's beautiful. It's really nice. You can go to Ocean Beach. What days are you going to be there? Something happened to you can't get back in? Interesting. Maybe try again later. It's probably like an internet issue or something. What days are you gonna be there? Oh yeah, my shirt says Data Skater, break bones, not hearts. By the way, just for anybody who is curious. Thursday to Sunday. Okay, go to Ocean Beach and watch the sunset at Sunset Cliffs on the weekend. Go to City Tacos. Okay, this has got to be one of your days or evenings. Go to Ocean Beach. That's the name of the town. Ocean Beach. It's in San Diego. A couple miles away from the main part of Ocean Beach is this really beautiful area that you've probably seen me at before called Sunset Cliffs. Dude, drive down there, park somewhere, and watch the sunset with hundreds of people and your girlfriend. Another day, or the same day if you're fucking crazy like me, go to Balboa Park. Balboa Park has a shit ton of museums inside of the Balboa Park area. It has an arboretum. It has like a botanical garden. It has a Japanese friendship garden. It has like little cafes that are kind of overpriced. It has this huge cathedral with like bells that ring in it. In the back of the park, if you walk all the way through the park and past the fountain, there's a giant rose garden, and you can walk through the rose garden, and then there's a giant like desert garden that's all cactus. So Balboa Park, just explore the fuck out of it. Look it up online. And then Ocean Beach and Sunset Cliffs. I worked with an ophthalmologist. You can get infections. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've had eye surgery. I think I told you that before, but I've had eye surgeries, and I actually went to the best eye hospital in the world and talked to a lot of orthopedic specialists. And they said that in my case, I should get like tear-free, like Johnson & Johnson baby soap. And I should be like scrubbing my eyelids with tear-free soap when I shower. And that as long as my hands are clean, rubbing my eyes is fine. Oh man, I dealt with the worst eye issues. I couldn't even see through my right eye for a while. I couldn't open my eye. It felt like I had an eye infection that lasted like 6 months, but it was just a thing that I needed a emergency surgery on. That ended up being 2 separate surgeries in 2 different countries. It was a crazy time. Was my belly showing? What's going on here? Stop it. Stop looking. I'll have to let you know how it goes. I really appreciate you, Danny. Yeah, so Balboa Park, Ocean Beach, Sunset Cliffs, and in Ocean Beach, you have to go to City Tacos. You have to. That's pretty much it. You could also go downtown. You could go to the gas lamp quarter. And you could not only walk the gas lamp quarter and go out to eat there, but you could also walk to the entrance of the gas lamp quarter, and across the street is the San Diego Convention Center, and that's where they have TwitchCon. I don't know how much your girlfriend gives a shit about Twitch, but it is interesting to people that know about Twitch. Rainbow. What is going on? Tuck it in there. No freebies, guys. Only tier 3s get the belly button. The belly button shot. Oh yeah, you gotta go there. City Tacos, dude. You could also look up Old Town, which is like the Mexican area, remember? You ever seen me there? It's very cool. And like the most haunted house in San Diego's in that town. Is it called... Oh, I think it's called Old Town San Diego. I think that's what it's called. But that's also a pretty cool spot. If your girlfriend, if you guys are just going there to like live your best life and just like enjoy the beachy town vibes, that makes sense. But if you want to go to that thing, the Colby, is that what it's called? The swap meet. If for some reason you want to go to that swap meet, you could walk through there and see if anybody has any cool shit. Not sure exactly how much you send that belly button thing. You're like, hey, I'm a tier 3 bitch. How come I haven't gotten the exclusive shots? But yeah, I played that one song that you sent, and I think you missed it, Jagged. But the last song you sent, Ooh La La, you were here for that. If you have any more, let's try to get him going. Yeah, let's walk through Main Street. I feel like I've been at the beach for 8 hours. I'm so tan, it's crazy. Even my arm hairs are turning blonde. And I got dirt on my elbow. You know that you spend a lot of time in the sun when your arm hairs turn blonde. And they're normally dark brown. Nah, there's no lint in my belly button. How dare you disrespect me like that? San Diego Wild Animal Park. I have never been to that. Just seeing humans walk around San Diego feels like enough of a adventure. But they do have a pretty popular zoo. I'm not big into zoos, or else we'd be like going to zoos more often, but I'm not a big supporter of zoos. Hate to say it. Saying I'm not a big fan of zoos is like borderline, like it's such a like hot, like touchy subject for people. So I'm just gonna pass on that. But there is a zoo if you guys like zoos. Excuse me. Well, let's get a little bit of adventure in. Let's go walk Main Street a little bit. Take
take a little break from the wind at the beach and stuff. In fact, I can take off my mics and shit too. Hell yeah. What do I think of safari parks? I don't know. Never been to one. I've seen videos of lions coming up and like ripping people out of cars and dragging them away from their families and killing them, so I don't know what to think about that. Yeah, my eye itches. Better not be. Ugh. That's my bad eye, though. This is the eye that I could potentially need another surgery on one day. Don't like zoos. Yeah, not really. Not a big fan. If zoos weren't completely ran by hyper-capitalists under the guise of preservation, then I'd probably fuck with it, but like if you go to like real conservatories and real like wildlife preservation centers, they're small, they're humble. Like the whole zoo concept is just a big fucking touristy money grab. They're like, oh, we educate the children. Oh, we preserve the species. It's like, yeah, once in a blue moon, you guys put any kind of positive impact on the species. The real companies and businesses that do it are like struggling to survive because they're not profiteering to like a hyper-capitalist extent. They're just relying on like profitable donations that profit the endeavors that they're working on. Versus like zoos are just constantly making bank. And when an animal dies at the zoo, what do? They buy a fucking new one, stat. If a zoo has one giraffe, what happens when that giraffe dies? They buy another one as soon as they fucking can. Have it shipped into them. And then they show it off and sell views of it for money. It's very, fucked. And I do understand the concept of once in a blue moon, an animal is wholeheartedly given help, the help that it needs. And maybe it wouldn't survive in the wild or something, but it's fine because it's being taken care of at the zoo. Like, yeah, that exists. But on a more large scale, that's like surface level shit. That's like what convinces people it's great. And to like bring their kids there. And their girlfriends there and shit. But I do think on a deeper level, it's much more dark. Not necessarily me theorizing either. It's just true. I used to volunteer. Okay, I'm done talking about it. I feel like so many people are like, ugh, that sucks that he doesn't like zoos. It's like, I don't care if you think that sucks or not, but I don't want to upset people by talking shit about something that they love, you know? It's like Disneyland. Fuck Disneyland. What a waste of fucking money. Now, Disney World, though. W. Disney World, baby. Disney World. Walt Disney World. WDW, baby. Ew, that sucks he doesn't like zoos. Yeah.
yeah, I still have the earplugs in. I'm convinced every time I take them out, a loud ass motherfucker does something around me that makes me regret it. Like the other day, the second I took them out, a motorcycle drove past me and like idled and revved and made his engine pop and squeal a shitload, and it basically like ripped my eardrums, you asshole. So that's why you guys see these earplugs in my ears more often lately. I'm just trying not to. I'm literally having hours and hours of conversation with earplugs in, which is kind of crazy. I'm like learning how to relive my life while protecting my ears. Read that perfectly with attitude and everything. I can only imagine how Zeke Boy would put it. Zeke poo. It's kind of like if Zeke found out that people don't like feet as much as he does. They're like, damn, I thought he was chill. Like, he doesn't even like feet. I don't know if I can fuck with him anymore. Oh my god, D Toma with the 10 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. That's 15 today because I gifted 5 too. Dude, thank you so much. Bruh. Ramfrog got one. 50 Sussy. Emma Montana. Lizzo got one. No way. Pixie got one. Oh, she's going to be so stoked. Dude, so many people. Yeah, I gifted 5 today. I was like, if anybody else wants to join in, please feel free. And then I just gifted 5 and nothing else happened. So it is very, very nice of you to do that. Yo, dude, thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Now you broke even. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. D Toma just gifted 5 more. Roy got one. No way. Roy's literally the person who put me on. You know how they say that? Like, so-and-so put me on. He's the one who taught me the ropes of YouTube. Oh, he's going to be so stoked. Roy got one. Marge got one. Jason. Child of Therion? Child of Therion? Wait, Therion. Who the hell is Child of Therion? Have you heard of Keach? I'm so scared to say that. I feel like you're tricking me. Never heard of it. Oh, it's a place in the UP. I don't know. Yeah, somebody on YouTube got a gifted sub, or a gifted membership. Thank you so much, D Toma, dude. Somebody on YouTube got a gifted membership from D Toma, and their name is Son of Therion. Kitch Itty Kippy. Is that like I know there's that really cool place that has like the arches that you can like kayak through. What the fuck? We gotta give him a home. Hi, my friend. It was nice knowing you. Nice to meet you. Just send a pic of Discord? Okay, cool. I'm assuming that's a dog toy because this is a dog park right here. And a veterinary hospital. I thought this was also like a boarding, like you could board your dogs here to prepare them for travel and stuff.
Cheer 100.
Oh shit, who did that? V-Kite, thank you so much. Oh yeah, and look, Rover Dog Hotel daycare, boarding, training, and grooming. Thank you so much, V-Kite. Yo, D-Toma, thank you so freaking much for the super sticker. Thank you. Jesus. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for your generosity. All right, V-Kite, let's jump into your request right away. Thank you for the 100 bits, V-Kite. Oh, some rising Appalachia. I want to listen to it without earplugs. My ears feel so free. Yo, Child of Therion. Thank you for thanking D-Toma. D-Toma 5. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh.
These times are poignant, the winds have shifted. It's all we can do to stay uplifted. Pipeline through backyards, wolves howling out front. Yeah, I've got my crew, but truth is what I want. Realigned and on point, power to the peaceful, prayer to the water, women at the center, all vessels open to give and receive. Let's see the system right down to its knees.
Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, oh. Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, oh. That's lit. But yeah, thank you so much, D-Toma. You're a freaking legend. So what's going on with the project? Oh, dude, I just saw Dave from fucking Burger Spot walking down the street.
I'm made of thunder. I'm made of lightning. I'm made of dirt, yeah. Made of the fine things. My father taught me that I'm a bag of dust. It's made for me, so let's go and try love. I got my roots down,
down. What time is it? Is it almost sunset? How much longer until actual sunset? Let me see, Zeke.
What are you gonna do about it when the world comes undone?
Oh, damn. Beautiful. That thing with the cross made you cry? Really? Are you religious like that? Or was it just like a overall feeling that kind of just made you feel like emotional or something? Somewhat? Nice. Okay. Whoa, whoa, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh. I was just thinking about my dad. Aw. That's cool. I do the same, man. I think about my dad a lot. I have this thing before anytime I smoke a joint or a spliff or anything like that, I kiss the joint and I go like that. I go, this is for you, Dad. And then when my brother died, I started doing it for him too. Every single time. So is your silence when it's rooted in compliance. Stand firm in loving defiance. Make out your alliance. Give voice to the fire. Move people to the beats of the wind. Gather yourself and begin to get the dawn until it ends. We are winners, champions of the light, winning in numbers and might. Keep the truth close and inside a woman. Medicine man. Walking with grace, I know your face and I trust your hand. Medicine woman, medicine man. Walking with grace, I know your face and I trust your hand. Find your teachers in the voice of the forest. Unplug, you can't ignore this wisdom of the voiceless. Remedies are bountiful and surround us from the garden to the farthest. Prayer made of stardust. The voice that enthralls you. Who do you belong to? Eyes up, there's the setting of the sun. Give thanks to each and every one. The lesson is the medicine woman. Medicine man. Oh yeah, the story. Medicine woman, medicine man. Walking with grace, I know your face and I trust your hand. That kid is having so much fun. Living his best life. Children have like the IIBB, the ignorance is bliss bias, where you're like, listen, I'm 7, bitch. Don't talk to me about politics or taxes or how much rent is, dude. Like, shut the fuck up. I'm so glad that guy didn't fucking rev his engine like a total dick because I just took my earplugs out. I'm a sensitive IRL streamer. I partied way too much and worked around too much loudspeakers my whole life to be able to live like I used to anymore. I don't smoke, but with something. Wait, what? Oh, you gotta like start a routine like that. Yeah. I know your face, I trust your hand. It's my form of prayer. Basically. Medicine man, walking with grace. I know your face and I trust your hand. Bang, bang. Excuse me. We've been back in LA since the 11th. Almost 3 weeks. And we still haven't gone downtown once. I will have to check the independent news outlets and see. I did see there was some difference. They said that the protesters are organizing in a different way. And that the authority are like being caught off guard. I don't know what's going on. I'll have to look into it. Oh, I like this song too, actually. Oh. Random rap, dude. This guy used to play sunrise sets at all the festivals I would work at. So if I woke up early enough in the morning, I'd just go hang out and watch this guy play a DJ set to like 20 people. All those people would be like people who took acid and stayed up all night, or people who were like tripping on ketamine during sunrise, who haven't slept in 3 days. Very chill. Damn, to let the wind come, huh? It's too windy for this shit. I want to head back to my van, honestly. I want to head back to my van and wind it down. Are we letting go now? 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 What a beautiful fucking day it's been, man. The canals were beautiful. Venice was really chill. Walking down the beach path to the pier was nice. Checking out the pier was great. Another beautiful day in fucking crazy LA. So happy to be alive and be where I am. I'm so glad that I have the mindset to appreciate whatever this all is. I mean, fuck, dude. Look at this shit. Iconic. And there's hella people on the pier. Look. Are we letting go now? Are we letting go now? Are we letting... Look how blurry it is, but we're going to get the epic zoom out. You guys, everybody pay attention. Let's see how far this really is. Oh, that's so fucking epic, dude. That will never get old to me. That zoom out is just like, it's so good. I need to make an emote. I need to like get somebody that I know to like hold my camera from like a half a mile away and like zoom in directly on just me from a great distance where you can at least see the outline of like a silhouette of a person, even if it's blurry, and then zoom out all the way to wide zoom and then make that into an emote. So if I start my phone on 100% and I use my whole 20,000 milliamp hour battery, I can get about 10 hours out of my streaming phone and my chat phone. Pretty epic. tripping, dude. That was awesome. He just cut me off and ollied into the street just like a total savage. Ah, turn. Sunset's at 8:33. Okay. Yeah, it'll probably hit the crest of those mountains. But like once... We can still watch the sunset in other places on the West Coast. Like San Francisco has a later sunset. Off-grid, everything has later sunsets on his island up near Washington in Canada. Especially because the United States kind of curves out into the ocean. The further you go south, the more in it goes. Does that make sense? Like the landmass goes westward out into the ocean more, the more north you go. So we get the earliest sunsets down here compared to the rest of the West Coast. I remember living out in the hills and all that shit. Aw, thank you, Lorna. Are you headed out? Have a beautiful night. Love you, Lorna. Everybody, please say goodnight to Lorna. The one and only Lorna. Your sensor at 9:19, same as off-grid. Yeah, nice. And then it sets, but it doesn't even get like dark, you know, until like fucking 10 o'clock. Thank you, Groot. This is actually a really brutal concept, like these little pinholes. It looks like a cheese grater. Thank you, P-Kite. What a W day. It's been a good one. Almost 9 hours in, but we're about to run out of juice. Therion, are you still here? Therion, are you still here-on? There's this like really old car. Anybody who's fascinated by anything to do with interesting cars, there's this car. And it's literally for sale for $10K. Because it's a electric rebuild. So this thing is electronically powered. $10K, you could have this. Even as just like an art piece on your property.
I'm sure there's a lot of things fucking wrong with it. But 10K, and it's kind of crazy. I think this is the valve for charging. Yeah, this is the charging valve at the inlet. But look, contact Steve. There's all these batteries. It's a 20 kilowatt hour lithium battery in 3 aluminum underbody packs. 27 BMW Mini E modules. It has a Transwarp 11 DC motor. The controller is a Zilla 1K with hairball HEPA pedal. The charger is a Manzanita Micro with a J1772 plug, and the transmission is a 5-speed manual transmission. Restored and converted to an EV in 2008 to 2010. Needed power brake system never installed. Less than 200 miles on the conversion, even though they converted it from 2008 to 2010. So they must have converted it. It was a failure, and now they're like, fuck, let's just sell it. I'm sick of showing this off to my friends. Has a battery imbalance, needs power brakes, needs door lock and air ride repair, has minor rust, small dent, LF fender, needs touch up on paint. I mean, you know, if you know enough about batteries, you could definitely investigate this further. But it looks like no matter how good of a paint job they did on this thing, that the rust was never treated good enough, or the way it's designed just allows for rust, and it almost looks like they just painted over all the rust. This grill is pretty cool though. It's beautiful. Can you believe that? Literally 10K is the asking price. Like, there's a chance you could just throw 5K at this person and they'd be like, fuck it. Thank you, Colleen. I appreciate that. Yo, Major, isn't this thing crazy? It's pretty interesting. I mean, I can't say I mind it. I can't say I hate it. That's for sure. See, like the Tesla parked right in front of the old school EV. Which one's cooler? It will need to be sanded down, treated for rust, then repainted 100%, dude. 100 million fucking %. Facts. Like for me, with my van and all the rusting on the seams on the ceiling, because it's a 3-panel roof, the seams always tend to gather water and collect and hold water, and then it gets rusty. Like, I would have to sand any rusty spot on the entire roof, then I'd have to do self-level or prime it, self-leveling sealant, and then put the lap sealant on. But then that would cover like every square inch of the roof to the very furthest edges, to the most frontal areas of the windshield. And then separately, if I ever wanted to like clear and treat all the rust, which there isn't much, but any scratch turns into rust over time when you live near the ocean. But I would have to do all that shit on my own too, and then hire like a professional to paint my van. That shit costs a lot of money too. So I've been, I'm probably never gonna do that. If anything becomes major, like rust holes, the worst rust is around the frame of my windshield, which is the most important thing. But I have thought a lot about what I would do with my van if I really wanted to just fucking store the whole thing. Speedster, thank you for the follow. How are you, Major?
And thank you, Colleen. I enjoy your company as well. Thank you. My younger years, I had 2 Grand Nationals, 1 for drag racing, 1 for every day. It was great. Wow, Colleen, that's crazy. That's epic. Yo, how's California weather? Amazing, if I imagine. Oh, it's great. It's great. It was a beautiful day today. Perfect temperature, not too windy, but a little windy. Beautiful blue skies. It started out partly cloudy, opened up. Thousands and thousands of people on the beach here in Venice and Santa Monica. Thousands of people on the pier. There was a rookie league flat ground freestyle skate competition in Venice. There was a festival on the pier called Pier 360. People surfing, people swimming, people skating, people rollerblading, skateboarding, riding bikes, walking their dogs, families everywhere. People just, it's great, honestly. It's a fucking dream come true. I enjoy it thoroughly. I'm pretty much always out here on the best days. Where are you from? I spent most of my day talking about diesel engines and Mercedes transmissions and all this other shit, like all day. I spent a majority of my day working on explaining what's going on in my head. How was your day and where are you from? See, this bus goes all the way to UCLA. That was a nice time when we went to UCLA. Oh, I guess we did do... We didn't just do Hollywood since we got back. We also did UCLA. And we went to the Hammer Museum. And we went to the Brainwash Museum. Shit, I forgot about all that. Since we've been back, right? Yeah. We met Mr. Brainwash. That's sick. I'm from everywhere. Was a truck driver. Where were you born? Where did you grow up before you started driving?
I saw the cops coming and I pushed the button for the crosswalk, which makes people have to stop, and I pushed it while looking at them, knowing that I did not have to cross
The road. I feel like he gave me like a look that was like, you little shit. What up, Rusty? That description made me want to buy one-way ticket and go back. Wait, what? Hold on. I think there might be a little bit of a language or grammar error. It makes me want to buy a plane ticket and go back. Oh, buy a plane ticket and come back here. Okay. Yeah, that's under the impression that I knew that you've been here before, right? But out of context, I was like confused. Sorry, I get it. My bad. That was completely on me. Ooh, woo, woo. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Ohio, got family from Southern California, but I like Lodi the most. You like Lodi the most? Really? Lodi? Northeast Bay? NENE? Like super Northeast Bay area? Lodi? Like, is that where, like in between Fairfield and fucking Sacramento? Is that where Lodi is? I feel like it is. A lot of military out there, right? Beep, beep. My favorite town in all of California, Lodi. That's wild. Oh, there you go. You got it working. Cool. Shawit. All right, so tomorrow, you guys, is the last day of the month. So, calendar month ends. That's when the financial bracket stops for the month of June. That's when around the 15th, 16th, 18th, 20th of next month I get paid for the efforts here on Twitch from June, around July, mid to the beginning of the third week of July. And I'll get paid for this month. So Tuesday, tomorrow's the last day of the month. Tuesday's the first day of the new calendar month of July on all my platforms. Keep that in mind. For like YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, keep that in mind. It's a great way to start out the month with some hype towards like helping me hit the $100 threshold that I need on YouTube to get paid out each month. And same with Twitch. We'll see if we can somehow... Oh, I was supposed to do... Damn, Okay, I think I'll do it tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to have a 35% gifted of 5 discount for the duration of whatever tomorrow's stream is. And we'll also be celebrating my 5-month partner anniversary. So, I don't know how that's going to benefit us in the long run, but... Or maybe I'll do it on Tuesday instead. Tuesday's probably better because the first of the month is more beneficial. But I have 7 opportunities available to do it and once per month. I'll look into the details tonight and I'll think about it. Which equipment to use for IRL streaming? So, there's a variety of things. But IRL hosting is the SRT to OBS cloud service I use so that I have disconnect protection and scene switching and all that good stuff. And I have a manager on my account that helps me. And he's also a partnered streamer. He's a CEO, co-founder, co-owner of the company. And I have a couple setups. I have one with a Sony camera with an Orange Pi 5 Plus with Bella Box programmed onto it that I use modems with, multiple power banks. And then that goes to that company I just posted in the chat. Everybody, if you could, please click that link. But right now, I'm using an Android Galaxy S20 as my chat phone, and I'm using an iPhone 16 Pro as my streaming phone. I like this setup for when I'm walking around quite a bit, but if I'm driving, I almost have to have the Sony camera, the Orange Pi 5 Plus using Bella Box, because my phone will overheat in the summer if I'm driving with it while streaming and I have it mounted on like a mount in my car. It always overheats because it gets super hot when the sun hits it and everything. But if you use a Sony camera, you can take the battery out of it and you can run it. And you can use that and it won't overheat. Sorry if that was too much ramble babble. But that is what I do. The simplest answer is I'm using an iPhone 16 Pro to stream. But I have modems in my backpack, I have battery banks in my backpack, I have a second phone for monitoring chat. And I'm also using a service from IRL Hosting, which is similar to Unlimited IRL. It's also similar to Anti-Scuff, like all these companies that offer disconnect protection and interesting ways to improve upon the quality and longevity of your streams. Do we need a laptop or IRL stream with camera for connection? No, I mean, you can do whatever you want. But all you need is a phone. Download the app called Prism and download the app called Moblin. If you have an Apple phone. And if you all the sirens and shit already happening. Sunday evening, guys. If you have an iPhone, download Moblin, Moblin. Download Prism, Prism. If you're using an Android, download IRL Pro. IRL Pro is going to be your best option if you're using an Android.
What's that?
Also, buy yourself a big ass Sprinter van. It's like the icing on the cake. Just for fun, like just for shits and giggles. And then message me and I'll walk you through the whole process of making all this shit work for you. Welcome to my home. But I have a camera, and is that better or not? I think it depends. I'm not the type of person who's like, join my Discord to talk to me about it, because I feel like people kind of bait people to coming to their Discord just so they have more Discord members. I don't give a shit about that stuff. But I do have a very specific chat on my Discord where people share their IRL streaming setups and discuss like what they should maybe be using or what they're considering using. So if you would like to have access to that, you can always join the Discord for free, no pressure. It's not like you have to pay for anything. But you can totally do that. Love ya! Aww, Lizzie.
Lizzie_Senrose subscribed to your channel for 3 months.
Whap! Thank you so much for the sub. You guys, Lizzie in the motherfucking building. How have you been? I missed you. I feel like I haven't seen you in quite a while. Here, let me get in on the other side of the vehicle. 1 second, you guys. Everybody say hi to Lizzie. She's super cool, and she IRL streams, and she's like Singaporean, but sounds like she's Australian and travels to all these other countries that you would never even expect. Thank you for the follows. Thank you so much.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Love you guys. Gotta go. Have a good night. Hi and bye. All right, Therion. Bye. Love you so much. Have a beautiful night. I appreciate you. All right, I'm back. And you guys, Lizzie is close to being able to apply for partnership and all that good stuff. So think of her when you're like, who should I go support? Who is an awesome streamer? Who deserves to be a partner? She is. Yo,
Cheer
VKite.
100.
VKite starting a hype train? Hype train! All right, everybody, open your wallets, turn them upside down,
21 started
and
a
empty
new
them.
hype train.
Everybody type cheer 1000000. Cheer 1 million. Everybody click the gift 50 or 100 sub option and just keep pushing purchase over and over and over. And then we can get to level 100 hype train. Yo! Thank you! I love like how ridiculously sarcastic I was being, and you guys still donated me.
Cheer
Thank
100.
you.
Cheer 100.
Yo, Bush Cutter with the 200.
Lizzie, thank you for the sub and for the 100 bits. You're so generous. What the friggin' heck? And Bush Cutter, thank you. Guys, this is our time to shine. This is our second from last stream of the entire month. If you have 5 bits, I know that sounds desperate, but this is a reality of it. If enough people in here donate a tiny bit, it adds up to not a tiny bit, a lot of bit. A lot. Even remove the bit. It turns into a lot. Bush Cotter with 200 more freaking bits. Let's go! Will we make it to level 2?
Cheer 100.
Yo, who was that? Who did that? Who are you? Where did all these Kuwaiti oil barons, freaking Oilers come from? Yo, Mike with the 100 bits. Fuck, it's hard to play this up here. You guys, welcome to my world. Thank you so much for the generosity. You guys, we are 25% away from level 2. Can we do it? Can we do it? What?
Fuck, man, thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm waiting. Wait. And well, there's somebody behind me just blasting fucking music. And this is the same shit that I dealt with the other day.
Cheer 100.
Yo, Tater Sprout, thank you so much. Yeah, there's somebody behind me literally just fucking blasting music.
Cheer 100.
Thank you so much. Dude. Bush Cutter
100.
just fucking dropping all the bits in the world. And Tater Sprout, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Wow, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Melissa, for the fake 1 million bits. Aww.
Cheer 100.
Let's go, you guys. Back up, Bush Cutter. Get his back. He's a good guy to back up. It's the end of the day. I haven't pushed... Thank you so much,
Cheer
Bush
100.
Cutter. I have not pushed a hype train. And Bush Cutter, you've literally sent 1,300 bits. Thank you so much. I have not pushed a hype train once today. So I'm just kind of like
Cheer
shamelessly
100.
going for it. So, let's bring the hype, guys. Maybe we can get closer to our sub goal. If anybody here has a Prime sub, you can help us with the sub goal and the hype train for free. You guys, check your Primes. For me, level 4 is like the ultimate level, even though it's like not my all-time high by any means or anything. But if somehow we can get there, what do you guys think I should do? Should I run the sub discount tomorrow? Does it matter? I don't even know. But let's rock out a little bit. Tater Sprout for the 100 bits. You guys, we're 44% into level 2. I don't know how much time there is, but I just want to say thank you irregardless. And I'm waiting for the waves. Take us to Rachel.
Yumi 100.
Thank you so friggin' much. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm waiting. Don't be shy to interrupt. For the waves. I'm waiting for the waves to take us away. Take us us away. Take us away. Yo, Bush Cutter, thank you. I'm waiting for the waves. Take us away. Thank you so much. Damn, how many bits does it take to beat this fucking level? Why does it seem like it's becoming increasingly harder to hit a level? Thank you so much, dude. Holy shit. You guys, we're only 1,300 bits from our bit goal right now. Oh! We did level 3!
Thank you so fucking much, man. Thank you so fucking much. What an incredible way to close out the month, honestly.
Rainbow! Woohoo! Thank you for believing in me, guys. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for having fun with it. Thank you for being so epic and just supporting the things that I do. I said this last month, and I remember Bush Cutter saying, well, you said it, right? So I'm going to say it again. It would be a thank you, Bush Cutter.
Cheer 100.
Thank you so much. You've literally sent like 2,500 bits, bro. Thank you so much. I would love if we could consider tomorrow's the last day of the month, Tuesday's the first day of the month. If we can, I'm going to try to make it the best month ever. But if we can try to kick off the month with a bang next month,
Cheer 100.
that would be a blessing. We managed to do it this month, and there was a lot of group participation, and Bush Cutter really fucking went ham on that. Thank you again. I'm honestly just forever indebted to the gratitude that I have for you, and thank you so much. But yeah, same with next month. Bush Cutter has unlimited bits. Jesus. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Oh my God.
Cheer 100.
Bruh. Rachel, thank you. Oh my God, Bush Cutter again. Oh my God.
Uni 100.
I'm losing my mind. I can't handle this shit, dude. Thank you so much. Does Bush Cutter have over 1 million? Shh.
Cheer 100.
That's rude. Don't ask. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Mike with the 200 bits. Bush Cutter with 200 more bits. Rachel with another 100 bits. Thank you guys so freaking much, dude. Oh shit. Who did that?
Cheer 100.
Lizzie! Wow. Subs push the hell. We just jumped to 65% level 4. Lizzie!
Gifted 5 subscriptions.
Lizzie! That was 5 gifted? Oh my God. Lizzie, you're a full-time IRL streamer and you travel so much. You don't have to do that. But I accept. Thank you. I really, coming from you and coming from the people that are here, this kind of generosity, especially from such incredible people, motivates me and makes me feel so supported. It really hits a certain type of way. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you guys don't know Lizzie, 100,000,000%, you guys need to follow her. I said this earlier, but if you're not following Lizzie, she's one of the sweetest IRL streamers. It's refreshing and relaxing to watch her streams. Her voice is so relaxing. Make sure if you ever see her streaming that you give her all the love you can, and make sure you spoil her when you can. Even I type !tip in her chat and try to send stuff when I can. And she deserves it. I know you guys are spoiling me right now, and it's weird that I'm diverting it in a different direction. But truly, thank you for supporting people like myself. Thank you for supporting people like Lizzie, who clearly just really love what they do. And it does take people's support to keep doing this stuff as rapidly as we would like to. So fuck yeah, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. If I could give you guys a big group hug right now, I for sure would. KM Stas, hey everyone, hope Everyone's doing great. Oh, sorry, we're on like a crazy, I'm like energetically like all over the place right now. Welcome in. Welcome. We hit level 4, guys. Lizzie, what the frick, dude? Gifting 5 subs. Yes, frickin' legend. 323 out of 350 subs. You guys, that means that we're actually going to end this month just over 300 subs. Yo, Bush Cutter, oh my god. Thank you so much. What are you doing, dude? Thank you. We're going to end this month just over 300 subs. My goal in this point in my life is to try to end every month at 300. And 400's like a miracle. And I'm going to run discounted sub gifting things. So I don't know if you guys know this, and I know it's a weird time to talk about it because we're hype training and I should probably be shamelessly pushing to level 5, but there's this new feature on Twitch where they give you options to run your own subscription discounts. And since January, February, March, April, May, June, since it's the 6th month, Mike, thank you so much. Bush Cutter, thank you. Are we going for 5? That's kind of crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike, for that extra 300. Thank you, Bush Cutter, for the extra 100, which you've literally just carried the entire bit goal. We hit our fucking bit goal, guys. Andrew Rock, I'm so grateful that you came in and thanked Lizzie. They have this new option where you can run your own sub discounts. I have 7. Bush Cutter, 91%. Jesus. Thank you. Greetings. Welcome in. I hope you've had a good weekend. Thank you for the follow. So there's this new option where you can, like right now, since it's June, and June with the rest of the months of the year is 7 months, right? We have 6 more months after this, including this month of June. It's 7. I have 7 available gifted sub discounts. Yo, level 5. Thank you so much, dude. Wow, what a fucking hype train. Hype. So yeah, basically what I've been trying to say is that I can put my own discounts for gifted subs batches of 5 or more at 35% off. I can run my own unique special discounts on my channel. When I checked, it said I had 7 more available and 70 hours. So technically, like tomorrow, I could run a discount for 10 hours. And then on the last day of July, I could run one for 10 hours. And I could do that every month for the rest of the year, for 1 day per month. Or I could do it during like a subathon, or I could do 70 hours straight of it or whatever. But I don't know if you guys know that existed. It does. So I think tomorrow we're going to celebrate our 5-month partner, and we're going to run a sub discount. Either that, or we celebrate the 5-month partner anniversary like next weekend, and I run it then. I don't know. I'll look into the details and think about what I'm going to do tonight. You guys, can we get W's in the chat? Can we just spam? See? Look at all these fucking groups of young Los Angelans running around on their e-bikes and their e-scooters and just being young and reckless. Shit gets crazy out here, man. When I end stream, there's hella shit going on out here that I probably could never show on stream. You guys are the best. Can we get a W spam in chat, please, guys? Rachel dropped in on that. Mike dropped in on that. Rainbow. V-Kite. Everybody. Tater. Can we see all the W's in the chat, guys? Yo, thank you so much. Just a friendly reminder, I am simulcasting live on Twitch, partnered on Twitch. I am simulcasting on YouTube, partnered on YouTube. And I recently got the opportunity to be partnered on Kick. And I know that there's a lot of discrepancy and iffy energy about that platform, but we're going to try to bring some love to that platform and see if we can make some friends. But generally speaking, if for some reason you guys do use that platform, make sure you follow me over there, please. If you have the available resources to open up a tab there and start like a mini conversation every once in a blue moon in there, believe it or not, the increased viewership frequency of chatting and all that stuff is what indicates how much I get paid. So thank you guys so much. Thank you. Level 5 is just so amazing. Thank you guys so friggin' much. One day we're going to break our hype train record. Maybe we can do it on September or some time frame when the subscriptions really push it, like on a heavy discount. Yo, Bush got her over on the green side. Here, let me go to the chat. Here, everybody go over there really quick and just like say hello to each other and stuff and spam some emotes and stuff. Really quick, for those of you who don't mind doing that. Yo, Bush Cutter, thank you so much, dude. And Lizzie with the 5 gifted, you crazy. Rainbow. V-Kite. See, this kind of mini activity, like once an hour, believe it or not, and then like the random, sometimes just having fun with crossing over and typing into that other chat once in a while, just that alone, and I know it sounds like next to nothing, will earn me like $5 to $10 per stream. So what that turns into by the end of the month is like at least $100 just for streaming there. Could be around $200 once our feet get a little wetter, more wet. Jagged. You guys are amazing. Hype train has ended. We did a great job. You guys are amazing. Thank you so fucking much. You guys are wild. I wonder who's even streaming on my followed list over there who like we can host tonight. Let me check. Oh, Gogo Borgor's on. Alright, you guys. I have so much stuff to summarize, like all my transmission studies, all of my scanner studies, all of my everything I've talked about today, like the laptop I'm going to get, my workflow that I'm trying to be really productive and be like a good, like just be better at what I'm doing in certain ways and revitalize my certain platforms that I kind of left to dry for a while and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, long story short, if you're over on the Kick side, we're going to do a host raid. We're going to go to Gogo Borgor, who's a partnered streamer on Twitch. She's incredible. Let's make sure that we all follow her. If you're not following her over there yet, please. So give me 1 second, guys, and we'll raid out where the big raids happen. Okay. You can type !R in the chat, and that gives you guys like the most basic ass shit ever, but it works. Bushcutter, I freaking love you. Melissa, I appreciate you so much. I love you too. V-Kite, love and appreciate you so much. Jagged, love and appreciate you so much. Rainbow, love you long time, Rainbow. Rainbow's here since my first ever stream. You guys are amazing. If anybody else is lurking over there, we are about to hook up Gogo Borgor. So copy and paste that shit right there. Right, chia. And please don't bail if you're watching on Twitch. You guys, give me a second. We're going to handle business over there too. Oh shit, there's the Sunday evening bike crew. I wanted to join them one of these days for content. Maybe next Sunday we'll try to join them. Maybe we'll rent a bike or something. Or skateboard with them or something. Either way, let me start that up really quick. We're going to do a host a go-go. Boom. And then I'm going to jump over to her stream.
We came from much hotter, so this is nice. Yeah, we came from Tokyo, and it was like 36, so this is beautiful. Yeah. Perfect.
She'll get an alert soon.
99. Wow. Token kick! Oh my god, we're getting so much noise. You're out in public. You're a nuisance. 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 Alright.
No. It's not gonna happen.
Really?
Why aren't you eating that? I'm streaming. Can I get the sponsor?
Oh my god, like 21 people left my Kick stream when I raided out on... my Twitch stream. I'm just gonna like silently raid on Kick from now on. I feel like so many people leave Twitch and it brings a little bit of the hype away from the raid that we're gonna do on Kick. On Twitch. Oh my god. I need to rest. Am I tripping? Did that car just back up? Yeah, I need to get some rest. I'm seeing things move. Augventure is streaming. And she's partner pushing. Let's go help her. Let's go make sure that she keeps above 75. She's at 77 right now. Okay, I just want to say thank you guys so much. Big dubs. Big shout outs to everybody. Bush Cutter, Jagged, Mike, V-Kite, Rainbow, Analytics Cynic, Mickey, Hockey Fan, Pure Cynical, Lizzie, everybody. If you feel like your name was forgotten, I love you. I promise. You guys, let's raid Augventurer. She's so sweet. And don't be shy to give her a follow. Okay? Oh my god, what just happened? My phone is glitching. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh shit, I forgot to... Here's the raid messages for Twitch. If you're subscribed, use that first one. If you're not subscribed, use the second one. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I need some time after stream tonight to summarize my thoughts, which I've had a lot of today. Her and Gogo will be at the Stamped next week. The Stamped? Stampede? I'm so confused. Good night, Groot. Good night, V-Kite. Good night, Melissa. Good night, Bushcutter. Good night, Lizzie. Good night, Onyx. Good night, everybody. I love and appreciate you guys so friggin' much, man. Good night, Rachel. Good night, Snackies. Good night, everybody and anybody. If you're hearing me right now, good night, Casey Kasem. Good night, good night, good night. Let me jump over to Twitch. You guys are going to like Augventurer. She's really sweet. Did I shout her out or did I set up a raid? I'm going to freak out. Why do I always say this at the end of the day, too? It says we have 75 viewers, but it also says that there's only 59 on the raid. Do you think I should cancel and redo it?